Hello and welcome to the Mansell Raceway in Devon, a picturesque venue for the second round of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships for Honda, Rotax and KZ2. And this weekend we're also joined by the Total Karting Zero karts engineered by Rob Smedley. First time ever electric karts would have raced in the British Championships. Now, for the Honda Rotax classes, the first round at Clay Pigeon was an absolute deluge. The moment, on practice day, it's dry. What will the weather do on Sunday for finals day? Noah Wolf won in Honda, Ethan Jeff Hall swum to victory in Minimax, and Dan Tate won in Rotax 177. Sadly, the junior and senior Rotax drivers, they had their finals cancelled due to a bad accident for Finn Smith, who is okay, I'm pleased to say, and also the horrendous weather. So, who is going to emerge on top here at one of the most iconic venues in British racing, one of the most iconic names in British racing, the Mansell Raceway? Stay with us here on Alpha Live to find out. Well, good morning everybody and welcome to the Mansell Raceway in Devon. You are looking at live pictures of morning warm-up here, and as you will see, the weather is not what it was like yesterday. My name is Beaudette, and joining me as always, it's the karting mum's favourite, Anthony Jordan. Anthony, welcome to Dunkeswell.
Welcome back to Dunkeswell. Yeah, we were here last year. Last year's weather was a lot nicer than it is this time around, and it seems that 2021 doesn't look like it likes the Rotax classes because it was wet at Clay Pigeon and it's wet here at Mansell.
Yes, indeed it is. Well, 1,032 metres, this circuit. It's been in existence since the early 1960s. Nigel Mansell, the 1992 Formula 1 World Champion, bought it in about 2006. 1,032 metres, 8 turns. Looks a little bit more on your screen there, but there are several complexes. Tarmac quite smooth, very well manicured circuit. We've had a day of practice, qualifying and some heat racing, but what have we got lined up today? There's a bit of a forecast. Well, we've got some wet weather lined up today.
Yes.
You can take out one of those M's. It says 5 millimetres.
Oh, no.
But it's going to be more like 5 metres of rain. It's not quite as bad as Clay Pigeon yet. However, the forecast for the rest of the afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, is not great. You can see some of the senior Rotax drivers out on circuit at the moment for their 3 laps of morning practice. Hello and welcome, first of all, wherever you are watching in the world. Whether it's the Alpha Live YouTube channel, the Wera Tools Facebook page, the British Kart Championships Facebook page, the Karting Magazine Facebook page, the Demon Tweaks Facebook page, or motorsport.tv. This is what you are all going to be watching as the day progresses. We're going to start things off with the KZ2s, the fastest, bad to the bone, Anthony.
Indeed, they are indeed the fastest. Of course, we were told yesterday in the dry conditions they reached turn 1 at a dizzying 99 miles an hour before they hit the brakes for KZ2.
And it was quite interesting that one of our crew members here, who's not seen KZ2s before, he said, but they're not going to be trying that in the wet, are they? And we were like, yes, they will. Now, after the KZ2s, we have got a new, unique, and first time ever here at the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, the TKZ Bambinos and Cadets. That is Total Karting Zero, engineered by Rob Smedley. It's the electric karts. They are doing a guest round here. They have their second heat after that. This will be interesting. At 11 o'clock at Dunkeswell, or Mansell Raceway, there is a shutdown for an hour whilst we have for church. No kart has ever raced or driven around this circuit between the hour of 11 or 12 o'clock on a Sunday morning in the history of this venue until today. Why are they doing it today? Because they are
electric.
And therefore
make no noise.
Thank you. After that, we're back with so they've got their second heats and their finals. A very impressive kart as well. They're only a couple of seconds off the pace of the actual petrol engine karts. Then we're into the repechages. Junior and senior Rotax, last chance race to make the main event. So 28 drivers in junior and senior Rotax have already qualified for the pre-final and the final. The rest of the field will go for one of the final 6 places, and then we're into the pre-finals. Minimax, Rotax 177 and Honda Cadet. Honda Cadet, a full 36 kart grid. And we're into the rest of the pre-finals. Anthony?
Yeah, indeed. The pre-finals KZ2s are back out on circuit at around 20 to 2. Then 2 o'clock, pre-final time for the junior Rotax. And senior Rotax up after that at 20 past 2. Then it's time for the finals, and we kickstart off race 23 with the Minimax final. That is going to be kickstarting at 20 to 3 this afternoon. And Rotax 177 will take to the track at 10 past 3 for their final. And then we come to the last races of the day. Honda Cadet, their final will be at 20 to 4 with KZ2's final, keep an eye on that one, at 10 past 4. Junior Rotax at 20 to 5, and then the final race of the day, race 28, Senior Rotax, 10 past 5 later this afternoon.
Now, you will notice that there is no lunch break, so we are in for the duration, ladies and gentlemen. Oh dear, that's not
that was sudden, wasn't it? Hello.
Yes, so obviously we've got a camera in the comments box, so you can see these. Yeah,
it's
oh,
Henry.
Hello.
Well, we've commentated together for many many events, and I just feel like there's something between us.
Something has grown between us, yes. It's a plastic sheet. If you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, comment in. We can see your comments on the screens here. Keep it karting related, and we might give you a shout. We've got lots of people coming in already commenting on the racing so far. We'll try and engage you as many as possible. But Anthony, I think it's about time we told the viewers or showed the viewers what this 1,032 metre circuit is like from a driver's perspective.
Indeed, yes, we go on board then with Archie Walker, who takes us around a lap here at Dunkeswell, of course, formerly known, or is currently known, as Mansell Raceway. We exit the final corner, we tuck in, and we kickstart the lap off. Now we cross the start-finish line, heading in towards Pit Bend, and a very, very fast corner. As we said, the KZ2's topping out at about 100 miles an hour. You can send one down the inside here, sweep it round, very sweeping corner, goes slightly uphill. You exit out of there in towards turn 2, the complex. Probably the most complex part of the circuit, I have to say. You've got the right, then you've got the left. It keeps on going left again, picking up that late apex, switching back to the right through turns number 3 onto Mini Straight. You exit Mini Straight in towards turn 4 and turn 5. For folks that don't have any corner names, it's just turn 4 and turn 5. You exit through this tight complex section as well. Again, another hairpin here. Very easy to get a move down the inside here, but very easy to get pushed out wide into that barrier there. Again, sweeping downhill, back uphill, back downhill as you exit through there in towards Hanger Bend. Now, this is where back in the day when there was no stewards or no cameras or anything like that, or no cone penalties, everything was dealt with here because no one could see it. But now that is no longer the case. You've got no cone penalties, you've got cameras, you've got stewards, you can't get away with it now. Out of Hanger Bend in towards Dogleg, again, very harsh through here, very tight entry, avoiding those massive curves as you exit to cross the finish line here at Mansell Raceway.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony, and thank you to Archie Walker and the KR Sport team for allowing us to film a lap there. Now, good morning to Jan Achterman, tuning in from Germany. That's the last time that we're going to mention a German fan. Well, I don't care, I'm Welsh, but you're English. He's a New York Giants fan as well in the NFL, which is terrible. Yeah. So that's it. But good to have Jan on board, as well as people from all over the world. A big thank you to all the marshals here at Mansell Raceway.
Yes.
The boys and girls in orange, the most important people in all of motorsport. They're out there in these conditions all day. They had no lunch break, so they're out there for the next 7 or so hours. So a big well done, and you know, good to see there. George, right, any CRG entries? We have one. Nathan Chafer in a Rotax 177, the only CRG. Now, this is the Wera Tools British Kart Championship, Anthony.
Yes, it is.
It
yes.
is.
Well
And
done for remembering.
every day, every round rather, Wera Tools ask us to nominate a short list of potential Driver of the Day candidates.
They do indeed.
Which we do.
We do.
And then the championship put those short list of candidates out onto the Tinterweb, the British Kart Championship Tinterweb, and then the public vote on who they think is worthy of the Driver of the Day, and then Wera Tools give them a prize.
They do indeed, yes.
And you spoke to the 2 prize winners that we had at the first 2 rounds of the season.
I did.
At Clay Pigeon and at Shennington.
I did indeed.
Are we going to hear from them right now?
I'm sure we will.
We are.
Aaron Full, welcome to Mansell Raceway, our first Driver of the Day winner for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It must be a great feeling for you taking the first win.
Yeah, it does. We had a good Sunday, but yeah, we struggled on Saturday, had to DNF in Heat 2, but we got the setup right for the final and managed to come from 11th to 4th.
Yeah, so a great result for that. Despite the weather conditions, of course, it was absolutely pouring down with rain. We haven't got that here today at Mansell Raceway, but again, a great result for you. Again, a DNF, 11th to 4th in the final, and just a great showing, which is why you were deemed worthy enough for Driver of the Day, and of course, everyone who voted for you as well. A great result for you and the team, of course. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my team, Mansell Motorsport, and I'd like to thank my mum, dad and sister, and my sponsor, Autotechnics.
Excellent, and of course a great prize from Wera Tools as well, providing such a fantastic opportunity for teams and mechanics as well. Great toolkit that is coming your way, but yeah, again, very well done and best of luck this time at Mansell Raceway.
Thank you.
Joe Charlton, welcome to Mansell Raceway, our second Driver of the Day, but this time at Shennington. A great result for you because it was a very challenging weekend.
Yeah, it was a very challenging weekend. We had an engine seize in the pre-final before it, which meant a full rebuild before the final, starting last, and yeah, had a sort of clean drive all the way through to get second at the end. A couple more laps, hopefully won it, but you know, I'll take this as a consolidation.
Well, of course, it's an excellent prize from Wera Tools as well, who have partnered with the British Kart Championships for this year, for 2021. And again, a great result with your mechanic, I suspect, will be very happy. The fact that he had to completely rebuild your engine, and now, after doing that, he gets a whole new toolkit as well to help out with it.
Over the moon, yeah. I should probably name drop him, shouldn't I? Like, make sure he's all right. Ian Thompson, yeah, no, he's been massive help with me, you know, looking after the kart, building the kart, prepping the engine, tuning it, etc. And also, obviously, massive thank you for supporting me in my own racing and obviously helping win this. So giving the tools is kind of a bit of repayment, I guess, really, isn't it?
Exactly that. Now, that last race, of course, you started at the back, you finished second. Again, a great result despite the fact, because the KZ2 grid is a very challenging grid itself.
Yeah, there's a lot of quick guys in there, and I think I can't remember how many of the seeded numbers are here from last year, but you know, it's a lot of strong grid, a lot of people that have raced it for a long time. So no, I was really happy that, you know, I could come through and sort of, yeah, put pride on the number one.
Are we looking forward to the Mansell round?
Yeah, we only had first practice so far, and I think it went quite well. So hopefully, I have a cleaner weekend, and well, if not, get one of these, a number one trophy would be nice.
Excellent stuff. Well, best of luck this weekend, and very well done on Driver of the Day.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Anthony.
Cheers.
Well, there we go. That's good to hear from both Aaron Full and Joe Charlton, who are both racing here today. They received their prizes yesterday. Joe Charlton celebrated winning Driver of the Day by stalling and coming for his first heat in KZ2. KZ2 is going to be the first race that we see. We've got the last warm-up session of the morning. Out on circuit at the moment, the Cadet Hondas. And we talk all the time, Anthony, about what makes the British Championship so special. We've got drivers, we've got people commenting in that have raced in the British Championship before, and you know, on the stream. But the reason that this championship is so competitive, let's just look at what's happening this weekend, specifically in Austria. It's the Styrian Grand Prix. Well, you've got former British cadet champion Lewis Hamilton starting second.
Yep.
You've got former British Minimax champion Lando Norris starting third. George Russell starting 10th, former Minimax British champion and British cadet champion back in 2010 or 2009. But also the W Series. Alice Powell, former contender in cadet in Britain, and in KZ2 we got today. She won the W Series race yesterday. Sarah Moore, who raced in this championship in both cadet and Minimax and Junior Rotax, she finished second, and Abby Pulling finished third, a multiple British Junior TKM British karting champion.
Yeah.
This is why we say all the time that this is the best best national series anywhere in the world. Well, the drivers that go on from this championship are proving it on the highest level in world motorsport, dominating things out in Austria this weekend.
Exactly that, and it's great to see that what we're seeing here today. These drivers could be the future Formula One grid, potentially.
Undoubtedly. And if not in Formula One, these names that we're commentating on today and that you're watching today, they're going to be sprinkled around the highest echelons of global motorsport for the next 10, 20 years, easily.
Easily.
Which is so it's great to see them in their formative years. But of course, we say that karting's not just a stepping stone for some of these drivers. They will. We've got KZ2 and we've got Rotax 177 on the calendar, on the menu for you today. And those are drivers that are making, if not a living, but are making a career out of karting. And they will stay in karting as a sport in its own right, which of course it is. For many years to come. Yeah. And you have to look around the paddock as well. The amount of ex-karters, ex-British champions, ex-European champions that are here working in the industry, guiding these young drivers on. It just shows that this is the best, most competitive national karting series anywhere in the world. Fact.
Did you practice that in front of the mirror?
I did. I was going to. That was with my two fingers pointed. Say that is fact.
Excellent.
Of why this. So who are we watching? Well, Jamie Smith is cheering on Jez Williams, number 9 in Junior Rotax. Who's driving for Ambition is another question we've got. Well, lots of people in Cadet Honda. Ambition Motorsport have got a whole host of contenders out there. Noah Wolf, one of the Fusion drivers, he won the Cadet Honda final at Clay Pigeon. Have a little quick look at this. So we had Noah Wolf winning in Cadet Honda. He is leading the Cadet Honda standings ahead of Timo Junglin coming into this weekend. Ian Rogers at motorsport-timing.co.uk, our timing partners. During the finals, we'll have the live championship standings up on the screen. But it's Noah Wolf leading Timo Jungling, Leon Hasty, and Owen Neve at the moment in the Cadet Honda standings. Now, Minimax, we talk about George Russell. George Russell won the Minimax British Championship back in 2010. 2011.
Right,
Do apologise. 10 years on, Ethan Jeff Hall, he won the opening round of the Minimax Championship at Clay Pigeon, but it's actually Harrison Crowther and Leighton Cooper, who are top 2 in the championship. Ethan Jeff Hall had a few bad results in the heats there.
He's had a good day today.
He's had a good day yesterday.
Yeah. He won both his heats yesterday. So.
Speaking to a couple of his rivals, they were saying he's good in the wet. He's going to be strong in the wet today. Now in Junior Rotax, so those of you that are watching at Clay Pigeon, the start of the Junior Rotax final was marred by a multi-cart accident that resulted in Finn Smith sort of sliding underneath a stationary cart. The meeting was abandoned. Finn Smith is okay. Dan Ginchard won that pre-final, therefore automatically took maximum points for the final that never was. So Ginchard is leading Junior Rotax at the moment. The leading rookie in the championship, Leon Henderson from Scotland, he's second in the Junior Rotax standings. In Senior Rotax, it's Reese Hunter that leads the charge. Now, Anthony Jordan, I am, as many of you will know, a statistical anorak.
Yes.
Tell me which driver, since Motorsport UK took over the running of the British Kart Championship 3 years ago, which driver's won the most races?
I'm going to say Reese Hunter.
No, his brother Kai. 10 final wins in 2.5 years. Kai Hunter currently 4th in the standings. In Rotax 177, Daniel Tate, who won the final at Clay Pigeon, he leads the championship. But watch out for the real number 1. Philip Howarth, who took us on our track walk, which you can see, if not on today's stream, you can see on the British Championship website. They're great fun. Howarth, he is looking strong as well. He's fourth in the standings. And we've got the first race, though, coming right up. So, KZ2, there you are, live pictures of the exit of the dummy grid. Out onto the circuit come 14 KZ2 contenders, led by Shannington race winner James Glenister. There he is on your screen. So Glenister and Dan Gould will share the front row of the grid. It's a 3x2 grid, so Tom Longfield is actually going to be on the outside of row number 1. On row number 2, Miles Murphy, the Demon Tweaks More Racing backed entry, and our defending reigning champion, Joe Charlton. On row number 3, we've got Ryan Cannon, Alan Kenyon, and Ashley Lewis. And then on row 4, Charlie Turner and Lee Ward. Row 5 will be Hannah Lang in the number 91 kart. Hannah got a bit of a disappointing weekend last weekend in Germany in the European KZ2 Championships. Darren Allen and Bradley Barrett round out the field. And then it is Josh Price at the rear, ex-British touring car driver, coming back into karting. But this is his first year in KZ2. Multiple champion in the Rotax classes, and then went on to race touring cars and Renaults and things like that. Now he's back in KZ2 gearbox karts. Yes, someone are cheering on Max Endicott. We're going to see Max in Cadet Honda a little bit later on. People are coming from the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir, saying morning may be a good day of racing. It will, Morgan, it will. And Jack Monaghan, they seem to have acquired a shower curtain. We have acquired a COVID-compliant shower curtain.
Yes.
That's all we're going to say about that.
Between it.
So, oh, well. Now, the KZ2 drivers, they don't use the dog leg.
No, they don't. They avoid it, don't they? Yeah, because they want to get the maximum potential out of that
yes.
kart.
And the maximum potential, the scare factor. So all the way from the exit of Hanger Corner, down to Pitts Bend, the KZ2s, even in the wet, are flat chat. Not so much 100 miles an hour this as we line them up. There we are, number 4, Glenister on the inside. Then it's the number 10 of Gould. The number 17 of Longfield. There's the number 1 of Charlton, who stalled at that position in his heat yesterday. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Up through the gears is a great start from Dan Gould, who leads them around there. And look at Charlton around the outside of turn number 1. Joe Charlton is up into P2. What a start, Anthony.
Amazing start there. Took that opportunity to get on that dirty part of the track where all the traction is and just took that car all the way around the outside. Fantastic running from Joe Charlton there, straight up into second place. But the number 10, Dan Gould, leading the way as they go into turn 4. Or is he? Because he gets a little bit of help from Charlton there as they go into the braking zone of turn number 4. And now Charlton leads the way. You can see there Gould under pressure as the... who's that?
That's the number 2 kart of Ryan Cannon.
It is.
Firing off like a cannon, down towards Hanger Bend now. That downhill section, you can't see it very clearly on the camera, but it's downhill. You've got the wall to the left of you, tyre barriers to the right of you. It's a very, very narrow section. Here comes Charlton down the main straight, under braking for turn number 1. Cannon right on his rear bumper. Cannon gets a tighter line through turn number 1, and Scotland's Ryan Cannon takes the lead of this race.
Yeah, good move there, especially. You could see there down that start-finish straight, the spray is absolutely horrendous for these drivers. Exactly what you would see in a Formula 1 Grand Prix when they're down that main straight. The spray they kick up is just unbelievable. But as you say, the number 2, Ryan Cannon for Andy Fairless Racing, is leading the way here at Mansell Raceway. They exit out of turn number 5 now in towards Hanger Bend. It gets incredibly tight through here as the walls close in on you. Under braking now for Hanger Bend, and now back onto that start-finish straight and put the power down.
Yep, Cannon on that Birrell ART chassis. Charlton on the Energy Core chassis. You can't see any of the field behind them. Here comes a move from number 4, Dan Gould. No, that's number 4, James Glenister on number 10, Dan Gould. for third position. The rest of the field all snake their way through turn number one. Now we're into the complex, and this is where Philip Howarth on the track walks in. You've got to be so patient. You've got to be so patient through here. We've got 8 minutes plus a lap remaining, and there's the battle between the two Rush Performance karts for third and fourth position. And outside, number 10 running a little bit wide there. That is Gould dropping back there, and Glenister, the current championship leader, Tom Longfield in number 17, also having a little battle as we go down through the order. The top two are pulling away, and it's still Cannon ahead of Charlton.
See there out of the spray coming down the start-finish straight. You can see now the number 4 of Glenister kind of on his own. Longfield there down the inside, but the 61 as well of Charlie Turner gets a move on Dan Gould through turn 1 as well. So again, changing positions all the way up and down as they go through into the complex once more. But yeah, 7 minutes left on this race, but still plenty of action all the way through this field in these tricky conditions.
And I've got to say, Charlie Turner in the number 61, this is his first year of gearbox driving. He did do a club meeting here a couple of last month in KZ2, so he's got a little bit of experience around here, but he is going great guns. Now I'm looking up there's somebody has gone off at the entrance to the complex. Try and find out who that was next time around. I think it could be Ashley Lewis, one of the Rush Performance drivers. Here comes Cannon into turn number 1, down through the gears. There's the number 27, the Sodi kart of Bradley Barrett, the Sodi Vitesse entry. Longfield battling away with Glenister for third position. So it's Cannon, Charlton, then it's Glenister, Longfield, Turner, Barrett up into 6th, Gould 7th, Miles Murphy down to 8th, Kenyon is 9th, Hannah Lang 10th, followed by Lee Ward, Darren Allen, Josh Price, and Ashley Lewis, who has got going again after his spin, but he's a long way down. Into turn number 4 we go, and there's Miles Murphy in kart number 6, trying to gain ground on Dan Gould. And yeah, a lot of people there. See Thomas Fleming, one of our senior X30 drivers, who's not racing this weekend, commenting on Charlie Turner doing really well. It's hard for you to understand, if you're not in karting, how different these KZ2 karts are from any direct drive karts. It's a totally different kettle of fish, as we've got a change of lead.
We do indeed, yes. Great move there. Joe Charlton under braking, just threading the eye of the needle there, getting it down the inside of Ryan Cannon. It was a good move for position. So this race at the front is definitely not over just yet, as they are still very nose to tail as they go braking in towards turn number 4. No positions gained there. Again, they just slot into position, but exciting stuff here for KZ2 for the first race of the day.
To remind you that in yesterday's opening heat race, Glenister won from Dan Gould, Ashley Lewis in 3rd, Longfield was 4th, Miles Murphy 5th, Ryan Cannon only 6th. With Joe Charlton down in 12th. So to get good positions for the pre-final. Now look at that, Joe Charlton, he's got the wherewithal to turn around, look behind him, down the straight once again. Cannon staying in his wheel track, so Cannon's vision is being obscured as we're watching Josh Price just come into the pits under our commentary position. So the 28th comp kart of Josh Price sadly out of the running, but great scrap for the lead. I think something that both Bradley Barrett and Charlie Turner moving out of Rotax into KZ2 this year. They struggled a little bit at Shennington, which is a very, very fast flowing circuit. This is more, it's a more twisty circuit. This is maybe helping them a little bit more. But you can see the number 4 kart of Glenister and the number 17 of Longfield. They're beginning to close back in on the 2 leaders. Cannon is right behind Charlton. And of course, they are trying to conserve wet rubber, because they've only got 1 set of wet tyres, and they don't want to overuse them because they've still got 2 races to go. Now is that Cannon having a little nibble at the inside in turn 1?
It looked a little too far back. I think it was just trying to get out of that spray, because as you can imagine, they just can't see anything. You need to be able to see where you're going into the braking zone, especially turn 1 here if you're approaching it near on 100 miles an hour. So you can imagine, yeah, it was just getting out of that toe. But yeah, like you said, James Glenister definitely closing in that gap. Last lap around was both faster than Joe and Ryan, and set a new personal best lap of the race for himself. So, definitely closing in that gap. It is 1.95 seconds at the moment, but on your screen, it is now 1.3, 1.4. So fluctuating at the moment, but still, it looks like he's closing in, because there, right there, behind, you can see the number 4 slowly moving in.
Yeah, so championship leader James Glenister. having a good second half of this race. Now you can see the drivers adjusting the radiators. Oh, and he's outbraked himself. This could be a big one. And he just about managed to get that slowed down. You can see Ryan Cannon. I was just talking about how they adjust. They're reaching down where the radiators are, just adjusting the airflow into the radiators there to keep, regulate the engine temperature and a bit more power. And as he did that, Ryan Cannon, the back end just stepped out. I thought he was going to be going into those barriers at a rate of knots, but he managed to get that kart slowed down. He's shaking his head as he heads back out onto the circuit. That has cost Ryan Cannon any chance of a good result here. Should we have a little look and see where that went wrong?
Yeah, I was looking down at the time, so I didn't see it. So you can just see under braking. Yeah, just got a little bit out of shape. Yeah,
he missed his braking point just by a few meters, and the back end happened to step out as he jumped on the brakes too hard. The back end stepped out. He nearly took out the race leader. He's down in 13th position now, or 12th position rather. But 2 minutes to go. Joe Charlton, he can't breathe easy yet, though, can he?
No, he can't breathe easy yet because, like we say, James Glenister is right there in second place. Tom Longfield as well, the 17, is only just behind as well, Glenister. So Rush Performance driver is now 1 second behind your race leader with that 2 minutes to go, or 1 minute 43 seconds plus that one lap. There is still plenty of time to get that move done. Now Joe Charlton hasn't got anyone battling with him, though. He doesn't have that worry of having to defend, or he can take the optimal line that he needs. But still, it's just going to be a case now of who is quicker in these conditions.
Yep. Now I noticed there's somebody commenting on the live stream on the live chat about they live just down the road from Mansell Raceway. Sandhands. We'd love that you're watching. You're going to have to stay in your place and watch this on the live stream. You can't come to the Mansell Raceway live. Spectators still, sadly, not allowed. So this is a closed event for spectators. So for those of you that are locally watching this, sadly, you're going to have to stay indoors. Probably a better idea today because it is not warm and it is very, very raining. Very, very raining. That's a great use of the English language. Very, very wet.
Well, yes, it's not actually raining at the moment. The rain has stopped, but it's still incredibly slippery out there. The rain is going to be on and off all the way throughout the day. It's going to get worse later today.
And we just saw Glenister
fastest lap of the race.
And he was closing, but he made a mistake at Hannah Bend. Oh, look at the back end of that car slip out. Get it slowed down, James. Just misses the marbles. That's it. Well, that shows just how much he's pushing, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Charlton leading James Glenister, and Glenister taking a very different line to Charlton through the complex there. Not sure that worked for him, but we'll have to see as the sectors come through on this lap. But Charlton is quicker at the moment on this lap. Glenister driving the wheels off that thing to try and close in as the clock strikes zero. Now the clock will strike zero in 3, 2, 1. Now, next time past, they will see the last lap board. Round hanger for the penultimate time, Anthony.
Indeed. I think that mistake from Glenister into turn 1 may have cost him the race. He's just not closed in enough time. But we'll see, because miracles can happen. Into the braking zone for turn 1. Again, squirrely under braking as final lap time arises. Now, you have to say, we spoke to some of the drivers. Now, they were saying they've got around 70% of the braking bias set to the front.
Okay.
And 30 to the rear for turn 1. You say under braking, you just hit fold in on itself.
Yep.
Now, I'm not sure if they're running that now in these conditions. Obviously, that would be what it would be like for the drive. But yeah, that may be the reason why you're seeing that front dig in and the back stepping out and squirreling around.
Yeah, they will be all the bias, as much bias as possible on the front, just to get that sort of get the front tyres to cut through the moisture as they go out through turn 6 now down towards Hanger Bend. Charlton and Glenister. Now it's just one long, flat-out blast. The checkered flag. Joe Charlton checks over his shoulder and takes the checkered flag. The opening win of the day here at Mansell Raceway goes to the defending and reigning British KZ2 champion Joe Charlton. He wins by just 1.2 seconds over James Glenister. We're watching the rest of the field come across the line now. There is the number 91 Formula K kart of Hannah Lang, and here's a side-by-side battle, the number 8 and the number 8 of Alan Kenyon on the Saudi kart, and the recovering Ryan Cannon. So it's Charlton, Glenister and Longfield, your top 3. Charlie Turner and Bradley Barrett Excellent. First top 5 in the KZ2 Championship results for those two drivers. Dan Gould finishes 6th. Miles Murphy is 7th. Hannah Lang is 8th. Alan Kenyon 9th. And Ryan Cannon, sadly, down in 10th position, ahead of Darren Allen and Lee Ward. Ashley Lewis, after his spin, finishes 13th. And then Josh Price sadly fails to finish. Here they come into the pit lane.
The longest pit lane in the karting world.
It is the longest pit lane, and if it wasn't for those Formula 1 tyres that you can see their position there, they would be coming flat chat into the scrutineering bay.
100 miles an hour to Paul Classen.
And Paul Classen would not be happy.
No, I suspect probably not. So yes, they'll head in towards scrutineering. Of course, those results that you saw on your screen are, of course, all pending Paul Classen.
Pending Paul Classen, so provisional results.
Yes, they are indeed provisional results. But an exciting first race, I have to say, from the KZ2s.
Indeed. And now, Anthony, some history.
Yes.
No, I'm not going to give you a history lesson.
Oh, right.
We're about to witness history.
In the making.
Because it's 11 o'clock. And we're at Mansell Raceway on a Sunday.
We are.
Now, what would happen normally at 11 o'clock on Mansell Raceway at a Sunday?
Silence.
Silence.
Lunch.
No. Church.
Oh, sorry.
Got to go to chapel, we have. The rules here at Mansell Raceway means that no engines are allowed to run between the hours of 11 and 12 on a Sunday because of the local congregation. Luckily, we have some cars without engines.
We do indeed.
So we can still watch some racing in complete silence.
Yep.
Isn't that good?
No.
So here we go. This is TKZ, Total Karting Zero, engineered by Rob Smedley. And
indeed.
these are their Bambino karts. They are race chassis, but they have batteries on them. Now this is going to be their second heat of the day. Now in qualifying, let's have a look. These are new names. It's Archie Loveridge and Maria Roberto on row number 1. Alfie Garrett and Thomas Rathbone on row number 2.
Indeed. Row number 3, Luke Jardine and Elliot Bennett on row number 3. Then it's Harvey Turner and Felix Barry on row number 4. Now, of course, standing start for the Bambinos, of course, because electric karts.
Yep. Now these
Talk off the line.
Yeah. Now these karts are Birrell ART chassis.
They are.
They are normal race chassis. They use the Ientron batteries. Now, Rob Smedley, of course, former engineer with the Ferrari Formula 1 team. I spoke to him yesterday. He did do an interview about these karts, so they were able to borrow and use some of the knowledge from his Formula 1 buddies to get these karts some of the best of racing batteries that they can possibly have. They are a little bit heavier than standard Bambino karts, but not much. They have had. They've been, unlike myself, they've been on a diet, these karts have.
Yes.
And the next generation of karts, Rob was telling me, are going to be even lighter still. Lap time wise, the Bambinos, they're only a couple of seconds off Cadet Honda pace. So they're very rapid. And of course, these drivers, these are all novice drivers. They're new to karting. Maria Roberto in number 1, Luke Jardine number 2, Alfie Garrett number 3, Thomas Rathbone number 4, Archie Loveridge number 5, Felix Barry number 6, Elliot Bennett number 7, Harvey Turner number 8, and we're off! 6 minutes of pure silence. But racing, and up the inside goes number 8. Are they all going to get round turn 1 cleanly? Yes, they are. And it's the number 5 kart of Archie Loveridge who takes the lead. The number 9.
Maria Roberto there.
Maria Roberto, not
there's
the
a spin. The number 8 and the number 3 go round. So Alfie Garrett, the man who came 3rd place yesterday, and Harvey Turner come together into the complex. And unfortunately, they're going right to the back of the grid, and they're going to have to do all that work once more. So 5.5 minutes plus that 1 lap. We're halfway round the first lap. Oh, it's Maria
Roberto. Now, she's got Elsa from Frozen on her crash helmet.
Excellent.
That's I noticed that earlier. So
that is.
I'm not going to sing the song.
No,
Should I sing the song to you?
No, please don't.
No?
please refrain from doing that.
Drive away,
Oh.
drive away,
The-
drive away to victory. No, she's chasing the number 5 kart of Archie Loveridge at the moment, out of Hanger Bend. Now, of course, this is the first chance that these TKZ drivers have had to race on a stage like this into the Loveridge, sorry, is keeping Maria Roberto at bay. It's quick at the lap time, so a 1 minute 90. That's from a standing start. That's not really
Yeah,
fair.
yeah.
We'll look at that there. But there we go. There's Elsa. Well, it's Maria actually, but she's got a crash helmet there. Not a Disney Pixar fan, Anthony.
Oh, I mean, I won't openly admit it live on air.
Oh well, you know.
There we go.
I've got kids. There we are.
You can get away with it. So, a good first lap then from the Total Karting Zero Bambino class. Of course, Archie Loveridge leading the way from Maria Roberto. Alfie Garrett was in third place. I suspect is not there
Oh
at the
dear,
moment.
there goes Maria.
Very wide.
High, wide, and handsome.
She likes that line. It's the
does,
wide
yeah.
line.
It is her line. Now, of course, totally different driving style. Of course, with electric karts, like the electric vehicles, it's nothing or everything.
Yes.
You know, you're feeding the throttle. Don't really have that. But someone's on the chat made a very good point there, Jack Monaghan. With Formula E looking to start junior categories, some of these kids racing in TKZ could be future entrants.
Exactly.
Correct. Some of these kids with various junior karts as well. So you've got a Bambino with electric power, you've got a Cadet with electric power, and like Rotax have got, you know,
Yeah, they've got the
electric karts as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Oh
Oh,
dear.
dear.
Oh, and that is Felix Barry beached on the curb.
Where is that? That looks like the exit of turn
That,
number 4.
I think that, yes, because I can see a track assistant running on to the inside of track number 4 to unbeach Barry. So that it's like Barry on the beach. That's where I grew up.
Exactly that.
The Barry Island beach. But my point is that some of these drivers may go through their entire karting career and into car racing without ever driving a petrol engine vehicle. There we go. That could be possible.
You're looking at the future here, folks, because of course
But you can't hear the future.
you can't hear the future,
Because the
but you can-
future is silent.
but you can certainly see it. And at the moment, with 2.5 minutes plus that one additional lap to go, we are still seeing the top 2 at the moment. Archie Loveridge and Maria Roberto, who are, again, just controlling those karts very nicely in these conditions.
Yeah.
And they are very tricky conditions, I have to say.
But look at the lead they've got. I mean, they are, 1 minute 15 for the pair of them. Alfie Garrett in third, 1 minute 21 last time. There is, there's the two leaders coming onto the finish straight, the part 1 of the finish straight. They come into the dog leg. Alfie Garrett is still third. Thomas Rathbone is still fourth. Luke Jardine is still fifth. Now they're coming up to lap the recovered Felix Barry, who has been retrieved from the curb. There's Elliot Bennett in sixth, Harvey Turner seventh.
You could just see there the power sliding
What,
Bambino.
I've got this. I mean, Archie Loveridge is doing a fantastic job of leading this race, looking very controlled. You look at look how smooth the kart is. Number 5 leading the way. I mean, Maria Roberto is she's not scared of that thing at all. She is getting the back end of the kart. She is a spectacular second. Are we going to go around the outside? Yep, there we go. We're going to not brake as late. We're just going to wang it round the outside, get back on the power as quick as possible. Of course, you know, traditional racing lines in the wet don't apply, don't apply in the rain.
Nope.
And they are pulling out. They've passed Felix Barry. There's Felix in kart number 6. And again, we're looking at lots of space between them. These are novice drivers. Some of these have only driven a kart a few times before. And I think they're doing an absolutely superb job. Now, looking at kart number 8 coming around in front of us, that would be Harvey Turner in 7th position. Here come your leaders. Now look at Maria in that number 9 kart. Down the main straight. Let's see. Who's going to brake earliest? Well, Loveridge is far more controlled around turn number 1. Maria just right hand down, keep it buried.
That's what you need to do.
Now, there's looking back. Here's number 3. So here's our
Yes.
third place kart.
Yes, Alfie Garrett there, who spun earlier on, has got back into third place. So, yeah, good recovery there. You can see there the number 4 just appearing. That's
In
Thomas
fourth.
Rathbone in 4th place. Yeah, nicely done. The number 2 as well, who's just coming into your shot as well. This is Luke Jardine. Fifth place at the moment, 33 seconds down from Archie Loveridge at the moment, but still doing a sterling job. Then there's a bit of a wait, because it will then be the sixth place, number 7, Elliot Bennett, who will come spearing into the shot.
He's coming out of Hanger Bend now. Here
he is. He's all the way down there at the moment.
Adjusting his line ever so slightly at the straight. And behind him now is that, spinning just in front of the leaders, was Harvey Turner in kart number 8. So Harvey Turner spins, and now here are your leaders coming into the dog leg on the last lap of the race. They're just going into the last lap now. Okay, Archie Loveridge. First time we've ever seen the TKZ Total Karting Zeros engineered by Rob Smedley machines on the British Kart Championship live stream. Who's going to take the honour of their first ever race win live on the stream? As Maria Roberto setting a new fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 15.1, just a 10th quicker. Half a lap to go, Anthony.
Can she close that gap? It's just over a second now. Looking at it on your screen there, you can see the number 3 there, or the number 7 just in shot. But there's your race leader, the number 5, and the number 9 just behind. Archie Loveridge, again, controlled all the way to go. There goes the number 7 there of Elliot Bennett. Yeah. Just going round. Just
giving our race leaders, always got it beached on the curb there.
Yeah.
That's not going to, so 2 corners to go. There comes Loveridge, and look at Roberto. Look at the back end. Did she spin that? Yes, she did.
I think she did, yeah. Yellow flags have come out. There she goes. She recovers now.
Do you know what? She had 2 corners to go. She knew it was the last lap. It
was a full send in her eyes.
Full send. Win it or bin it.
Exactly that. So, out of the final corner, the number 5 of Archie Loveridge takes the first ever on stream, because they had their first heat earlier on. Checkered flag in Heat 2 for Total Karting Zero. Bambino crosses the line. Checker flag also goes out to Maria Roberto, and Alfie Garrett, who appears in shot, will cross the line and take the 3rd place spot there. Great running from the entirety of the grid. You can see Harvey Turner crossing the line there in 6th place, the number 8. And then the next to cross the line will be the number 4, Thomas Rathbone, who crosses the line. Actually, it's the number 7 who appears in shot there. I must apologise. It's Elliot Bennett who appears. There's the number 4 of Thomas Rathbone, who crosses the line in 4th place. And there is a look at the full results.
And a big well done to those drivers. Now, of course, Angus Fender, who did very well, I believe, at Oulton Park last weekend in the Praga IPK Endurance Series, something like that, pointing out very, very correctly that these karts are actually quicker than the normal petrol Bambino karts. The Cadet Honda karts, which were the Cadet Honda karts, no, they're not Cadet Hondas. The Cadet karts that we're going to see next are about a second or so off the pace of the petrol engine Cadet Honda karts, but the Bambinos, the TKZ Bambinos, are quicker than the regular Bambinos, the petrol-engined Bambinos. And of course, these drivers aged between 6 and 8 that you've just seen on screen, and somewhere down in the paddock, Rob Smedley has been here all weekend and is overseeing. He's like Mother Hen. Rob Smedley. He spoke to him yesterday, and he's keeping an eye on all these drivers and their families, which I think is very, very important. He's here, and of course Dave Richards was here yesterday to have a little chat and have a look at them, Chairman of Motorsport UK, just to see to have a look at the progress of the future of karting. So that's race 17. That's the TKZ Bambinos, Archie Loveridge, Maria Roberto, and Alfie Garrett. And Angus Fender just reminded me it was a double win for him at Oulton Park in the the Praga thing. So I mean, he's not racing as McLaren this year, but I don't mind a test. I don't mind a guest, a guest drive, a passenger ride in one of those Praga IPK machines. And if there's only one seat, you can just strap me to the roof. I'll be plenty of ballast, Angus. Don't worry about that.
Far too much downforce.
Now we'll move on to the next race. So this is TKZ Cadet. 10 drivers aged between 8 and 11, although looking down there, again, all novice drivers, so none of these drivers have driven traditional karts. They've not, come out of Honda Cadet. You want to see them racing in club events normally. Here is your grid. Wesley Coombs and Ellis Garrett on row 1. Max Winfield and Joel Dixon Cohen on row 2.
Eva Morris and Tom Parry round out row number 3 on William Swales, and Felix Smedley on row number 4.
Row 5, Trevelyan Sansom and Lily Hinton. And row 6, Thomas Gray in kart number 8. Once again, all Birrell ART chassis, but they've been painted British Racing green.
They do. Oh, it's my favourite colour, that is.
They do look good. And there is the grid down there, 11 drivers. Again, families are all new to the British Kart Championship paddock. There's a sim that racing, they've got a Sim Rig UK is outside the thing. Now, Anthony, you didn't embarrass yourself by having a go on it yesterday.
No, I've not had a go on it yet. No.
So there they are. Let's have a little look at some of the drivers. So you've got on the left-hand side of your screen, number 6, that's Wesley Coombs. On the right-hand side of your screen, you've got number 3, that's Ellis Garrett. You've got no one on P3 of the grid. Now, let's have a look. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're missing, by the looks of it, maybe Max Winfield. Possibly. There's number 7, Joel Dixon Cohen. Number 11, Tom Parry. The number 4 car of Eva Morris. And the number 2 of Lily Hilton. There's number 10. That would
is
be
Eva Morris.
That would be Trevelyan Sampson. They've changed their numbers. They've changed their numbers. Naughty boys and girls.
I know. So it was actually Felix Smedley in the number 4 kart, and it's Eva Morris in the number 10.
My entry list is wrong, so I shall throw it away. Okay. Here we go, out onto the rolling lap. There'll be a standing start again.
Yes, it is a standing start. I confirmed this yesterday, of course, with it being electric karts. They don't have any worry of doing that. There's no 2-stroke, even though the Honda Cadets would be a standing start as well, because obviously they're 4-stroke Honda engines. They can go from a standing start. It's only the 2-stroke, the Miami Cadets and Rotax and everything like that. It's all rolling start for them. Because they would just get all bunged up, and they wouldn't. It wouldn't be an exciting start, I would say. They'd all be just very sluggish and slow off the line. But I can tell you what isn't sluggish and slow off the line, and that is Henry in the morning when breakfast is shouted.
Exactly. Yep. That's the only thing that gets me up in the morning.
Breakfast, but also these cadet karts, because obviously it's the instant torque, isn't it?
Yes.
Instant torque. You put your foot down, and it's instant power, and they just shoot off the line very, very quickly.
Yep. Which we're going to see. So plenty of oomph getting going. Now, let's have a little look. So we have got just 10 karts, I think, out there. We haven't got Max Winfield. So Max Winfield, I'm not quite sure what has happened there, but he's not out there. So we're down to 10 runners, sadly, ladies and gentlemen. Max did qualify yesterday, and they did have a heat this morning. So I'm not quite sure what's happened. Hope Max is okay. Maybe we'll see him out for the finals. And the finals for these karts are coming up next.
Yes.
After these races. Because,
well,
I suppose you reach the battery charge will last for
that time.
Two races. So we go.
Exactly that.
Now,
Heat 1, of course, their results was Wesley Coombs, Ellis Garrett and Joel Dixon Cohen. That was the results from Heat 1 today. Are we going to see a repeat in Heat number 2 as they are lining themselves up now, Henry?
They are. There is the number 6 and number 3 on the front row of the grid. Wesley Coombs and Ellis Garrett. No Max Winfield in 3rd on the grid. His place on, so it's only Joel Dixon Cohen all on his own on row number 2. Then Eva Morris in the 10, Tom Parry in the 11, Swales in the 5 and Smedley in the 4, Trevelyan Sansom in the Trevelyan. Sansom's a good Welsh name.
Yeah.
Trevelyan. Oh. And Lily Hilton on the outside of row 5. Then lights are out. We're off and racing here, and it's a good start there up through the power. And somebody in the back there, the number 5,
William Swales,
not too happy with the power release on that kart, but he's all safely through turn number 1 and down towards the complex. Battle for the lead, Anthony.
Well, it's battle for second place, I would say, because it's the 3 and the 7 side by side. Spins, though, in the field. The number 1 and the 10 go round. So that's Trevelyan Sampson and Eva Morris have gone around, and they are at the back of the grid now at the start of this 6-minute race, plus that 1 additional lap into the braking zone of turn 4. Any wide lines? Oh, there is one.
Yep. Well, I mean, we're nearly at the Olympic Games, so they have to get some synchronised spinning.
Exactly. Very good. There we go. So, out of turn 5.
So Thomas Gray is actually driving number 8. So it's answering somebody on the live chat there, because there's a couple of the drivers who changed numbers. There's the number 3 of Ellis Garrett, getting a little bit squirrely under braking for Hanger Corner, but the leaders coming into the dog leg to complete lap number 1. And there's the number 3 going through. That's Ellis Garrett again. So it's number 6, Wesley Coombs, leading the way ahead of number 7, Joel Dixon Cohen. Then it's the number 3 of Garrett, with Smedley up into 4th place, followed by Liddy Hilton from the back of the grid up into the top 5. Good start there from kart number 2, Liddy Hilton. Then it's Thomas Gray, William Swales, Tom Parry, Eva Morris, Trellian Sampson, and that is your 10 runners on lap number 2.
Indeed that. So you got to remember from these karts, watching them go around this track, they are surprisingly fast, aren't they? They are really putting down that power. Yes, they've got a bit more weight on it. I was speaking to the scrutineering team, Paul Casson, yesterday. They were saying that a regular Honda Cadet, when they come in after a race, around 102 to 103 kilos. That's about the weight they're on. These karts, yesterday, they're pushing 115, 114 kilos. So they have got a little bit more weight, but of course, where it's distributed on the kart itself, you've got the motor on the right-hand side, you've got the extra batteries on the left-hand side, so the weight distribution is actually quite even. So they can really chuck these karts into the corners. But it's all heating up here at the front, because our first, second and third are very nose to tail.
So we've got a good battle for the race lead as the number 7 kart of Joel Dixon Cohen runs a little bit wide to turn number 1. That gives Garrett a chance to pounce, although he does fall back into line. And again, Dixon Cohen a little bit wide coming out of the complex. This allowing the leader now. Garrett going on to the outside. Will he try the undercut coming through turn number 4? The answer is he's trying it. Will it work? Side by side into 5. No, and the leader begins to pull away.
Yeah, of course, the same in your regular karting. As soon as someone starts battling behind you, that gap slowly opens up towards Hanger. Again, closes in with those barriers closing in on you, but Coombs leading the way still from Dixon Cohen. Garrett there, right behind on that number 3, pulls out of the spray and tries to look for a move down the inside, but no move here. Stays behind and holding on to that 3rd place. They exit out of dogleg into the start-finish straight, and you can just see there taking that outside line. You can see Dixon Cohen going to the inside. And are we going to see a lunge down the inside here as he tried to get the switch back? No, you can just see the number 7 there. You can see Joel Dixon Cohen. He's thinking there's fan boost out there. There's no fan boost out there. Get back on the track.
I know, well, of course, these drivers, they'll watch Formula E. And here's a battle between the number 10 of Eva Morris and the number 5 of William Swales. That is 4.
Oh, spin.
Oh, spin. That's a big spin for number 11.
Tom Parry.
And that's Tom Parry going backwards into the barriers at the entrance to the complex. Halfway around the complex. He gets back up and running as the number 10 kart of Eva Morris goes past, and that puts Eva into, I would say, 7th position now.
Yep.
But here is the battle up at the front again, and these 3 are they being caught, Anthony, by Max Winfield, who has now appeared. So Max Winfield in kart number 9 is out there, and it's Felix Smedley that we're saying didn't take the start. Interesting.
Well, I think I did see Felix Smedley go out on track. I've not seen him come into the pit lane. I'll have to keep an eye out for the helmets, because he's got a white helmet with some red stripes on it. But it's all action at the front here, because you can see there the number 7 once more. Joel Dixon Cohen trying to go for that fan boost around the outside, but again, not finding it because there isn't any. But then into the braking zone of the complex, and you can just see there the number 3, Ellis Garrett, all over the back of him as they exit out of turns number 3. Down mini straight into the braking zone, keeping it nice and tight on entry. Nicely done, all 3 of them.
Yep, and there's 4th place is Winfield, so Winfield is 4th, Gray is 5th, Morris 6th, Parry 7th, Swales 8th, Hilton down to 9th, and Sansom in 10th. Here they come out of through the tunnel into Hanger Bend. Great to see a 3-kart battle for the lead, and so I think, Anthony, any doubts that people have had of watching this, saying, well, you know, this is a gimmick, they're not real drivers, it's not real racing. That has been well and truly put to bed in this race, because as they come onto the start-finish straight, Coombs, Dixon Cohen, and Garrett separated by, well, Not a lot, and round the outside goes Dixon Cohen. Can he hold on to it? No, the kart understeers. Is it going to give Garrett a chance to slip up the inside? No, not quite. The clock is going to strike zeros. The next time round they're going to get the last lap board. They've got to, and of course with the different weight distribution, of course it's trickier to get these karts slowed down in the wet, in a straight line, under braking, which is why we've seen the back ends occasionally sort of clip out behind them.
Yeah, indeed. All there you can see there under braking, you can see there the number 6 diving it down the inside, holding on to that line. So Wesley Coombs still leading the way as Joel Dixon Cohen tries to find any way he can get past. And of course with these two battling, it's allowed Ellis Garrett to set the fastest lap of the race and now to close in, because it's now a 3-way battle for the lead into Hanger Bend. Everyone holding that tight inside line, no one running out wide, but you can see here great exit.
Yep, here comes Garrett, tucks back in.
Yep.
And look at that, there's 3 different lines, 3 wide. Oh, good stuff. Wesley Coombs holding off Dixon Cohen and Garrett as they see the last lap board, Anthony. They spread out one more time, 3 wide across the line into turn number 1 in the rain here at Mansell Raceway.
Oh dear, this is electrifying activity that we're seeing here. We've got to get it out there.
Boom, boom.
So you can see there the number 6 of Wesley Combs still holding on to that inside. But here, side by side now, you can see Garrett tries to go down the inside and then outside. But here, 3 wide.
Crossover again.
Yeah, this is far too close to call. I've got no idea who's going to take this one because it's going to go right to the flag.
Well, Coombs defending the inside line. He's doing a very good job, but you've got to get that extra weight slowed down to the apex. It's going to be harder on the brakes of these karts because they weigh a little bit more. And there, it looks like Coombs, I think, may have just stolen a march. They come out of turn 6 now through the tunnel down towards Hanger for the final time. Good defending there from Wesley Coombs. Garrett's going to try and get a run on the Dixon Cohen kart in second place, but with 1 corner to go, Anthony, Wesley Coombs is just about going to hold on.
Yeah, indeed. So they exit out of dogleg, but it's a good exit side by side there at the back. Coombs is going to take the checker flag. Who gets second? It is going to be Dixon Cohen from Garrett, but the gap of absolutely nothing as they go through there. Now you can see 4th place just coming into shot. The number 9, Max Winfield, taking that 4th place. Bit of a lonely race out there, but crosses the line. Actually, that's the number 4 that's crossed the line. So is that Felix Smedley?
Well, I've got Felix Smedley down as not starting in kart 4, but Max Winfield's name has come up on one timing screen, so bit of a mystery over who actually finished in 4th position. Sorry, Charlie Winfield, on the chat there. According to one timing screen, Max Winfield has finished 4th, but according to the visuals, the number 4 kart, which is Felix Smedley, finished 4th. We will have to see a little bit later on. Thomas Gray, regardless, finishes 5th, followed by Eva Morris, Tom Parry, William Swales, Lily Hilton and Trevelyan Sampson. Somebody didn't start that race. We're not quite sure who, though, Anthony. But a great, great performance. Well done, Wesley Coombs. Look at that, less than half a second. That is, there's hardly a volt in it.
You've got to get yours out now.
Yeah, these kids, they're bright sparks. They'll be lighting up the future of karting for years to come.
Oh, dear, please stop.
Thank you. I will. Here they come into the pits. Number 6, Wesley Coombs. Great result. The driver with the black crash helmet there. Somebody pointed out there the livery of these karts. It's reminiscent of the old Honda Earth livery Formula 1 car from about 10 years or so ago.
I'm sure there's an Earth on these karts as well.
He's so good.
Snuck that one in.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's had his Weetabix this morning as Anthony Jordan. But again, a great performance for these 3 young drivers. The most inexperienced drivers we have in the paddock. That was a great, great kart race. And it wasn't a great electric kart race. It was a great kart race, full stop. And that is what Rob Smedley and his team looking to achieve. That we don't talk about the fact there's no engines on them, that they're battery, they're electric karts. We just focus on the racing. And apart from our bad puns, we did, as we're now up for the next race. So, for the first time here in the Motorsport UK, the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, we are ready for the TKZ Bambino final. We had, well, it was a spread out race in the second heat, apart from the top two. The top two are going to go again here. Archie Leveridge in kart number 5 on the left hand side of your screen here, and the number 9 kart of Maria Roberto. There she is, getting her visor cleaned. A very distinctive crash helmet there, Maria Roberto. Our Hugh, our grid marshal there, just giving the drivers a bit of encouragement. 8 drivers in total. It's going to be a bit of a longer race, 6 minutes plus a lap. Leveridge and Maria Roberto on row number 1. Alfie Garrett and Thomas Rathbone on row number 2.
Row 3, Luke Jardine and Elliot Bennett again, and Harvey Turner and Felix Barry, rounding out the grid of 8 karts on row number 4.
8 drivers, 6 minutes plus a lap, aged between 6 and 8 years old. This is the final of the Total Karting Zero Bambino class, engineered by Rob Smedley. First of all, Anthony, let's just hope that they have a good, safe race.
Yep.
And what an experience for these young drivers and their families to be part of the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. They have done themselves proud so far. 2 races to go. This race and then the Cadet final. We hope, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching this. Oh, my word! There's a spinner on the outlap. That's Alfie Garrett.
It was, yeah, your third place finisher in both Heat 1 and Heat 2.
He'll be able to catch up with the rest of the field for their standing start.
Yeah, grid start for this one, isn't it? So, yes, plenty of time. Note to worry about that one.
To worry about, yes.
Exactly that. So back to the grid they go. And again, looking out the window, it's not raining at the moment, so this track is slowly drying out. The wind is strong here.
Yep,
obviously,
yep.
but
We're on a hill.
We're on a hill.
Next to the Dunkeswell aerodrome.
Yes, yeah, so there's lots of clouds. Usually we would see parachuters falling down onto the circuit.
I know, you need some skydiving in karting.
We do, yeah, but unfortunately I would say it's very low cloud cover here, so of course because we're quite high up. So.
Yep, the fog has socked us in.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, we have got action aplenty on the circuit. So there is the number 2 kart of Luke Jardine just being put into his grid position. And the last couple of drivers now, you can see, ready to go, being just moved into position. So the TKZ Bambino final, lights are... Oh, false start briefly. Now we're going to go with the lights. I'll start again. Lights are... out, and we're off and racing. It's a good start from the pole sitter. Number 5, Archie Leveridge, Maria Roberto, in the middle of your screen in kart number 9. Who's going to break latest for turn number 1? It is going to be Leveridge. Now, Anthony, we had a couple of spinners coming into the complex at the start of the last race, and we're going to see everyone through cleanly this time.
We do indeed hope.
No! Oh, and Roberto having to go around the outside there. Oh, good. I was going to say, oh, a little bit of bumper karts there. The number 6 kart almost making it through. That's Felix Barry. So 3 drivers go for a quick spin there, and that does leave our Heat 2 winner, Archie Leveridge, with a bit of a commanding advantage.
Indeed. Now we're seeing here Thomas Rathbone, the man who came 4th place in the earlier race, now up into 2nd place, has got Maria Roberto for company. And of course we're going to see a mighty scrap for those. But it looks like actually that Thomas Rathbone ran a little bit wide there through turns number 5. So I think now Maria has moved up into 2nd place. I can confirm that with that lovely camera shot there. That's perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Cameraman.
Yep, and there is the number 7 kart of Elliot Bennett in 4th place. And there's the number 3 going a little bit wide there, Alfie Garrett, as he tries to recover. Here is Roberto. Now, she got held up a little bit there by the spin in front of her. There is your race leader, that blue and white Bell crash helmet, traditional helmet design there. It's seen that used plenty of times. That's a really well-known crash helmet design there from Bell Helmets, used by Archie Leveridge. Then it is Roberto, who has already got back into second, so she's passed Rathbone. Now these two, they were a little bit quicker than the rest of the field, so I'm not surprised that Roberto's been able to look at that wide line there through the middle part of the complex. We'll have a little look at this. So at the moment, Loveridge, purple sectors for Archie Loveridge on this lap, on this the second lap. Now Harvey Turner and Felix Barry, I think they have recovered, or have they sadly not come through? Oh, there's the number 2 cart having a spin.
Yeah, Luke Jardine there. So 5th place at the moment, but I suspect not for much longer as the marshalling team head to the aid.
To the scene of the crime, yes.
Indeed. Well, no crime was committed.
No crime was committed. But now, what is this? So there is a spun cart. There's the number 6 cart of Felix Barry. That is Felix's second excursion of the day. But of course, these drivers, we don't know if they've ever raced in the rain before.
No, exactly.
They're novice drivers.
Well, they're the youngest drivers.
They're the youngest drivers,
yeah.
And they're all novices, the black plates and the white numbers. But have they ever raced in the rain before? You know, it's not often that you have your first ever wet weekend filmed live to a global karting audience.
Exactly that. So 3 minutes to go, and you can just see there the number 8 of Harvey Turner just being lapped, and I think goes for a spin on the apex.
Yep.
But gets out of the way, and you can see there of Roberto managing to squeeze past as well. So Loveridge leading the way from Roberto. Then it's Garrett, and the number 3 is back up into 3rd place again after that early spin. It's got a lot of work to do because just about 11 seconds behind these two battling at the front. Then it's Elliot Bennett, Thomas Rathbone, after his spin a little earlier on as well, Luke Jardine, and Harvey Turner, Felix Barry rounding out the grid. There is the number 4 of Elliot Bennett. Oh no, a lie, that's Thomas Rathbone in 5th place.
Well, Rathbone, who was second earlier on, has fallen back a little bit. We're looking at the number 3 cart there, Alfie Garrett going through in 3rd place. Here's number 8, Harvey Turner. Again, you can see, I think Harvey is... I would imagine this is one of his first ever times out in the wet, and so he's obviously been doing a good job. Just, a couple of mistakes, not say mistakes, a couple of times the conditions have caught him out, but he's now focused hard. And again, you can see the clear visors on these drivers because they don't wear any fancy sort of iridium visors. And there's another spin coming out of the dogleg there. That is young Mr. Garrett again out of 3rd place. Now, would that put Elliot Bennett back into 3rd place? I'm not quite sure. The 2 leaders, Archie Loveridge and Maria Roberto, they're 2 seconds apart, the number 5 cart and the number 9 cart. Everybody else is a little way back, but they're still out there, and that's the main thing. So all these youngsters want to do... Hey, there we go again.
Now, what you're seeing here, this is electric racing, instant torque. That's what you've got to be mindful of in these cars. Because yes, it's only a Bambino, but it's still instant power. You get 100% power instantly.
You've gone from no power to all the power.
Exactly.
Just like that.
It is very easy to lose back end. You watch Formula E racing in the wet. Oh, they're spinning left, right, centre. They're incredibly hard to control.
Maria Roberto having to go around the outside there of a slowing cart. Oh, now. I think that could be the first time that we have seen... there's Roberto going for a spin in 2nd position. Elsa, don't let it go.
Oh, please don't.
Oh, thank you.
Please don't. Less than a minute to go, plus the 1 lap. We are watching the race here, and you can see there are all more spins there at the hangar section. It's a very tough section of track. You can just see everyone slotting through. You see how quick they go around the outside.
I've got to say, Maria Roberto has no fear.
No.
Zero fear. We are going to go... That was round the outside there, right up close. That's a good sign. You can't teach that. As the number 7 goes for a spin again. You can't teach that sort of getting close, as close to the tyre barriers, and a couple of inches further to the left, and you're in the tyres. So a lot of these young drivers, they stay as far away, stay in the middle of the middle of the track as possible.
Right to the edge.
That sort of instant sort of feel of like we're going to go right to the outside. That you can't sort of that is gutsy. It hasn't helped her, however. Well, she's dropped down to 3rd position now, behind the number 3 of Alfie Garrett. So Archie Loveridge is leading quite comfortably in the number 5 cart. There's Maria again. Once you've controlled that, once you can get harness that sort of bravado, not bravado, but harness that sort of those guts a little bit and control the aggression, then that's brilliant. But this is going to be the leader is on their final lap now. Archie Loveridge will try and find and pick up Archie. Oh, there's somebody off the side. There he is, almost as though they were listening to me, Anthony.
Yeah,
there is Archie Loveridge, your leader, and let's just keep our fingers and toes crossed that he keeps it pointing the right way around this final half a lap. Down Mini Straight into turn number 4, understeering, under braking. These wet tyres are going to be crying enough ever so soon, I think.
I think they will be as well. But with only half a lap to go in the final, I think they will last the distance that they need. So out of turns number 5, in towards turn 6, into that tight section, and in towards Hanger Bend, with the Hanger very nicely placed behind it.
Oh my word, he's gone for a
spun.
spin. But there's Roberto's kart that's stopped as well. Now our leader spins, 2 corners to go. Where's kart number 3, Alfie Garrett? Okay, so Loveridge is back, up and running in the course. He's seen the last lap board. Every driver, the last lap, those last lap nerves come in a little bit. And here he comes, though, your first ever TKZ Bambino winner in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship goes to number 5, Archie Loveridge. A couple of karts a lap down there. There's number 8 of Harvey Turner. Now, let's have a little look. Wait for the number 3 kart of Alfie Garrett. Is the kart that's going to be in second position. Here comes Alfie out to the final corner. Alfie finishes in second place. And now we wait for Maria Roberto. She hasn't come into view yet. We're waiting to see where she is on circuit. Harvey Turner has crossed the line. Oh, and there's Maria Roberto avoiding the spinning number 6 kart of Felix Barry. Maria Roberto is crossing the line in third place now. Oh no, is that Elliot Bennett actually finished third?
Bennett has finished third, yeah.
Thomas Rathbone finishes 4th, Maria Roberto in 5th, Luke Jardine 6th, Felix Barry 7th, and Harvey Turner in 8th. A couple of those drivers having issues during that final, but they all finished the race and saw the checkered flag, and that is what is important here. It's not. This is not a major. This is a guest championship. It's not the British Championship for TKZ, it's just a guest round to showcase the future of karting. There's Chris Walker in the middle of your screen there, and of course for a photographer, so this is the difference. The only problem is with these karts, they're silent. For all the people out on track, Chris Walker, the veterans out on the circuit, you're used to keeping your, never turn your back on a kart because you know where the kart's coming from. It's even harder when the karts are silent. But well done, our TKZ Bambino drivers there. And, well done there. We've got one more TKZ race to go. It's the Cadet final. I'm going to stop calling them Cadet Honda, because they're not. They're just Cadet. They're TKZ Cadets.
Yep.
And then at the end of that, we're going to be into the repechages. Junior Rotax, the first repechage. That will be starting at about midday. Then it's the Senior Rotax repechage, starting at 12:20. And then we're into the pre-finals. Minimax is the first pre-final at 12:40, followed by 177 at 1 o'clock, Honda Cadet at 1:20, Junior Rotax 2 o'clock, and Senior Rotax at 2:20 rather. The KZ2 pre-final is between Honda Cadet and Junior Rotax. There is our race director, Nigel Edwards, walking across screen in the blue cap there, with the yellow FIA Volunteers in Motorsport badge on the front. Well, I've got to say, that's again, it's great to see these young drivers. Okay, these are Bambinos, don't forget, and they're novices, and it's raining, and it's the first time they've been at an event of this size. So there were a couple of little moments of getting a bit overawed, but generally, very impressive and well done, Archie Loveridge. But the next race is quickly going to be upon us.
Well, here we go then for the final race of the day for the Total Karting Zero Championship. You can see the cadets lining themselves up in the holding bay, not yet on the dummy grid. Getting out of the way at the moment, but you can see there everyone lined up. Now, it was a very exciting race that we saw for heat number 2 on your stream. Wesley Coombs taking that race win from Joel Dixon-Cohen, and Ellis Garrett taking 3rd place. Slightly different to what it was for heat 1. It was Wesley Coombs, Ellis Garrett and Joel Dixon-Cohen, so the same 3, just in a different order. A very exciting race that we saw from those, and hopefully the final will just be exciting.
Just as exciting, yeah. It's obviously
exciting.
Very clear that these 3 drivers are the class of the field. There's Rob Smedley, to the right of your screen there in the sort of the dark green sort of puffer jacket, just chatting to one of the drivers driving the green helmets. And again, he's been, overseeing this like a bunch, like a nervous mother hen. These are all, they're not all his kids, but one of them is, but the rest of them are all his kids, figuratively speaking. Again, he was kind enough to share some of his best British Grand Prix memories with us yesterday, and he's been a mentor to many Formula 1 drivers, but now he's a mentor to the next generation of karting talent. Now, just being Ian Rogers, our good friend and colleague from Motorsport Timing, Max Winfield is now in kart number 4 in that race. So it wasn't Felix Smedley, it was Max Winfield, just sort of, how can I say this? Wrapping up that little mystery, here they come out onto the circuit.
Well, into the dummy grid, not the circuit.
The dummy grid. Well, yes, of course. What am I talking about? I'm busy looking at people messaging me, saying, "Oh yes, Grandad Bill's been on." That is Thomas Behrman's granddad and Oliver Behrman's granddad. Oliver Behrman, ex-British karter. He is currently leading both the Italian and the German Formula 4 Championship, and won his first race of the day out in Italy. There we go. Thank you, Grandad Bill.
I suspect it's much nicer weather in Italy at the moment.
Oh, you would like to think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah. You've got to remember there's karting going on in Napoli at the moment as well. It's around 31 degrees there at the moment. So, yeah, it's nice and toasty.
I'm going to be there. I'm going to be out in Italy for the the Saudi World Series finals coming up very soon, next month.
Lovely stuff.
Out in Sarno, I would believe, if it's in Napoli. Is it Sarno? Or?
I think it is Sarno,
yeah. Sarno. Someone's going to correct us on the...
Yeah. There's the number 6 just whizzing past your shot. Wesley Coombs, your race winner
now,
from Heat 1 and Heat 2.
Here's kart number 4. Who's going to be in kart number 4 this time? Is it going to be Felix Smedley or is it going to be Max Winfield?
Well, it's the same helmet that was in the number 4 that came 3rd last time, which was Max.
Ah, okay. In that case, I will defer to your superior knowledge, Mr. Jordan.
Well, yesterday I was seeing Felix Smedley. He had a white helmet with some red accents on it on the side.
Yes, okay. Yes.
That was the helmet that I saw yesterday. But I was looking a little bit different today. I don't know if he's got a different helmet for racing. But yes, it's not seeing that at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But there's the field on the left-hand side. The number 7 there, Joel Dixon-Cohen, and it came 3rd place earlier on. We're getting the thumbs up from the dummy grid, and I suspect it'll be a quick, brief radio message, and the karts will be released, and we shall get the final underway for the cadets. And here's a look at the grid. Wesley Coombs starting on the front row with Ellis Garrett alongside Joel Dixon-Cohen, and Max Winfield rounding out on row number 2 with that green helmet. There we go. Eva Morris on the 3rd row of the grid with Tom Parry alongside. Then it's Thomas Gray and William Swales rounding out row number 4. Lily Hilton, Trevelyan Sansom, and Felix Smedley with the white helmet with the red accents, the Stilo helmet there, seeing round out the grid.
Yes, and I'm going to count the karts. I'm going to count 2, 4, 6, 8. Still only 10 karts.
Right. So
and there's Felix Smedley walking away with his white crash helmet with the red accents down the side. So poor old Felix. Now, I got to think that probably Felix just knows that if Dad tells me I've got to give up my seat for another driver, then I shall. So Felix has taken one for the team, as it were. I think by the looks of it. So unfortunately, Felix isn't out there today, and he looks, pretty sort of, resigned to the fact, he's just opening the grid gate, wandering out there. There's no tantrums or hysterics. He's like, well, okay, no problems. And that's got to be tough, for Rob Smedley. He's there. He's got one child that's his own, but the rest of the children are all his own as well, in a different way.
Yeah.
Well done, Felix. So Felix Smedley, give him a big props for obviously not going out in his own kart and giving his kart up to a fellow driver. Again, it's not a championship round; it's a guest round. So yeah, Max Winfield is the lucky recipient of Felix Smedley's kart, and that would mean that Max would be in kart 4 for this race. So 6 minutes plus a lap for the TKZ Cadet final standing start here at Mansell Raceway on, shall I say it, Anthony? Shall I say it?
Say it.
On a slightly drying track. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I said it.
Yeah.
As you can see, it's still wet, but it is not raining. The wind has picked up. We're quite high up at the old Dunkeswell aerodrome. So therefore, the wind will start to dry the tarmac quite quickly.
Indeed, and the wind is howling. I have to say, with this championship, TKZ, they're not making it easy for us either. So you've got TKM, you've got KTM, you've got KZ2.
KTM?
Well, I know they're bikes.
Yes.
But yeah, it's still the same thing,
yes.
isn't it?
There we go.
And TKZ as well. But the rain is on its way. You've jinxed it already, Henry.
Have
Thank
I?
you very much.
Sorry.
Green flag will go up at the back. There it is. We'll get the picture-in-picture. The lights will come on. Oh, we're going to get all 4 lights this time. We are indeed. It's lights out and green flag. It's a good start from the front. You can just see there the bobbing heads there trying to get away. Is there any momentum you can get down in towards turn 1? Good start there. The 6 and 3 side by side, but everyone gets through. So Wesley Coombs grabbing hold of that lead straight away, but side by side it's Garrett and Dixon Cohen who were battling side by side furiously last time. Don't do it this time, or do they? They do indeed. The number 3 of Garrett holds on to that one, and they all now slot into position. You can see there the number 4 there, Max Winfield, who came 4th in the last race, gets a little bit of a nerf in the background there. Even Morris as well, giving a little bit of a tap into the braking zone of turn for number 4, but good start so far, Henry.
And they're all through the first couple of corners without a single spinner for the first time. That's good to see, and it also bodes well for potentially not just the 3-kart battle at the front, but at the moment you've got 5 karts breaking away, with Winfield in 4th, even Morris in 5th. But it's the 3 usual contenders, Coombs, Garrett and Dixon Cohen leading the way. Black crash helmet, Wesley Coombs, bright green crash helmet of Ellis Garrett, and then the plain white lid of Joel Dixon Cohen. 3 separate lines once again, Coombs having to defend. You can see Winfield in the number 4 kart and Eva Morris, the number 10, stalking these lead trio through turn number 1 as we start lap number 2. The top 5 have broken clear, with Gray, Hilton, Parry, Swales and Sansom rounding out the field. Battle on for second position. Garrett is now ahead of Dixon Cohen. Of course, the situation was reversed in the previous race. There goes Dixon Cohen up into P2. These two have got to get themselves sorted out because Coombs is pulling away, Anthony.
He is indeed, and Winfield is closing in as well. And just behind, you can see there Eva Morris closing in as well. So it was only a 3-place battle the last time around. We're looking at a 5-kart race here for this final. 4 minutes plus that 1 additional lap. You can see there the top 5 nose to tail as they enter the back straight in towards the final corner. They exit this one onto the start-finish straight. What are the times going to be? Because last lap fastest time was set by Joe Dixon Cohen. They crossed the line, and it is still Joel Dixon Cohen who gets that fastest lap of the race still. Holds on to that one. So good pace there in the front of the grid. You can just see there, under pressure, Garrett piling it on. Now wanting that second place back.
And behind these 3, I've just seen Eva Morris pass Max Winfield for 4th place. They're side by side again, just flashing through the back of your camera shot there, coming out of the complex. So the battle is on for 4th place. Coombs trying to pull away in the leads. They come into turn number 4. There goes Morris in the number 10 cart, and Winfield in number 4, 4th and 5th. There's a big gap behind them to Thomas Gray in 6th, Lily Hilton in 7th, Tom Parry in 8th, Trevelyan Sansom in 9th, and William Swales in 10th. But the lead trio beginning to pull away, but Eva Morris now closing in as they come around. Oh, I put the commentator's curse on her. Sorry, Eva. She goes for a spin, and that allows Winfield back into 4th place, and it does give the lead trio an opportunity to scoot away, with Coombs now under a bit more pressure than he was this time, last time around. From Dixon Cohen. Dixon Cohen on the outside now. Try the undercut coming off turn number 1. No, the cart's sort of pushes out a little bit wide coming through turn number 1 into the complex on lap number 4.
Yeah, you could see there from Dixon Cohen, who sets the fastest lap of the race, sacrificed a bit of the entry speed, so pushed quite hard into the entry. It just understeered, and that really slowed him down at the exit. That's allowing Garrett to just keep that car in check, but you can just see there it's slightly quicker through the complex section, and still right nose to tail. So Coombs under a severe amount of pressure here, but it's all one thing catching up. It's getting past is the other part of it, isn't it? So out of turn number 5 in towards turn 6. You can see there the walls closing in on them. Under braking now, everyone getting through. Of course, like we say, there's a little bit more weight on this one. They've got around about 13 more kilos on board than what a normal a cadet kart would have. So, you know, there's a little bit more to think about. And again, at these young ages, it's a lot to think about, isn't it? Of course. Yep.
So on to the start-finish straight. They fan out once again. Now, can Dixon Cohen go around the outside? He actually led at the end of that lap across the start-finish line very briefly, but Coombs had the racing line for turn number 1. These drivers, so Dixon Cohen and Garrett, they spent all morning really following in the wheel tracks of Wesley Coombs, so they should know where Wesley's going to be defending. It's up to them now to try and, if not, sort of ease Coombs into a mistake, lull him into a false sense of security, and surprise him somewhere that he isn't going to be expecting a move. There's Winfield in 4th position. Morris still runs in 5th. Gray 6th. Parry 7th. Swales 8th. Hilton 9th. And Sansom 10th. Once again, Andy, a great battle between these 3 drivers. And Dixon Cohen almost alongside him. He's never going to get around the outside under braking going into the dog leg in the rain, but it doesn't stop him trying. Oh, no, you definitely don't go for him. If there's a gap there, you go for it, don't you? But the gap very quickly disappeared. OK, looking forward a little bit. We've got 20 seconds to go. That's the second time that Dixon Cohen has followed Coombs out of the dog leg, pulled alongside him, and been ahead by the time they hit the finish line. If he does that, not next time around, but the time after that, they'll get the last lap board at the end of this lap. But if Dixon Cohen can do that again, he'll win this race. Exactly, and that's going to be the crucial thing to keep an eye on, isn't it? Because it could be a run to the line, because it is quite a long run out of the dog log. It's not the longest, but it is still plenty of length there. So the timer clicks over to 0. We have still got that final lap to go, though. They'll cross the line and receive that final lap board in towards the braking zone of Hanger Bend. You can just see there, right nose to tail. Coombs under pressure from Dixon Cohen there in the number 7 in 2nd place. But still, Ellis Garrett is right there in 3rd. It's going to be, once again, too close to call. So the last lap board comes out. Let's see once again, 2 different lines. Who gets the finish line first on this lap? It is Coombs by a 1/4 of a second. Maybe that wide line by Dixon Cohen going into dogleg. It's not him trying to make a passing attempt. It's him lining the exit of that corner up as best he can for a maximum straight line speed. Coombs holds on. Garrett is going to play the spoiler here. Dixon Cohen has got to keep Garrett behind him for the next half a lap to have a chance at out-dragging Coombs to the line. Into turn number 5 we go. At the end of Mini Straight, they come straight out of turn 5 into turn number 6 now. And they now come out of the turn 6 complex into Hanger Bend. Oh dear, and that's going to be a problem. That's right on the start-finish line. Oh dear, there's a yellow flag on the start-finish line for driver number 2, Lily Hilton. Are they going to get that yellow flag, that cart sorted? The cart's still there. And there is a yellow flag, so Coombs, if he can lead into this corner, he's going to lead out of it. There's a cart on the finish line. The driver's going to have to move to the inside. And Coombs does hold on for victory from Dixon Cohen and Ellis Garrett in third place. Oh, what a shame that we didn't have that grandstand finish, Anthony. Let's hope that obviously there's a mechanical issue with that kart. I say it is a mechanical issue with the kart. Some sort of electrical problem there with the number 2 kart. So Wesley Coombs, Joel Dixon Cohen and Ellis Garrett, your top 3. 0.3 of a second separating the top 3 in TKZ Cadet. Max Winfield finishes 4th, Eva Morris 5th, Thomas Gray 6th, Tom Parry is 7th, 8th for William Swales, 9th for Lily Hilton. Trevelyan Sampson rounds out the top 10. And no, Trevelyan Sampson finishes 9th, and Lily Hilton we just saw losing a lap there right at the end. Sadly, she fails to, she finishes a lap down in 10th position. Wesley Coombs, a great result. And Joel Dixon Cohen chasing him all the way, as was Alex Garrett. 2 fantastic races in TKZ Cadet. And ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great pleasure on behalf of the Wera Tours British Kart Championship to be able to bring you these races. Indeed, I'm not lying, that is the future of karting you've just seen. And now at exactly 12 o'clock, the traditional petrol engine karts will be on circuit next. It is going to be the first of our 2 repechages. It is going to be for Junior Rotax. So, Anthony, Junior Rotax have had 40 drivers entered in total. 28 have automatically qualified for the pre-final and the final. The remaining runners are all going to be in this next race, looking for 6 transfer spots. A quick glance at the heat results. Well, Ollie Stevens won the opening heat race of the weekend ahead of Charlie Hart and Jamie Perrelly, with Alfie Gallagher and Archie Walker rounding out the top 5. In the second heat, Ted Bradbury was victorious. He beat Dan Ginchard, the current championship leader. Sam Gornall 3rd, Daniel Armstrong 4th, and Jez Williams rounding out the top 5. And in the third and final heat, Archie Walker beat Armstrong, Scott Lapsley, Pearson Bullock Carter and Harry Linden. Now, into the contenders for this race. Let's have a look at the grid.
There it is, Gabe Fairbrother on pole position with Ollie Goodyear alongside on row number 1. Callum Romain and Daniel Sabula on row number 2.
Row 3, Chloe Chong and Declan Russell. And row 4, Ethan Lomax and Alex Biles.
Row 5, Cruz Speakman, Charlie Ellis, and rounding out the grid of 11 karts, Bradley Sims on that 6th row.
Yeah, so we were down 1 driver. Couldn't quite see who we're missing from the field, but I mean, looking at the championship picture, I mean, Daniel Sabula 10th in the championship after the opening round of the season. The privateer driver in kart number 12, Tony Kart driver. So this is going to be obviously a rolling start. Not quite sure who isn't out there or who had to withdraw from this race, but of the drivers that are in this race, certainly Sabula is the best placed in the championship. Gabe Fairbrother in kart number 11, he's 19th in the championship. We're going to go around again. So Gabe Fairbrother, 19th in the championship coming into this weekend. Ollie Goodyear in kart number 55, 28th in the championship. Callum Romain in kart 85, starting 3rd. Callum is 33rd in the championship. Daniel Sabula, we said, in kart 12, 10th in the point standings. Chloe Chong is 29th in the points table. Declan Russell in kart number 29. Just looking down, where is Declan? Declan is up in 15th in the points table. Ethan Lomax is a little bit further down, 17th in the points table. Alex Biles, only 39th, one of our rookies in the series. Cruz Speakman, 25th in the points table. Charlie Ellis in kart number 44. Charlie is 41st in the points. And Brentley Sims in kart number 66, the Jax Motorsport driver, 38th in the points. So several drivers, Anthony, that you would maybe expect to see in this stage of proceedings, but certainly the likes of Sabula, Lomax, Russell, and Fairbrother in the top 20 in the points table. They're looking to progress and salvage something from the weekend. Lights are out. We're off and racing. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Wet tyres, but on a driver. Oh, and there's a spin there that could be big. And that was the number 18 kart of Chloe Chong, the Dan Holland racing driver, getting it all crossed up. And Sabula bouncing over those curbs going into the complex in kart number 12. But it's Gabe Fairbrother in the Ultimate R number 11 entry who leads this race at the moment.
Yeah, the 32 Ethan Lomax for XL Motorsport also span at turn 1 as well, so has moved down to the back of the field. So we'll have a lot of work to do there. But yes, as you say, back at the front, it looks like the number 11 of Fairbrother still leading the way as they enter turns number 6 in towards the hangar bend, and they'll head back onto the back straight in towards the final corner in just a moment as well. You can see them there on your screen there, all clouting the curbs there as they go through. You can see, there's the rest of the field as well.
I put my back out just watching that, actually.
I know, I have to say, they should... Well, they shouldn't really do it, should they? Because, again, it is very harsh curb there, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, if
it's not against the rules.
If it gains your position...
It gains your position.
And it gains your position, and you're fighting for your weekend here. There is the number 66 kart of...
Bentley Sims.
Bentley Sims, sorry, the Jax Motorsport entry. Making a move there. It was Bentley getting it all... getting all excited over the curbs, and Sabula has dropped back a little bit, but there is the Ultimate R, number 11 of Gabe Fairbrother, leading Callum Romaine. Now, Fairbrother had a retirement from his first heat race, and then finished 13th in his second heat race. As for Romaine, 23rd in his first heat race, and in his second heat race, which was the last race of the day, Callum Romaine only finished 17th, so... Yeah, he's obviously been struggling for pace this weekend, but he's now not struggling so much up the inside of our race lead. Just so there, and there's Brentley spins. Brentley Sims spinning. He almost caught it. Oh, he almost caught it. Gets going again. Now, there was a driver up the inside of Brentley there. I couldn't quite see who that was. There's a Coles Racing kart going through. That's the number 24 of Cruz Speakman, gaining a position. And now... looking at the inside of that's the number 55, possibly directly in front of him. The number 55 of Ollie Goodyear. But your lead has changed. So, Callum Romaine leads Gabe Fairbrother. And then it's the red and white livery, or the red, white and yellow livery, number 29 of Declan Russell, the privateer driver, in 3rd place. Brentley Sims was 4th, but is now not 4th. In fact, he's right at the back of the field. Of course, the top 6 will qualify. So it's Fairbrother, Romaine, Russell, Goodyear. Oh, there's over the curbs coming into the dog leg there. That's Ollie Goodyear looking at the inside of Daniel Sabula. So the 55 of Goodyear. And here comes Chloe Chong recovering in the number 18 kart. And Chong at the moment is 7th. So Chong is the first driver on the outside looking in the Anglo-Canadian driver, Chloe Chong. And Sabula fighting for his life as well. Can Daniel Sabula, the Daniel Ricciardo Series graduate, make it into the pre-final and the final. He's looking to try and, well, I don't think he's going to hold on to the top 10 of the championship at this stage, but he needs to get into the finals. The number 32 now makes a move, Ethan Lomax. And, Lomax just sort of being a bit aggressive there with Chloe Chong, coming out of turn number 4, but they both continue.
Yeah, they're very lucky with that one, because of course if you do run wide and you do clip those barriers, they do tend to just grab you and pull you in further. So very lucky there for Chloe Chong to actually come out of that corner in one piece. So you can see there 6 minutes remaining on the timer. Again, smashing those curbs here. Do you know what, actually, I remember this from last year. They did it last year again. I don't know what it is, but they were doing it in the dry. Oh, slight bit of contact into turn 1. You could see there the 32 Ethan Lomax. Yeah.
He was
tried it, didn't he?
Yep, he was certainly being extremely aggressive behind Daniel Sabula. Now, of course, in these damp conditions, you need to use the curbs to help the kart change direction as much as you possibly can. And there's Sabula to the inside of Ollie Goodyear for what is 4th position. So this is the battle for the final couple of transfer spots. We've got Romaine, Fairbrother, and Russell, the top 3. They're clear. Then it's Cruz Speakman in the number 24 kart in 4th. Then the 55 at the moment of Ollie Goodyear is 5th. Sabula is 6th, and then the number 32 of Ethan Lomax is 7th. Brentley Sims is recovering in 8th position. Chloe Chong is 9th, followed by Alex Biles and Charlie Ellis. So this is really good stuff here. At the moment, Sabula is the last person in the main event. Oh, he's wheel-to-wheel contact with Ollie Goodyear. Sabula, this is for 5th and 6th. And Goodyear holds on now. Sabula is under pressure. Ethan Lomax looking to make it into the top 6. And Chloe Chong passing Lomax. Does she? Not quite. But this is really exciting stuff. Sorry, that was Brentley Sims recovering. So Brentley Sims, we know, is quick. He's now passing Lomax. So it's Sims in the number 66 kart. There's the first driver currently not qualified. The number 12 of Sabula is the last driver in. This is good stuff, Anthony. And Alex, Adam, Jeffrey, Simon.
Oh, I know I get names wrong, but surely the person you're standing right next to you'd remember. But never mind. 4 minutes plus that one additional lap. Here we go. God, smashing those curbs so much. Honestly, you said it hurts your spine. It's really hurting mine. There we go. They exit out of the final corner into the braking zone. Here we go. Here's a little replay then of what happened at turn number 4. Oh no, this is smashing the curbs. There you go.
There goes my fillings. That's a slip disc.
Yeah.
And there's my. I'm on the phone to my chiropractor as we speak.
And a new chassis for one as well.
Yes.
There we go. So under 4 minutes plus that one additional lap. You can just see there, everyone's slotting into position. So, of course, all eyes are on that battle for that 6th place spot. The top 6 go through, and this is what we're looking at here. It's all scrapping left, right, and centre, and they're just falling into the back. They're not gaining anything, but of course they're all scrapping to just get that last spot to get through to that pre-final. You can see there, Sabula absolutely pounding the side there. They're rubbing wheels. They're losing the numbers on the side.
Oh, that could be big.
Oh, they all get through because, of course, it's very tight through there, isn't it?
Well, now, this is the problem. So Daniel Sabula, a rookie in the championship, so is Ollie Goodyear. Ollie Goodyear in 5th position. He is now driving away from this battle. Sabula is down 2. He's behind the 32 of Ethan Lomax. He's down 2 positions, so Brentley Sims is closing in on Ollie Goodyear. Sims at the moment in the number 66 kart is 6th. So the number 66, the XL Motorsport machine, is the last driver currently in, or the Jax Motorsport machine rather, is the last driver in the final, but he's diving up the inside of Goodyear. That's going to open the door for Sabula, and of course, if any of these drivers gets a nose cone penalty, that gives them a 5-second penalty, and that rules them out of the main event. Here comes Chloe Chong. This is fun. This is the best repechage, Anthony, we have seen in a long while.
Well, Chloe Chong on my screen here says she's in 9th place, but of course, with all this battling and scrapping, is moving straight up those positions. Warning flag to Goodyear, so it's got to keep an eye out for that one, of course. But as you say, absolutely nose to tail all the way through. You can see Goodyear, the number 55, has broken away in 5th place. Then it's 66 of Sims, who is there on that 6th place spot.
He's up the back. He spun again.
He spun.
He took an absolute chunk out of Sabula's rear bumper there, just trying to get over the curbs. Let's have a look at this again. There he goes. The move wasn't really on.
No, it wasn't there.
I think Sabula unsettled his kart and braked a little bit too sudden, and that Brentley Sims, so the Jax Motorsport team, out of, well, the team is going to be dismayed. The driver is going to be dismayed as well. What does that do to the top 6? Well, Goodyear is still there in 5th, and now we're looking at Sabula. I think it's the number 12 car. It is Sabula in 6th, so privateer driver, Anglo-Polish driver, Daniel Sabula in the number 12 kart. Currently the best placed rookie in the point standing. So sorry, just behind Scott Lapsley. So the second best placed rookie in the standings, and he is fighting for his life. There's Brentley Sims, and there's Charlie Ellis in 11th position. Alex Biles is 9th. So with 1 minute to go, Sabula is on the hot seat still. Chloe Chong for Dan Holland Racing, number 18. She is closing in, but Sabula likewise closing in Ollie Goodyear. So Ollie Goodyear's not safe yet. 5th, 6th and 7th on your screens, Anthony.
Yes, indeed. Now with Chloe Chong spinning earlier on. Oh, there's a contact there. This is great for Chloe Chong. Goes down the inside, gets that 6th place spot. Sabula now out of the top 6, is out of the bubble and potentially out of this weekend, but dives back down the inside of Chong.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness me.
Sabula is a gutsy little driver, is Daniel Sabula. I've been a fan, been a fan of his for some time. I think there's a real spark there with Sabula, He struggled this weekend. He's not familiar with this circuit, but he is absolutely going for it. Ollie Goodyear now is the driver in 7th. So Chloe Chong is the driver in 6th position. She is on the bubble in kart number 18, the Dan Holland racing kart. And here comes Chloe. Now, Daniel, don't fight it. Don't fight it. Crossover move. Sabula retakes. The clock strikes 0. Next time around, Callum Romain, who leads this race still by 3 seconds from Gabe Fairbrother. Declan Russell is 3rd. Cruz Speakman is 4th. They are safe, and Chong is back in front of Sabula.
You've got to be really careful there because Chloe Chong's rear bumper just hooked onto the front of Sabula's nose, and that could cause a nose cone penalty, so you've got to be careful with that. There you can see Goodyear trying to dive it down the inside, does dive it down the inside. Sabula now out of the bubble here with that timer on 0. Last lap board will come out this time to Callum Romain. Final lap is out, so when these drivers cross the line, they'll be on their final lap, and that's where, well, the dinner bell's definitely already struck. But again, it will be struck again.
But so we're not looking at the race leaders because, again, you know, the winner of this race starts 29th at the pre-final. Second starts 30th. But if you finish 6th, you're in the pre-final. If you finish 7th, you're not. So this is the main battle. Sabula up the inside of Goodyear. So this is it. This is the final transfer spot. The 55 of Goodyear. The 12 of Sabula. Goodyear's got it. Sabula wants it. Sabula over the curbs. Kart unsettles. He's going to get a good run onto the mini straight, though, Anthony.
Keep an eye out on Ethan Lomax as well as these two battling away. There's so much contact. They've got to watch out for a nose cone penalty because I suspect they're going to see it. Into the braking zone of turn 4, you can see Goodyear holds onto that inside. He white lines that apex into turn 4. Through turn 5 here, you can see Ethan Lomax behind. He can taste a part of this bubble. He can taste a part of this battle as they're side by side. Sabula out of the bubble now. It's going to be Goodyear who's on that last spot for this bubble. Into the corner. Heavy contact on the curb. Again.
Wheel to wheel.
It's wheel to wheel. Oh, goodness me. Careful. Everyone here. Here comes Lomax, though. Round the outside. Can't quite do it. Line astern. 1, 2, 3. But it's 7th, 6th, 7th, and 8th across the line. But who's going to take it? Goodyear's going to take it only just by Sabula and Lomax across the bubble. Breathe. Calm. Oh.
There's your tablets. Well, I've got to say, superb racing there for 6th position. That is what a repechage is about. The leaders, Callum Romain, Gabe Fairbrother, Declan Russell and Cruz Speakman, they didn't battle, they pulled away, they were safe. And then it was, you know, it's a case of it's win it or bin it. You know, your weekend depends on coming in home in the top 6. Chloe Chong, she had to fight from 9th and she got the 5th. Great drive there from Chloe. She finishes 5th. Ollie Goodyear and Daniel Sabula. Well, they were absolutely, that was a hack between those two. I mean, that was hard racing in very tricky conditions. Goodyear provisionally has the final transfer spot. Sabula just misses out. However, if any of the top 6 have a sort of a problem in scrutineering, then Sabula is the first driver in, and Ethan Lomax in 8th place right there as well. Will we see Sabula or Lomax or Brentley Sims, Alex Bile, Charlie Ellis in the next race? Well, sadly, I think Brentley Sims in 9th, Alex Biles in 10th, and Charlie Ellis in 11th. Their weekend, as you can see, Biles and Ellis coming in, their weekend is pretty much over. But Ethan Lomax certainly and Daniel Sabula will be looking at the post-race scrutineering very closely. Anyone slips up and Sabula and Lomax could be in. What a race.
Oh, yes. Well, that was the Junior Rotax Repechage. It's now time for the Senior Rotax Repechage, race 22.
Well, 46 drivers entered this class. I think we had down to 45 now. So I was speaking to Oliver Richards and the KR Sport team. You can see Oliver Richards there standing over the number 73 kart of Kieran Kay. Oliver Richards was due to mechanic for Ben Casely this weekend, but Ben has had an issue and had to turn around and head back up to Scotland just before this one. So Ben, hope that Ben and his family are okay. They are. They just couldn't race this weekend. Very, very last minute call to be forced to withdraw from the race meeting here. So Oliver Richards is now mechanicking for Kieran Kay. You can see Clayton Ravenscroft there in the blonde hair. He is our current senior X30 British Championship leader. He's acting as a driver coach for the KR Sport team this weekend. Tom Edmonds, Kai Hunter and Sean Butcher were the top 3 finishers in heat number 1 in senior Rotax. Heat number 2 was Rhys Hunter, Lewis Gilbert and Matty Hingley, and in heat number 3 it was Gilbert again, Rhys Hunter and Kai Hunter, the top 3 finishers. So we'll have a little look. So 45 drivers in total. This race will have 17 contenders. Here they are, led by Tristan Rennie and Alex Baker on row 1. Then it's Lewis Halliday and Oliver Meadows on row 2.
Row number 3's Miles Bathrop and Edward Matthews round out that row. Spencer Shinner and Kieran Kay, as you said earlier, on row number 4.
Les Taylor, Harry Gibson, Jensen Watts and Nicole Sutherland round out rows 5 and 6.
Poppy Stevenson and James Lingard on row 7. Chris Simpson and Oscar Hull round out row number 8.
Drew Perry starts shotgun on the field in row number 9. Now, looking at James Lingard, why on earth? What happened to James Lingard? He finished 28th in his first heat and 26th in his second heat, so that is very un-Lingard-like, I have to say. One would think that we'll watch for the Strawberry Racing number 36 to be coming through the pack as quickly as he possibly can. So, but yeah, commiserations to Ben Kingsley Ben Caisley having to withdraw. He is currently 5th in the point standings, but he can use this as his drop round. Looking down there, Spencer Shinner starting kart number 25 as we're going to go around again. Spencer Shinner is 11th in the point standings in kart number 25. So that is not good news for Spencer Shinner being stuck back here. So Tristan Rennie, Tristan is 27th in the points table. The pole sitter Alex Baker is down in 48th in the points. Lewis Halliday, looking at the Team Clay driver, he is 28th in the points. And Oliver Meadows, he is only 41st in points. Miles Barthorpe, Miles, great story about Miles in the British Grand Prix, which will be playing you on the British Kart Championship website in the build-up to the British Grand Prix. Miles is 36 in the points table at the moment. Edward Matthews, Ed Matthews is only 42nd. Kieran Kay in kart number 73. So look, see where Kieran is in the points table, 22nd. So again, like we saw in the junior Rotax repechage, Anthony, that we have some drivers that we would expect to see at this stage of proceedings, perhaps, but also drivers that we certainly would not expect to see. Let's see what can Scotland's Tristan Rennie, kart number 47, do, and they're going to go around again. Now, James Lingard, look for the green and white Strawberry Racing machine. Are we going around again? Yes, we are. And there was a oh dear, somebody there, I think on the 3rd or 4th row there may be an issue with Edward Matthews and Kieran Kay coming together just under braking there for the complex. There's Rennie, Baker, Halliday, Meadows, Barthorpe, Edwards, Shinner, Kay, Taylor, Gibson, Watts, Sutherland, Stevenson, Lingard, Simpson, Houle and Perry. They are your repechage contenders. James Lingard 17th in the point standings, doing this year's Rotax Euro Trophy as well. So look for the number 36, that Strawberry Racing kart, who's starting down on the 7th row. Look for him to make good progress. Let's try for the 3rd time, Anthony.
3rd time's the charm. Let's see if they'll do it. Into the tram lines they go. They're very wide here at Mansell Raceway. Green lights out, they fan out, and here we go then for Senior Rotax repechage. Is it going to be as exciting? But there's contact in turn 1. The 49, the 24 are both off on the circuit. So Chris Simpson is off there as well. So drama at the start. Yeah, Chris Simpson, the 49, with damage on that car. Half his rear bumper is actually in front of us on the outside. Poor old number 24. Now, number 24 not appearing on... that's Miles Barthorpe, yes. Oh, poor old Miles Barthorpe. His weekend is over as well. Up front, change of the lead. Rennie and Baker side by side. And there's Lingard getting squeeze-wise there. And Miles Barthorpe getting a black flag. So Barthorpe, I think, probably
lost control in the braking coming into turn number 1 there.
So it's transponder not functioning.
Oh, so it does. Oh, wow. I mean, that's... it's better that he's obviously not aware that the transponder's not functioning. So it's better that he's out of the race now, because if he battled all the way through that race and then come home in the top 6 to be then told, sorry, you've excluded because your transponder's not working, that would be even worse. So Barthorpe out of the race. Sadly, it looks like Chris Simpson's race is over as well. Rennie leads from Baker, and then the Argenti Motorsport number 88 of Oliver Meadows in 3rd position, followed by the 89 of Poppy Stevenson. Oh, yep, there's Simpson with half a rear bumper hanging off. I was going to say, we were not going to get a chance to talk about Miles Barthorpe again, but the former Team UK driver raced out in Brazil in the Rotax Grand Finals in 2018. Great British Grand Prix story, which we'll see. Miles can't tell you what happened in the race because he slept all the way through the day.
There we go.
the only kart race to ever sleep in the midst of a Formula 1 pit. There we go.
Well, Tristan Rennie leading the way on that 47 at the moment. Oh, and there's a retirement, the 22.
That is Nicole Sutherland. Oh dear, and she's been off. And again, Nicole had a big crash at Clay Pigeon as well. And looks like the conditions have caught her out again here. There's a battle for the race lead now. Oh, Alex Baker on the grass. You don't need to do that. Baker and Rennie. Rennie in the Vision Motorsport number 47 has the lead back. Meadows now up to P2. Alex Baker, Alex again, who didn't qualify for the finals at Clay Pigeon. He's almost talked himself out of the finals here as well.
He might have done so here. So 7 minutes to go, and you can just see there top 4 leading the way. So Rennie, Baker, Meadows. I suspect it's probably changed now, but they'll cross the line. It'll update. Yellow flags out into that final section. So not sure what's caused that.
That would be Nicole Sutherland's parked cart.
Ah, right.
That they are retrieving.
Right, I see. I thought that was on the other side of the circuit. There we go. There's me not paying attention once more. So, as I say, yeah, 7 minutes to go. You can just see there the number 39 getting the job done. Edward Matthews on Poppy Stevenson.
That is for 4th position.
So 6th?
Well, Spencer Shinner in kart number 25. There's the Coles Racing number 25. He is currently in 6th position. Now having a little nibble at the inside of Poppy Stevenson's number 89 GMS karting entry. Shinner gets an elbow in front. Can't say a shin. It's attached to the end of his foot. Maybe a toe in front, but then has to fall back. And behind Spencer Shinner, it is Drew Perry. Oh, Stevenson. Poppy Stevenson out. Well, on the guts, have a little look again. What happened there? She's a little bit wide, just kissing the barriers.
Dragged
and
in.
then wallop into the wooden fencing. So sadly, Poppy Stevenson now falls out of this lead battle. That puts the 64 kart of Drew Perry. So Perry, who started last, is now up into P6. Oscar Houle is 7th for the Ultima R team. Then it's Lingard in 8th. So Lingard, just flashing through the screen there. Not happy with Drew Perry this weekend. Well, he caused us to take 3 of the Rob Smedley interview by running across in front of the camera while we're interviewing Rob Smedley. But apart from that, he's all right.
No, he's been fine. There we go.
There we go. There's Spencer Shinner. Now, Spencer Shinner, Clay Pigeon, remember, he did an amazing job in the pre-final because he gambled on wet tyres and everyone else went out on slicks. He's now trying to... Oh, and there's wow, Drew Perry. I'm not one to maybe cast aspersions, but if you look at the nose cone of that... Oh, and there's Oscar Houle, the number 58 cut, passing Perry for 6th position. But that nose cone on the number 64 kart of Perry is looking a little bit wobbly. Like, yeah, hopefully there's nothing of it. And he sends one at the inside of Oscar Houle. James Lingard, there's Lingard in the number 35 kart, who is licking his lips in anticipation of maybe gaining a couple of positions. Behind Lingard, we have Lewis Halliday in 9th. Harry Gibson is 10th. Les Taylor is 11th. And Poppy Stevenson in 12th. We have lost Kieran Kay, Nicole Sutherland, Chris Simpson, Miles Barthorpe, and Jensen Watts. So We started this race with 17 drivers. We're down to just 12.
So we're looking at the battle there that was on your screen a moment ago between Oscar Hall and Drew Perry. Of course, that is the battle for 6th place. That's the bubble battle. That's where they go through or they don't go through, which is why it seems so fierce out on circuit at the moment. So you can see there, Oscar Hall previously there, he dived it down the inside into Hanger Bend and then hit the brakes. That caused Drew Perry to just bounce on the back bumper and then managed to push him along. So here they are on your screen there. Now they're still fighting away. So you can see Drew Perry's now back in 6th place. So he's in the bubble. You've got to keep an eye out, though, because, of course, just there in 7th place is James Lingard. So it's closing in on this one. So here we go then. The battle for 6th place. We saw it in the junior Rotax. We're seeing it again in senior Rotax. This time they're a little bit older and a little bit more mature. But are they?
They're a little bit older.
Okay, they're a little bit older. Not as mature. There we go. So 3 minutes left on the timer, plus that one additional lap. We cross the line, and it's still... it is Perry who is across the line. No, it's James Lingard who's in
Drew Perry has dropped back to...
Oh, wow, yeah, he's dropped way down the field.
Dropped right down. Now, why is that? There goes Perry through the turn, and he has been off. Off camera, he has been off.
Oh, right, okay.
So here's the battle of the leads. And now Tristan Rennie there, the lead changes. Oliver Meadows, you don't need to do that. I know you want to win a race, and it's great, but if you get involved in any sort of incident which gives you a time penalty or a nose cone penalty, then you don't even qualify. Well, it's a 5-second penalty. These are more than 5 seconds in front of 6th position, but still. And now he gives he doesn't give the position back. Tristan Rennie takes the lead back of this race into the dogleg with 2.5 minutes to go. Scotland's Tristan Rennie in the Vision Motorsport number 47. Then it's Oliver Meadows in the number 88 Argenti Motorsport kart. Now, Anthony, we're starting to see the back end of these karts, the rear tyres, these wet tyres, are giving less and less grip. Now, behind them, there's a good battle going through turn number 1. Lewis Halliday is beginning to come into play for 6th position. He is 1st and 2nd. The 27 of Alex Baker is all on his lonesome in 3rd place. No, well, he's got a little bit of company coming behind, so that is in 4th position. It's Ed Matthews in 4th and Spencer Shinner in 5th. There's Shinner in the 25, now passing Matthews for 4th. Behind these two is a big gap back to those 5 are at the moment are safe. Lingard is in 6th position for the Strawberry Racing team. Now, no team in the British Karting Championship has won more finals than Strawberry Racing so far this year. They have won, their Fusion have won 4, Strawberry have won 3. So, Strawberry are the 2nd winningest team in the British Championships this year. Lingard, though, here's Lingard in the number 36, and look who he's got for company. He's got Lewis Halliday in the Team Clay number 56, and Oscar Hall in the Ultimate R Racing, Ben Hingley's team, North Wales, of Oscar Hall in 8th. Drew Perry is 9th, Les Taylor is 10th, and Harry Gibson and Poppy Stevenson, but they're out of contention. So, Lingard trying to hang on, but Lewis Halliday closing in, I have to say.
I suspect so. So here we go then into turns number 5. You can see there, as you say, Lingard holding on to that 6th place spot at the moment. All the pressure is behind, so you can imagine defensive movements. There is going to be no sticking to that normal racing line to try and catch that group in front. It's all going to be about surviving the two behind. So they're just battling up ahead as well. So this could cause issues as well at the front. So if Spencer Shinner and Edward Matthews again, if they start battling, then that's going to cause absolute havoc in terms of then closing up to the 3 behind, and then we've got a big old scrap for that last spot.
Yeah, and if you have a look, there goes Shinner to the inside. Now have a look at the rear bumper of the number 25 kart. It's on, it hasn't come adrift, but the left-hand side of that rear bumper is askew slightly, so something is working loose on that kart. Now this, at the moment, it's fine. It's not going to cause a mechanical problem. If anything, say a nose cone or a side pod makes contact with that rear bumper, then Shinner, that rear bumper could collapse, it could fall off, and that would be end of sports for Spencer Shinner. So he's got to be careful. He's passed Alex Baker and Edward Matthews. Matthews in the number 39 kart, then it's Baker in the number 27. So we're looking at now 3rd, 4th, and 5th on the road. So these 3 are currently safe, but behind them, I just noticed flashing through the screen, Lewis Halliday has now taken 6th position away from James Lingard. We start the final lap with the 2 teammates. Baker and Matthews in 4th and 5th are battling and costing each other time. This is crunch time now, Anthony.
It is indeed, because now they're closing in on those two battling up ahead. So this could be potentials for a drama central here on the final lap. But holding on, 6th place, Lewis Halliday.
Oh.
James Lingard, though, they try to move there, but no, stays behind. So they're still scrapping up ahead, though, as well, aren't they? Because Baker and Matthews are still the two Dan Holland Racing drivers, are absolutely nose to tail still.
Yes, I mean, Spencer Shinner finishing 3rd in the pre-final at Clay Pigeon. And there's a move. That's Baker trying to get back up the inside of the number 56. Oh, no, that's a Halliday, sorry, trying to pass Baker for 5th position. Well, the checkered flag has come out. Here is the run to the line. Halliday and Lingard side by side. The final transfer spot goes to number 56, Lewis Halliday, by 0.08 of a second. So Oliver Meadows wins the senior Rotax repechage from Tristan Rennie and Spencer Shinner. Edward Matthews finishing 4th. Alexander Baker finishes 5th, and 6th provisionally is Lewis Halliday. They are your provisional qualifiers out of the repechage. Sadly, James Lingard, Oscar Houle, Drew Perry, Les Taylor, Harry Gibson and Poppy Stevenson, they will progress no further unless, of course, any one of the top 3 gets a penalty. Have to say there were a couple of robust battles going on there in senior Rotax, and hopefully everyone will be okay, though. The list of retirements, Kieran Kane, Nicole Sutherland, Chris Simpson, Miles Barthorpe and Jensen Watts, their weekend is also over. And that concludes the repechages for today. We now will be, well, shortly we'll be looking ahead to the first of the pre-finals. There go the drivers into the scrutineering area, and the first of the pre-finals, Minimax, will be coming up very shortly. So there we are, a look at the dummy grid for the Minimax pre-final. 21 drivers in total. Ethan Jeff Hall won the opening heat race of the weekend from Scott Marsh. Championship leader Harrison Crowther in 3rd. Blake Ticehurst in 4th, and Mackenzie Douglas rounding out the top 5. In race number 2, it was Ethan Jeff Hall again, with Marsh and Reg Haywood rounding out the top 3. Douglas in 4th, Crowther in 5th. Then Ticehurst, Ewan Charman and Thomas Behrman, whose older brother Oliver is out racing in the Italian Formula 4 Championship this weekend. Thomas doing a very good job, finishing in 8th position ahead of Chase Fernandez and Aaron Full, our driver of the day from the opening heat race. So there is a look, and you can see the kart still on wet tyres, but the rain has still abated for the time being. There is Scott Marsh, Scott's older brother Sam Marsh. He raced in the British Championship and was a British champion for a long time. There is a look at the number 36 Coles Racing entry of Blake Ticehurst. Blake's dad, Mark Ticehurst, raced in the National Saloon Car Championship many moons ago. And lots of Vision Motorsport entries and a couple of Chaos Butts, so plenty of purple and pink chassis in this one. There's Ethan Jeff Hall, your winner last time out at Clay Pigeon in the final.
And your winner in every heat so far?
So far, we're perfect. And here is a list of the starting lineup. Ethan Jeff Hall for Strawberry Racing pole position. Then it's Scott Marsh on outside of row number 1. Harrison Crowther and Mackenzie Douglas on row number 2.
Reg Hayward on row 3 with Blake Ticehurst alongside Aaron Full and Thomas Behrman rounding out row number 4.
Row 5, it is Ben Crossley and Leighton Cooper. Row 6, Levi Earle and Charles Green.
Row number 7, Chase Fernandez and Ewan Charman with Ollie Wise and Freddie Werlock on the 8th row.
Row 9, William Ray and Callum Ghosh. Row 10, Mikey Walker and Adam Wooden.
They make their way out onto the circuit then, of course. It's pre-final time. Yeah, what?
Sorry, Joe Anderson.
Yeah.
Row number 11.
Oh, okay,
There
excellent.
No, I just thought I'd tell you, you know, don't want to miss Joe out.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You know, starting shotgun on the field. It's not been a great weekend for him so far, but, you know, man like Joe deserves to have his name mentioned like everyone else.
Exactly.
Luke Ford Racing, wishing good luck to Charles Green on the live chat. Once again, the final at Clay Pigeon. Ethan Jeff Hall, Leighton Cooper, Harrison Crowther. This is only the pre-final.
It's only to determine where they're going to be for their final.
Now, the Rotax round at Dunkeswell was cancelled last year due to COVID, but it was Archie Kitchen. False start. I knew it was going to be a false start, which is why
you weren't ready. Yeah.
Well, I started the sentence. So in 2019, the last time that the Rotax classes raced here at Mansell Raceway, in the first final, it was a different format by then. The first one was Archie Kitchen from Jez Williams and Callum Voisin. Not sure what Archie's doing this year, but Jez Williams racing in Junior Rotax. Callum Voisin currently racing the Junior Ginetta Championship, supporting British Touring Cars, which are at Brands Hatch this weekend. In the second final, it was Ollie Stevens, who is now in the junior class. Kitching and Tristan Rennie finished third. So Tristan Rennie, last time the Rotax class was here, he was a Minimax driver. He's now a senior driver, and but he did make it through the repechage into the main event. So that is the recent history here in the British Championship at Mansell Raceway for the Rotax classes. Okay, this decides the starting grid. Championship points obviously up for grabs as well, but it decides the starting grid for the final. Alan Dove from karting1.uk.
Yeah.
The man doth know his karting. I'll get back to this in a minute because we're about to go. Lights out, we're off and racing. Ethan Jeff Hall makes a good start into him, but up the inside comes the number 7 Kart. Oh, that was Harrison Crowther making a very concerted effort. And just look how dry the track is getting. All these karts on wet tyres, 12 minutes plus a lap, 21 Minimax karts go through the complex, led by pole sitter Ethan Jeff Hall. But it's the Dan Holland racing number 47 of Scott Marsh into second place, and then a trio of Coles Racing karts. That would be Crowther, Ticehurst and Mackenzie Douglas.
Indeed, so they all go through. But yes, what you just said there, Henry, the track is pretty dry out there, but they're running on the wet tyres at the moment. There's a little bit of jostling there, side by side in the mid-pack. But again, all stay on the straight and narrow, get through. Now, what does this mean for the final? Because, of course, you've got to remember that the rain is actually due to really hit later on today when those finals come around. So, again, they've got to watch out that they don't chew these tyres up too much.
Well, exactly, my learned colleague. It means that you best look after them treads on them rubbers.
Indeed.
But they're not listening to you.
No, they're not.
Or me.
How dare they?
And there's Ethan Jeff Hall bouncing over the curbs and Scott Marsh following in his wheel tracks. Now, there has been a comment made about the height of the NASA panel. Now, I haven't got rules and regulations in front of me. But
Good read that.
I tell you who does have a copy of the rules and regulations. That's Paul Klassen.
Paul Klassen downstairs. He's right downstairs.
Yeah,
He's below us.
I'll have a word, and then he'll have a word.
Exactly.
There we go. That should solve that problem. But top two now trying to break away. Mackenzie Douglas in third position is trying to close in. So it is Ethan Jeff Hall. Now, everyone was saying how good Ethan Jeff Hall was in the wet. No one's mentioned how good he was in the dry. Well, it was dry yesterday, and he won both his heats. So I think, Anthony, that he's very good in the dry as well, judging by the fact that he's won every race so far this weekend, wet or dry.
Yes, I think you
probably hit the nail on the head there.
Yeah, exactly. You took the words out of my mouth right there.
Rest of the field coming through there is Douglas in kart number 4. Exclusion from the last round at Clay Pigeon, so his championship is... well, it really starts this weekend. He has to kind of count those scores. There's the number 6 kart of Aaron Full. And Aaron is up at the 6th position. Reg Hayward is 5th. Crowther 4th. Then it's Chase Fernandez in 7th place. Then it's Behrman 8th. Cooper, Leighton Cooper, a little bit off the pace. Well, not as quick as he showed at Clay Pigeon. He is there in 9th position, followed by Ticehurst, Green, Earl, Crossley, Charman, Ray, Wise, Wooden, Walker, Gauche, Worlock and Anderson. So we're missing Josh Camp and Damien Barris-Haggett from Clay Pigeon. They didn't make the trip a little bit, well, a little bit to the east of Clay Pigeon, where we are now.
Yes, a little bit further south, but yeah, didn't make the run for it. Here we go into the braking zone of turn 1. You can see there the number 6 of Aaron Full. Just wrestling that kart around. You've got Ethan Jeff Hall, the fastest lap of the race, but he's got the company of the 37 Reg Hayward in front. Oh, and he's got more company there from behind. That was 90 of Chase Fernandez, who gets that move done and nerfs Mr. Full down to 7th place. Chase on a good run at the moment, up 7 positions now into 6th place, so having a good run there in the number 90, and now is wanting to get past the 37 of Reg Hayward as also. So 8 minutes or 8.5 minutes to go. 5-second time penalties to the number 4 of Mackenzie Douglas, who is in 3rd place for Coles Racing.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, the good news for Mackenzie is that he is right on the leader's tail and he is pulling away from the main body of the kart. Now, this is where I got myself into a bit of trouble last year, but I can say it with confidence this year. This is the most southerly stop on the British kart calendar this year. We will go no further south than this.
Why did you get in trouble for that last
Because
year?
I thought that Lyd, where you can actually see France from Lyd, was more southerly than Dunkeswell.
No, this is...
But it turns out that it's not.
No.
There we go. There we go. But
exactly.
Back on track, there's the number 77 of Charles Green, and he is defending 10th position over Leighton Cooper. He just got past Cooper, in fact. He's now got to defend against the number 11 kart of Levi Earl. Midfield pack coming out of turn number 5 through turn 6 and down through the tunnel into Hanger Bend. And I have to say, you get a real feeling of sort of, of being enclosed going through that section. It's downhill, it's narrow, and you're flat out, and then hard on the brakes for Hanger Corner. But the Argenti Motorsport number 42 of Ewan Charman is now challenging the number 75 of Leighton Cooper. Wheel to wheel round turn number 1, and Cooper holds on. There's a move a little bit further up the field. That's the number 11 kart of Levi Earl, picking off
Charles Green.
Charles Green in the number 77. That is Levi Earl up into 10th position. I have to say, Thomas Behrman doing a sterling job at the minute. He's only 18th in the point standings, but he's up and running in 8th place here. That's very, very good indeed.
Yeah, great showing from there. You can see the cart's using all the track and extra and almost clipping those barriers at the exit of turn before. But you were saying that, of course, it closes in into this section here. And you are right, it does very much feel like you're closing in. But the track is pretty much, it's 8 metres wide everywhere. So it is really good for that. So it is still 8 metres wide there. But because those barriers and walls are so high and so close,
it seems a lot narrower.
It feels about 2 metres wide.
Yes.
But yeah, no, it is 8 metres wide all the way around. There's the 42 down the inside. You can see there Ewan Charman getting past Leighton Cooper, getting that job done.
Yep, once and for all. And our leader, Ethan Jeff Hall, setting a new fastest lap, 55.52 seconds on lap number 6. He has now pulled out to a 1.4 second lead over this man on the screen now, number 47, Scott Marsh. Scott Marsh has got Mackenzie Douglas right behind him. Now, so Mackenzie, there's a big screen there, so maybe Mackenzie will have been told or will have been shown that he's got a 5-second penalty. At the moment, with this time penalty. That would put Douglas running in third. It would put Douglas, but he'd only, and this is impressive, he would only cost him 1 position. Because Harrison Crowther is 4 seconds behind Douglas, but Chase Fernandez in 5th is 6 seconds behind Douglas. So that is impressive. So Mackenzie Douglas, I mean, if he starts battling with Scott Marsh, then he will drop back and potentially lose more positions. So really, Douglas needs to work with Marsh, who's, again, older brother Sam is an ex-British champion karter, his dad, Richard Marsh. Now, you were commentating on the Formula 3.
Formula 3 Cup, yes.
Formula 3 Cup. Now, that used to be called the AFS Formula 3
It was, yes.
Cup. Yes, and Richard Marsh used to drive in that many moons ago.
Oh.
Scott's dad. There we go. Reese Utajima, who raced in KZ2 at Chennington as a guest driver, he won his first BRDC Formula 3 race yesterday.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 4.5 minutes plus that 1 additional lap to go. Ethan Jeff Hall still leading the way, saving fastest lap after fastest lap. We're looking a little further back here, though. The 36, diving down the inside. Blake Ticehurst on. Levi Earl gets that job done. You can see there the 37 as well, just in shot. That's Reg Haywood. Under pressure once more from Aaron Full. Chase Fernandez, I think, has managed to get in front of these drivers. They have, yes. Hannah has pulled away at a fast rate of knots. So Chase Fernandez is definitely a man on a mission at the moment. But now the concertina effect closes in, because you can see now the rest of the field slowly catching up. You can see the 42 diving to the inside. Ewan Charman there on Charles Green, not getting that job done. No, stays behind. So you can see there's still nose to tail as they exit out of turn 5 in towards the hangar bend. And back out of there. Still very close runnings all the way through this pack.
Yeah, and this is good news for 2 reasons. It's good news for us because we get to watch a nice battle on the circuit. It's good news for Mackenzie Douglas as well, because these are slowing to the down. So even if Mackenzie Douglas loses a bit more ground, he's still he's more than 5 seconds ahead of this group on screen. There goes Full to the inside. Sorry, there's Aaron Full in the XL Motorsport team now. Was my mind deceiving me, or did Full race for a different team last time out of Clay Pigeon? Or am I?
Well, Full had a different race suit.
Oh, okay. That's what has got me all confussed and confuddled. But it doesn't matter. He's still driving just as well as he did at Clay Pigeon. It's really come on strong compared to last year as Aaron Full. There's number 37 battling with the number 36, Blake Ticehurst and Reg Haywood. That is for 7th and 8th positions. Levi Earl's behind them. Now, Ewan Charman is next in line. The number 87 of Behrman is also still in that group, as well as Charles Green in 11th. Ollie Wise is 13th. Leighton Cooper, he's getting a lot of support on our online chat, but he's fading in this one. There's a move. That is Levi Earl.
Yeah, it was...
he's lost out there to Aaron Full. He's going inside again. He's certainly giving it the beans. So Earl passing Full for 6th position. A little bit further back, after Ben Crossley in 15th place. Adam Wooden is 16th. Mikey Walker 17th. Freddie Worlock 18th. 19th for William Ray. Callum Ghosh is 20th. And Joe Anderson for Sam Pollock Racing is 21st. So all 21 starters still going with less than 2 minutes to go. And Ethan Jeff Hall really walking away with this one.
He is indeed at that one, but eyes on this battle here at the moment on your screen. You can just see there the 36 of Blake Ticehurst is slowly catching up the back of Levi Earl and Full. You can just see there as they exit. There's the timer counting down. 1 minute 35 left on there, but Ethan Jeff Hall, once again, fastest lap of the race. Is no stopping him at the moment, is there? That gap slowly increasing to 2.4 seconds now.
Oh, wheel-to-wheel stuff.
Oh, yeah. On your screens here, in towards the complex section, you can see there. Now, that is Blake Ticehurst. He's got past Aaron Full, has not managed to get past Levi Earl. Levi Earl managed to get through, so I'm not sure what happened at turn 1 then. So there's a big old switcheroo then, what happened. So now you can see there is at the 42, our Genty Motorsport.
Yep.
Yeah, Ewan Charman closing in as well.
And Charman has managed to gain a couple of positions as well. So Behrman and Reg, the big loser is Reg Haywood. So Behrman and Reg Haywood have dropped back into 10th and 11th places. Jeff Hall, Scott Marsh and Mackenzie Douglas still your top 3 on the road. Harrison Crowther, Harrison Crowther at the moment is 4.6 seconds behind Mackenzie Douglas. So if Mackenzie Douglas can pick up another a couple of tenths, another half a second or maybe a second on Crowther, then that will mean that Douglas will finish third on the road. He'll have his 5-second penalty applied and he'll still finish third in the race. And still this battle goes on at the complex. Levi Earl fending off Blake Ticehurst in the number 36. Earl now checking over his shoulder. Where's the next attack going to come from? Down Mini Straight into turn number 4. And then out of turn number 4 into turn number 5. They come out of turn 5 here. There's a little kink through turn 6 now. Down towards Hanger, which is turn 7. And then out of Hanger onto the part 1 of the start-finish straight, which is interrupted by the dog leg, which is the 8th and final corner on this 1,032-metre Mansell Raceway. The clock has struck 0, so next time around, Ethan Jeff Hall will get the last lap board.
Indeed, he will. So, out of turn number 3, that is, isn't it? Yeah, so that's out of turn number 3. Now, here's Chase Fernandez. Now, Chase Fernandez has got quite a bit... no, it's the number 11. Sorry, I'm talking absolute rubbish. It's Levi Earl. He's under immense pressure from Blake Ticehurst. I say it's under immense pressure. It's been patwanged.
Yes.
And now Blake Ticehurst has patwanged his way past Levi Earl. Full there just behind. You can see they've got the company of Ewan Charman as well as Thomas Behrman, Linus Stern as well. So they are now going to be going on to their final lap this time. It's final laps out now because your race leader, Ethan Jeff Hall, has crossed the line and is making his way round turn number 1 now. But all eyes on this battle here. Scott
Marsh clearly through in second, Douglas third, and then all on his own in 4th place is Harrison Crowther. I tell you what, Crowther is under pressure from Chase Fernandez, the number 90 Vision Motorsport Kart. And then it's this battle. 5th and 6th, here's 7th, 8th and 9th, 3 wide. Full with his mirrors, if he had mirrors, they would be full, of Ewan Charman in the number 42 and Thomas Behrman in the number 87. So there's Behrman in the KR Sport number 87 having a storming run here at the moment. Really impressed with how Thomas Behrman has improved as well over the off-season. And Charman trying the undercut move coming off turn number 4. I don't think he's going to make that work. Oh, Behrman gets a 5-second penalty. That's going to spoil his grid position for the final. But the checkered flag has come out for Ethan Jeff Hall, Scott Marsh second. There's Mackenzie Douglas in third, and that's not a 5-second gap back to Harrison Crowther. So Crowther will inherit third position. And who is going to take home 7th place? The moment it looks like it is Fool in 8th rather. Charman in 9th, Behrman with 10th. But he's going to have a penalty, and that's going to cost Thomas Behrman. Oh, that's going to cost him all those positions as the rest of the field stream across the line. Oh, a consummate performance from Ethan Jeff Hall. Had a little battle going into turn 1 on the opening lap of the race, and then from then on in, it was clean sailing all the way by 3.18 seconds over Scott Marsh. Now, Mackenzie Douglas, well, would you Adam and Eve it? Mackenzie Douglas, he beats Harrison Crowther not by 5.2 seconds, but by 0.2 of a second after his penalty was applied. Good driving there. Crowther will take home 4th. Chase Fernandez, great drive from Chase in 5th position. Then it's Ticehurst in 6th, Levi Earl 7th, Full is 8th, Charman is 9th, Thomas Behrman 10th on the road, but that becomes, oh, poor old Thomas Behrman, that 10th becomes 18th once his penalty has been applied. Charles Green will finish 10th, then it's Reg Hayward 11th, Ollie Wise 12th, Adam Wooden 13th, Leighton Cooper is 14th, and Ben Crossley 15th. So Cooper and Crossley not enjoying a great weekend so far, as the field snake their way into the scrutineering area. The end of the Minimax pre-final. We'll now look ahead to race 24. Now, Anthony, did you notice something in that last race regarding the track surface?
Well, yes, it's drying. Very much so, but we can't talk about that just yet because, of course, it's time now for the Rotax 177.
And now we can talk about it again, because it is Rotax 177, and I will hook the old peepers onto the exit of the dummy grid, our camera will have a little look down at the dummy grid shortly as well, because some, but not all, of our 177s are on slick tyres. Now, we had a late withdrawal in 177, did we not? Defending champion Henry Ayres, a late withdrawal, unfortunate circumstances. I hope that Henry and his family are okay, and he will be back with us very shortly indeed. There they are. They're on the number 3 kart. That would be Matthew Easton's kart, and he is on slick tyres. And now Sam Winter, number 77. He's got a nice brand new, the new crash helmet's being debuted this weekend for Sam Winter, the black and gold crash helmet. He's got the Wu-Tang Clan logo on the top of his crash helmet there.
Does indeed.
Yes, now I did notice it started off, most of these karts, they came to the holding area on wet tyres. Philip Howarth, who was our track walk guide this weekend in number 66, he came on slick tyres, didn't even have the wet tyres out. He's a local expert, and so everyone then sort of, as that race progressed, followed suit. There's Nathan Chafer in the number 99 kart. There's the only CRG on thing, but somebody, the ultimate R of Callum 20, Callum Porter. He has gambled on wets. Now, I think, just my personal opinion, is that that is a mistake. Because not only will Mr. Porter destroy his wet tyres in this race, the pre-final, when it rains later on this afternoon, and they need wet tyres for the final, he will have destroyed his only set of wet tyres.
Well, now hear me out. Because what if it absolutely hammers it down halfway through this race?
Then he's going to win. And he's going to be in Clover, and he will have proved this stupid Welsh commentator completely wrong.
Well, let's hope that happens.
Thank you, Aaron Jordan.
Oh, that's quite all right, Henrietta. We can do this all day.
Shall we have a look at the results of the heats? No, we won't, because we're going to have a first time of asking here, I think. No, we're not. No, we're not.
We are.
Oh, do you know what? I knew I was right. There's the real number 1, Philip Howarth, leading the field into turn number 1. And around the outside goes number 20. Oh, no, sorry, number 29 going around the outside. There's the number 20 kart going up the inside of Elliot Porter. Now, if Porter's going to make any sort of progress, it's going to be now in the next couple of laps. While the slick tyres are still cold, and while they're still searching for grip. They're coming out of turn number 4. A few technical issues here, which I apologise about, but there's through out of turn 4 we go. Still see the bright gold crash helmet of Philip Howarth leading the way down towards Hanger Bend, the notorious Hanger Bend, as it used to be called, and now back up the first part of the start-finish straight into the dogleg. Howarth in the number 66 Comp Kart chassis, feel the fluoro, as Philip would say. He leads the way ahead of number 3 Matthew Easton, and then it's the Coles Racing number 8 of Louis Large, who is next. Oh, and the Daniel Tate, our clay pigeon winner, and Sam Winter. So Sam Winter debuting that new crash helmet, which he's very keen to show me this morning. Quite rightly so. It looks smart. Tate, Howarth, and Louis Large were your top 3 in the final at Clay Pigeon, which we did run. Howarth, Tate, and Chafer were the top 3 in Heat 1 here. Heat 2, Matthew Easton, Howarth, and Louis Large were your top 3. Howarth and Nathan Chafer having a bit of a contretemps. Which has tested their friendship somewhat off track. I don't think there was many beers being shared between them last night, as it were. When is Phil's track tour? We haven't got a lunch break.
Yeah, usually we'd play it in the lunch break, wouldn't we? But we haven't got it, unfortunately.
We're saving it for the web. It'll be out on the website. Oh, Nathan Chafer pulling off in the number 99 kart. So the only CRG, Chafer having a little look down. But yeah, social media legend, the notorious number 1. Philip Howarth, his track walk will be on YouTube and on the British Championship website in the hours and days to come. Fear not.
Indeed.
So let's have a little look at the running order at the moment. On lap number 3, it is Howarth, Easton, large. Cole Edwards, the E-plate holder, the English champion, in fourth. Ian Branfield making his debut. Now, Ian Branfield, I've commentated on Ian for many, many, many years. Used to drive in the National Kart Racing Association, the Formula Blue class, which was huge here at Mansell Raceway many moons ago. Branfield is down to 6th position because Daniel Tate has moved into P5. Sam Winter is 7th, Chafer is 8th, and Catelyn Porter, I think, has given up the unequal struggle and retired already, realising that he was listening to me. See? It's not. I don't think it's going to rain, and he needs to save those tyres for the final just in case it is wet. But hey, it's one of those things. So here comes Callum Porter coming into the pits now, but Howarth continues to lead the way by 1.2 seconds over Matthew Easton. Louis Large in 3rd position. Again, apologies, while we've only got the one camera at the moment. There's been a couple of technical issues here at Mansell Raceway. Now, you know, down here there's not now down here sometimes the interweb connection ain't too clever. That's right. There's a move. Well, you can see where all the action is anyway. That's the main point. Cole Edwards and Daniel Tate, wheel to wheel. Tate struggling here. The Strawberry Racing driver struggling at the moment, but it's the current Mansell Raceway lap record holder, Philip Howarth.
Yes, did that the other month.
It did that last month, yes, as he told you several times.
Yeah, it was very hot.
It was very, very hot. Now, you know, these 177 boys, the reason it's called Rotax 177, so in senior Rotax, the weight limit, the minimum weight limit is 162 kilos at the end of each race, kart and driver. Obviously, not everybody, and I know this for a fact, not everybody is built like a jockey. Driver in this class. That is why they have this. So, I mean, they're a little bit heavier. You know, but the leaders in the 177, they would be competing in the middle of the midfield in the main senior Rotax class for sure. Now, Philip Howarth getting a lot of love on the live chat. Especially from Matt Nibs Isaacs, who we spoke to. So one of the Howarth Racing collective, Nibbers, I think is at another race this weekend somewhere else.
Yes,
not here helping Phil. His dad Darren is.
Yeah,
so that's all right.
There it is. Well, they come back into shot then, and you can still see there the bright gold-coloured helmets of Howarth leading the way. Scrapping still, though, is Louis Large and Matthew Easton. They are still nose to tail on your screen.
Ian, behind them, Ian Branfield. You're about to come into the left-hand side of the screen. It is side by side. That's Ian Branfield in kart number 46 now. Ian Branfield's a veteran driver, but he knows his way around Mansell Raceway. Has been racing there for many, many years and proven that he's still got it. We haven't got Colin Davis with us this weekend. He's normally the master in terms of you know, sort of the date of his birth. He's not here this weekend, so we're down to 7 drivers. Sadly, Sam Winter, the new crash helmet, is not helping him. But now this is where so Howarth talked a lot about being patient, and of course you just got to, what was the phrase? You just got to ping it into turn number 1 that he used. You
Something
know,
about waft.
Well, you need waft at the end of the straight, but you need to ping it in. Then you need to be very sort of cautious and sort of patient through the complex, because of course you know you need to take your time. Then we're back up to turns 3 and 4 of the mini straight. They're coming around there now. We're going to wait for, you can see at the left hand side of your screen, the kart's going to come in. There goes briefly there, the far left screen. You can see Howarth's bright gold crash helmet. He did tell me last night that, you know, depending on how this season goes, this could be his sojourn of racing. He might he runs a team in club racing, but he's running as a privateer here. But there we are. Now we're back at the dog leg. There is the number 8 of Louis Large and the number 3 of Matthew Easton. Good battle of the second, coming into turn number 1 now. We're on lap number 9 with 5 and a bit minutes to go. Howarth, however, is checked out.
Yes, he has. Now, he was saying to me Howarth was on the track. Well, you will see on the Alpha Live YouTube channel a little bit later on. But he was saying to me that it was always getting picked on by the drivers because he's got such a noticeable crash helmet, a big bright gold one. Everyone thought, it was that guy in the gold helmet. That's who it was.
pod him off straight away.
Yeah, exactly that. And of course, I was fed up with that. but here at the front, he's and I'm sure someone will still try to blame something on him. But yeah, he's at the front. He's comfortable. 2.6 second lead at the moment. Now here's a little look a little further back, because this is Ian Branfield, Dan Tate, Cole Edwards, and Sam Winter scrapping away for positions. And
Cole Edwards in the E plates there, and Winter, in that black and gold lid. I gotta say, it's a really nice crash helmet design. It's got the old Honda Fireblade sort of thing coming at the sides with the Wu-Tang Clan.
Yeah.
Haven't really made him go much quicker.
No.
I mean, he might want to invest in a bit more waft instead of a new lid.
Waft?
I'm just saying.
Oh, look at close to the wall.
And that you saw the spray getting kicked up there, just offline. That was inches. Let's have a look at that. Here we go. This is about as close as you want to get,
Let's
boys
slow it
and
right
girls.
down. Slow it right down. There we go.
Tyre smoking. Louis Large is going to live off that one for some time. That is on there. Daniel Tate leading Ian Branfield here. So Branfield, the number 46. That Red Bull crash helmet. Tate in front of him. Now, Daniel Tate, he is a World Championship winning mechanic. He helped Mark Kimber. No, sorry, he's not a World Championship, sorry. A Grand Final. He won the Rotax Grand Finals title with Mark Kimber back in 2016 at Sarno in Italy. There we go. And he's not a bad peddler himself.
No. He's doing all right. Of course, Dan Tate won the final at Clay Pigeon. Of course, in those dreadful
convincingly, has to be said.
In those dreadful conditions, of course. Struggling here in the semi-wetty dry conditions.
Yeah, but of course the karts are all on slick tyres, but they would have come to the dummy grid with different settings, a wet setting maybe, which isn't helping him. But I mean, looking at the results, Tate second by just 0.2 of a second to Howarth in Heat 1, and then he had a problem. He only finished 7th in Heat 2. He was, he had a 5-second penalty. So on the road, he finished 3rd in Heat 2. That dropped him back to 7th. So again, he's been competitive this weekend as Dan Tate, but not in this race. And even though we've only got 9 karts in it, and Philip Howarth has done his best to ruin the excitement for everybody by buggering off into the distance. We've still got a good battle for 2nd and 3rd. Here it is, right on cue. Now we've got 4th and 5th, and 6th and 7th. Even though we've only got 7 karts left running, with Porter and Chafer out of proceedings, and sadly, defending champion Henry is having to withdraw last minute. But we'll see Henry back soon, very soon indeed. There's Louis Large chasing the number 3 of Matthew Easton, and Easton he's still there, but now we've got a new fastest lap from Daniel Tate. That is a 47.49.
There you go. You heard me say that he won at Clay Pigeon. Oh, of course I did. What am I doing back here? Let's go.
Let's get put the pedal to the metal. Now let's have a look. See Louis Large again. No tyre smoke this time from Louis.
Nah. Keeping it calm. Keeping it cool, calm and collected.
Yes.
Is Louis Large now. So out of the dogleg. You can see there, just tucking in is Matthew Easton. Just for that, that micro 10th of a second. It's, every little helps.
Here we go. Every little helps. Into the complex we go. And again, 1 minute 15 seconds to go. And Tate and Ian Branfield are closing in. There's look over the shoulder. Now we have got a bit of defending going on. So this is good news for Daniel Tate and Ian Branfield. The fact that Easton is now defending Large, goes round the outside there, round the outside for Louis Large at turn number 4. Easton defended too deeply into turn 5. Easton defended too deeply into turn 4, and that slowed him up. And Large was able to sort of swing high, wide, and handsome going into turn 5 and maintain the momentum around and take the position. And now Louis Large checking over his shoulder. Will Easton fight back into turn number 1?
No.
He thought about it, though.
He did think about it, though.
But then decided discretion is the better part of valour. But 30 seconds plus a lap to go. This is concertina together.
It is, yes. My hand gestures in the commentary were helping you out there, weren't they?
Yes. But let's have a look. Here we go. Down Mini Straight into turn number 4. This is lap number 15. And, oh dear.
That's the sight you don't want to see, is it?
So 4 karts, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Branfield, the number 46 kart, at the back of the screen, at the back of the camera shot there. He's the most experienced driver in this pack, especially here at Mansell Raceway.
Right.
Okay.
It's 4 karts now, isn't it?
Ding, 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 ding. Game on, last lap. Who's going to come up second? Crossover move, potentially. Here comes Tate in the number 29 Strawberry kart. He picks up a position. Sweet move from Tate.
Yeah, good stuff there. Managed to get that stuff now. Goes for the switcheroo here through turn 3. Oh, but here comes Matthew Easton once more. Back down the inside. Can he close it off? No, he can't. Stays behind. Slots back into position. All meanwhile, Howarth is leading away here, but keeping an eye on this one.
Yep, and look, Ian Branfield moving around. He's going to try and get a good run. There is Cole Edwards and Sam Winter battling for 6th position, but it looks as though Louis Large has got it. Philip Howarth has just cleared off and is won this one at a canter. There he is, the real number 1 in P1. And now we look, who's going to be second? It's going to be Large second, 3rd for Tate, 4th for Easton, Branfield 5th, Edwards 6th, and Winter in 7th. So I think we had a couple of technical issues there at the start of the race, but we've got that. The end of that race was spectacular. We were able to bring you every single corner of it. Well done, and a good race for second. But I don't think, I doubt very much that the final, whatever the final takes place in, whether it be wet or dry, I doubt very much that it's going to have that sort of mix of conditions. And so will Philip Howarth have things quite his own way in the main event? He'll hope so, by 5.5 seconds.
He did say he's not looking forward to the wet.
He did, didn't he? Yeah. But Louis Large second. So, Howarth could have had a nose-cone penalty there and still won the race. That was how dominant he was. Large second, Tate third. Look at that. Between second and 5th, there was 0.6 of a second in Rotax 177. Great stuff. There's a look at the main restaurant here at Mansell Raceway. Here is a look at the pit lane as they come in. There is Philip Howarth. So a win for the privateer driver, a win for the gold crash helmet. Now, why is Philip Howarth not wearing his nice shiny new Comp Kart race suit, which he talked about in one of his many Facebook Live videos? He didn't want to get it dirty, maybe?
All right, I'm going to go with that one. Or maybe some
dietary issues.
Well,
these are 177s after all.
Well, that may be, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on, because it's now time for the next race of the day, and it's going to be one of the busiest races. It's time now for Honda Cadet.
Yes, indeed. And still dry. Looking down on the karts coming out of the holding area onto the dummy grid, I cannot see a single kart, Anthony, on wet tyres. So everyone looking at it. They've got the wets on the kart trolley.
Yep.
But and they
Not
can't.
on the kart.
They can't change their tyres now. A quick glance at the heat results in Cadet Honda. Joshua Graham and Max Cuthbert finished 1st and 2nd in the opening heat of the weekend yesterday. Noah Wolf, the Clay Pigeon winner, was 3rd. Lewis Islin 4th and Timo Jungling in 5th. Rocco Shenton, their leading rookie home on the Zip chassis, was a fantastic 6th position, and his teammate Lucas Blanford, who was getting a fair bit of support online earlier on, he finished 7th place. Great result for those two rookies. That was in Heat 1. In Heat 2, it was Leon Hasty for the SFR Heinz Motorsport team taking the win, followed by Thomas Min Spearing, a fantastic result from another rookie. And Thomas has been quite vocal on the live chat during the X30 rounds when he's not racing, he's watching. Rocco Shenton 3rd again, Joshua Graham 4th, Max Cuthbert 5th, and Kenzo Craigie in 6th. The top 3 from Clay Pigeon in the final was Wolf, Timo Jungling and Owen Neve for the Callum Hargrave driver developments team. In the point standings, Wolf comes into this weekend 4 points clear of Jungling, with Hasty, the Scottish driver in kart number 83rd, and then in 4th place with Neve, 5th place Joshua Graham, 12 points separating the top 5 so far in the points. And I'm looking down, oh my word, here is an issue. Looking at the number 86 kart, that is Rocco Shenton. Oh, we've just been talking about it. Rocco Shenton has missed the grid gate by literally seconds. Oh No, and Shenton was due to start that zip kart in third, and he will not race, or will he? Let's have a look. They're still working on it. He missed it by an absolute millisecond. Oh dear. He left it too late.
Now, is it in the? It's in the holding bay. Now the gate's still open.
No, it's that gate.
Is it that gate there that closes?
It's the secondary gate. So just the left of our camera position here. You've got the carts. They come on to the left-hand side. You can see the gentleman in the black cap. That's Hugh. He's our grid gate marshal. There's a clock there, and there's a beeper system that calls down. When that beeper reaches 0, the grid gate closes, and Rocco Shenton has missed the grid gate. He's got a bulldog on the back of his crash helmet, but he's going to need some bulldog spirit in the final, because he will be starting stone last. Now, the only thing that you can say to Rocco now is that his tyres, if the final is dry, his tyres are going to be better than everybody else's, because everyone else is on slicks. If everyone's on wets, it's going to be doubly hard from him.
Well, let's have a look.
You're pointing at me.
Well, I'm pointing, one, because the grid's on the screen, and two,
yes,
let's talk about the grid. I'll tell you what later. Joshua Graham starting on pole position with Max Cuthbert alongside Rocco Shenton. Would be starting on the second row of the grid in third place, but has missed out on that opportunity. Lewis Islin then will start alongside in fourth. Timo Youngling and Leon Hasty starting on row number 3 with Kenzo Craigie and Noah Barham on the 4th row of the grid. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Oscar Tumulty will be starting on row number 5. Oscar O'Sullivan and Harrison Whitcomb on row number 5 just there. I'll get the rest of the grid up on my screen. You can just see there. So where are we there? So Lewis Blanford was starting 13th row, then it's Owen Neve on 14th place, Jack West, Noah Wolf in 16th place, Thomas Spearing on 17th place, then it's Max Endicott, Jarrett Clark in 19th place, Cole Denham and Hugh Roche in 21st place, Noah Pikes, then it's Kai Clark in 23rd place, Aris Majukas in 24th place, Oliver Majewski in 25th place, Harry Frail and Gregor Reed in 27th place, Harley Musk in 28th, Elliot Potter in 29th, Albert Friend in 30th place, Hayden Gray in 31st, then it's Brendan James in 32nd and William Murtaugh in 33rd spot, rounding out the grid.
Yes, 32 karts on a 33 kart grid. We did have 34 entries. I'm not quite sure who has had to withdraw before this point of proceedings. We had 33 karts go out for the heat, so somebody withdrew after the initial there, so it's going to be a standing start. Now, Joshua Graham for Ambition Motorsport, Max Cuthbert for the Synergy Racing team. So the sort of turquoise blue kart left-hand side of your screen here, that's Joshua Graham, 4th in last year's championship. Cuthbert, 10th last year's standings. A couple of these drivers have not got into their correct grid position, so this is going to take a little while to sort out, possibly because Rocco Shenton, now they're going to line up the number 8 kart of Timo Youngling was going to be, oh dear, so because Rocco Shenton is not out there, they've got to manoeuvre all the karts up one position, and this has caused a bit of confusion, and it's going to take a little while. So Graham and Cuthbert are on row number 1. Everybody else is going to be one place up. So Islin in kart number 5, you can see Islin there. He's the sort of the second kart on the left. He's there on position 3, where Rocco Shenton should have been. His teammate Timo Youngling is on the outside there. There is oh dear. That I think is Hugh Roche in kart number 70. Well, I mean that good character there on that young lad. You know, why not have a picture of yourself looking like a complete fool on the back of your crash helmet? I think maybe the drivers follow me will be laughing so hard they won't overtake me. That was the theory, and hey, we'll see.
So looking at this grid right now, you can see there's a bit of, I think he's struggling with his headphones there, he can't quite hear what's going on. I think the easiest way and quickest way to solve this is just let them go round again and just reline them up and obviously stop them in their relevant spots. Of course, I've marshaled and race directed at karting tracks before, my previous life before commentating, so I would say that was probably the easiest and quickest solution. I've just put my opinion out there.
Strangely enough, I thought that, you know, you were a ballet dancer in your previous life. You haven't told me that about karting before.
I do, well, no.
Or is that on only on a Saturday? Okay, sorry. There we go. Yeah, no, but I think what we're going to I think what's going to happen is that we're going to have some back injuries here because the Marshall's team there has got to pick up the rear bumper of all these karts. Oh dear!
It had to be the biggest grid as well.
Oh, of course. So and the only grid that's got a standing start.
Yeah. Well, KZ2.
Pardon? Oh yeah, sorry, KZ2, of course.
And all-round karting.
Okay, yes, and TT, yes, okay. I got completely wrong there with that assumption.
You were indeed.
Sorry, I was. Championship standings: Noah Wolf, Timo Younglin, Leon Hasty, Owen Neve, Joshua Graham. Your top 5 in the points table coming into today. William Murphy, Lewis Islin, Max Cuthbert, Kenzo Craigie, Oscar Tumulty. The rest of the top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of last year's top 10. All in the top 10 of the point standings at this point in the season. Well, we may not be quite as straight as we would have liked, but the front couple of rows, now we're going to move over again. This is going to be interesting. Well, I mean, let's have a look. The last time, have Cadet Honda been here? Let's have a look. Cadet Honda, in 2019, we didn't come here with Honda. And in 2020, so this is the first time that Honda Cadet, I don't want to get you upset now, Anthony.
Exactly,
the first time that Honda Cadet have raced here at Mansell Raceway as part of the British Championship. The most successful driver in Honda Cadet in the last 2.5 years, Mitchell Gibbons. Not quite sure what Mitchell's up to this year. He moved into Junior X30 last year. He's not doing any national racing this year. Keen Nakamura Berta, he's got 3 wins in this class. He's out racing in Europe and at a world level at the moment in WSK and the various CRK FIA events. Ewan Charman, we've just seen him in Minimax. He's got 2 Cadet Honda wins. The only drivers in the class currently that have won this race, Timo Youngling and Joshua Graham, but we have a green flag. They're lined up as best as we're going to get them, and lights are out. We're off and racing. They all sort of hug to the inside anyway, and it is our pole sitter Joshua Graham who leads them into turn number 1, but there's a kart spinning.
Oh no!
Oh, and up over the top there. Well, that was number 9, Oscar Tumulty, literally going skyward. That nose cone and NASA panel off the spun kart just turned into a launch pad. Luckily, Tumulty didn't launch himself into the spun driver. He carried on, and now there's the number 94 off there. I was going to say they all hugged the inside line on slick tyres. Gregor Reed just getting himself back into the race. They're going to come out of turn number 5. The lead is it's still the pole sitter. Oh, it's a brave bird there trying to fly across down through the tunnel there in front of 32 Cadet Honda Cadet karts. Cadet Honda Cadet, whatever they are. They are Hondas and they're Cadets. And there is the dog leg. And the top 3 are Graham, Cuthbert, and I think Islin, yes. And now it is Cuthbert in the number 10 kart to take the race lead. Yes, it is.
Yeah, good overtake there. It was the 44 of Kenzo Craigie who was the one who came the ramp at turn number 1.
Okay.
Luckily, he's okay. He's carried on. They're all still racing around the circuit, so no injuries to report, which is very good news.
Lucas Blanford as well, the second of the Zip kart. So the 2 Zip drivers. I mean, it's great having the Zip name back in the championship, but they did really well in the heat. It's gone horribly wrong for them so far, but at least Lucas Blanford is still in the race.
I got stuck. Yeah, let's get a replay of that start. There's a disembodied voice in my head.
Disembodied voice, yes. Yep. Well, let's have a look. Now we know that everyone is okay.
Yes.
We'll show a replay of this. So, they all go to the inside. Now, we're looking for the number 44 kart, the Ambition kart. I think about the 4th, 5th kart in line. There, Craigie goes for a spin, and watch this. Nowhere for Oscar Tumulty to go, and he just literally vaulted up over the top of the kart and carried on. And actually, Oscar Tumulty is, well, he's down in 13th position, but the slick tyres are holding firm as well, so the track is now well, is completely dry. It's 95% dry on all the it's dried all the important bits.
Yeah, and that's important.
And into turn number 4 at the end of Mini Straight come the leaders: Graham, Youngling, Islin, Cuthbert, who's dropped back now. So Timo Youngling, just checking over his shoulder there. Then the number 8 Kart is about to potentially lose second place. No, he holds on to it at the time being. We've got a 5-kart breakaway at the front. Graham, Youngling, Islin, Cuthbert, and Leon Hasty, the Scotsman, the SFR Heinz Motorsport team. Then there's a gap back to Clay Pigeon winner and current championship leader Noah Wolf in 6th. Noah Barham runs in 7th. There's Jack West. And side by side for the race lead.
Yep, great move there. Timo Youngling tried to get down the inside there, couldn't quite do it. Joshua Graham holding on to that one though, but down the inside comes the number 10 of Max Cuthbert, tries to get that move done as well. Again, can't quite do it, but now they've not gained anything. What they did there was lose a lot of time, because that's going to allow Noah Wolf and his gang of merry men behind, to slowly close up. And then, as we always see in Honda Cadets, the most exciting races that we see, we're probably going to have a 10, 11, 15, maybe in the whole grid battling for first place.
Yep, because, I mean, the more that these, I mean, it all depends. If Josh Graham, for the Ambition team, decides he wants to lead from the front, then we are going to have that big thing. But Graham, at the moment, he's allowed, he hasn't defended there, and Youngling and Cuthbert have got through. Graham, side by side, he could lose 3rd place as well, as there is Cuthbert fending off Youngling. Graham's back to 3rd place, that fluorescent yellow chassis on the number 4 Kart, and here comes Cuthbert up the inside. This is great racing. Now the gap between the top 5 and Noah Wolf in 6th position, it was 1.9 seconds. On the left-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, you can see it's already down to 1.3.
Yep, so they are closing in. You can see there, they're not scrapping for position. They're just nose to tail. They can see all that battling up ahead, and you can see there, out of turn 1, Timo Youngling put his hand up thinking, what are you doing? We're so early into the race, let's just go, and it's not happening. They're all battling for position, but of course Timo Youngling responding with that by doing exactly the same thing. Look at the mechanics. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
That was that was the SFR racing mechanics. There they go on the Zenon chassis. They're the 3 of them. Say, come on, lads.
Look, there you go. I think they've got the message now, and they've got right. Okay.
No, they haven't.
Oh no.
No, they haven't.
No.
Youngling back into P2. Great move.
It was a fantastic move.
Leon Hasty trying to go with him as well, but Josh Graham now into P3. Hasty still 4th and Islin still 5th. And, okay, they've had half a lap now. We're only 1 position changed, and the gap between the top 5 and Wolf in 6th is back up to 1.5 seconds. Owen Neve, the Callum Hargrave driver development entry in kart number 65. New fastest lap. Neve up into 10th position, and he's the best placed rookie in the championship. They're chopping and changing again, and this time, Anthony, it's gone a bit wrong.
It's gone very wrong now, because the number 4, I believe, of Joshua Graham has gone off the track.
Yep,
now you can see there, he's had a bit of a bumpy barging there. Yeah, he got pushed off onto the grass there, I think, slightly.
Wet grass.
Slick tyres. Doesn't work out.
No.
So that is the end of Joshua Graham's race. Huge shame, because running in 2nd place, but you say it was just getting a little bit too racy. Now this has caused some interesting situations, because now Max Cuthbert has now broken away. He's got a bit of an advantage now. 7/10 of a second he's got from Timo Youngling and Leon Hasty there in 3rd place. Then it's Islin. Noah Wolf has closed up now, because now it's one big group of 10 karts for the race lead. According to our time screen, looking at your screens there, they are slightly spread out, but now it's just one big group. You can just see them, they're all slotting into position. So if no one sort of battles or anything like that, Max Cuthbert is in a bit of hot water here, because now he's just 4 wheels on his own. And we all know from Honda Cadet in previous years that 8 wheels, or even more than 8 wheels,
they working in unison together is much better than just 4 wheels on their own.
Exactly, yes, there we go. Warning flag out to the 91 of Mr. Friend, who is...
Albie Friend, the SFR Motorsport driver. Where's Albie running? He is down in... 19th position, just behind the recovering Kenzo Craigie. There's the number 45. That is Noah Wolf. Now into P5, and still wheel-to-wheel stuff there. That's the 5 and the 22. That is Lewis Islin and the number 22 of Noah Barham.
Yes, indeed. And now they're up quite high in the positions at the moment, or I suspect they've gone down. Oh, Aris Majuskas there, 5 seconds time penalty for the number 23.
The Anglo-Lithuanian driver.
Yeah, that's not what you want out there. Currently in 17th place at the moment, up 7 positions. Well, of course, 17th place here means first place, really, doesn't it, in Honda Cadet?
Yeah. 17th now, but wait for 3 corners, and that'll be different.
Yes, exactly that. 4.5 minutes then, plus the 1 additional lap. We crossed the line. What are the gaps? Max Cuthbert leading the way by nothing. He's got Timo Jungling now right on the rear bumper. Now they are 8 wheels working together. Now they could potentially pull away because, I say that, no, he tried to go for the move there. He went very defensive, didn't he? So they're not going to be working together by the looks of it. You would have thought they would be, but they're not. Oh, and there you can see they're diving to the inside. This is allowing everyone else to catch up. Leon Hasty there, you can see their 3rd place closing in as well.
Yes.
Then Noah Wolf is going to be there. Oscar O'Sullivan's going to be there. Owen Neve is going to be there. Lewis Isden's going to be there. And before you know it, you were battling with only 1 person. Now you're battling with 10.
I mean, here comes Jungling to the inside. Great move there from Timo Jungling. And I was about to say that he's been camped out on Cuthbert's rear bumper like the paparazzi outside the front door of a disgraced former health secretary's house. But he's now made the move. He's gone through the front door. But look at that. Look at the nose cone on Jungling's kart.
I know. Yeah. You say he's been so feisty trying to get part. Oh, look at that.
He's probably seen that. He's thinking, oh, well, Timo, all you've got to do is drive and hope that they're going to battle behind you, which is exactly what they're doing. Here comes Wolf into 2nd place in the number 45 kart, and he's defending with 3 minutes to go. So Jungling, just head down and drive. From Bavaria in Germany originally. Now Timo's elder brother Ralph Jungling. I don't think Ralph is racing this year, so it's all focused on young Timo's career at the moment. And already 12 kart lengths clear of this battle for 2nd. Wolf, Hasty, Cuthbert, Owen Neve. Great drive again from Owen Neve. Islin and Thomas Spearing. Then it's Barham, O'Sullivan and Jack West, your top 10. Josh Graham is 11th, so he's recovering from that spin. A little bit further down, Tumulty, he's 12th after taking the first corner of this race in the air. And Kenzo Craigie is 18th.
Yes, exactly that. So just over 2 minutes to go. As it stands at the moment, Timo Jungling is leading by only 0.8 of a second. Now, that nose cone looks incredibly loose at the moment, so there's a potential for when he comes to see Mr. Paul Klassen in scrutineering that he may not stay there. So that's going to be meaning that Noah Wolf, who's currently in 2nd place, could, on paper, at the end of this, be the winner. But that is all speculation. We won't think about that just yet, but at the moment, it is Timo Jungling leading the way.
Well, I mean, this sounds strange, but this might sound strange, but it is true. Noah Wolf can decide whether Timo Jungling wins this race. And the reason is by not passing Timo Jungling, but whether he carries on doing what he is now and just drives, or whether he defends. If he defends with 90 seconds to go, Timo Jungling will win this race by 5 seconds, and he'll, even with the nose cone penalty applied, if it is applied, but I mean, it looks like pretty, that nose cone looking pretty wobbly at the moment, then he'll win by 5 seconds. If he doesn't, and if they carry on doing what they're doing now, then if Jungling does get a nose cone penalty, then he's going to drop down quite a few places, because it's not just Wolf on his own in 2nd. Owen Neve, what a drive from Owen Neve in that number 65 Callum Hargrave kart. He is bringing the rest of the grid to the party.
Indeed. Less than a minute to go, plus that 1 lap back onto the back straight. You can see there some vigorous hand gestures to say go.
Oh, word, Cuthbert there, trying to, oh my.
Steady on, lad.
Yeah, absolute. Like, thought about a lunge there that would have been that could have been bad.
It could have been, but it wasn't.
It wasn't.
So it was great.
Good kart control.
Exactly.
Owen Neve is still there, holding on to 3rd position. And we now move through the complex one more time on lap number 12.
So, 15 seconds left on the timer. When will the pin be pulled? When will the patwang? And when will the Cadet Hondas become the Honda Cadets? We'll find out in just a moment. But the timer strikes 0.
Yes, next time around, Timo Jungling will get the last lap board. And, Wolf runs a little bit wide through Hanger Corner. And now Neve is defending, though this is where, so, game on for 2nd place. through the dogleg. There's the last lap board. You can see that nose cone wobbling on the front of Timo Jungling's kart. Oh, from outside to inside. Wolf sweeps across to defend, but I think Neva's got the momentum.
Oh,
no, not quite.
Just held on to that one very finely. So now you can see this group is slowly coming up. You can see there the number 5 being nerfed out wide. That's Lewis Islam, but he's got the inside line here as they go through turn 3. He'll also have the inside line as they go into turn 4. Down mini straight. Noah Wolf now has got a bit of clear air. Hasn't got the company behind, so it's Owen Neve, Max Cuthbert.
Oh, big
crash there.
2 karts into the barriers, the outside of turn number 4. Karts hitting the barriers, bouncing back in. The 3 karts are involved, 2 are still in the barriers. This is the final lap. Yellow flags waving. They're just yellow flags at the moment. Timo Jungling is streaking away. Second is Noah Wolf. I couldn't quite see the numbers of the karts that were involved there. We'll find out as they cross the line. But it is Timo Jungling as he crossed the line. I think he knows that, judging by the body language. Now, let's look back at what is the last guy. It was Leon Hasty, one of the karts. That
Noah
is
Barham, the 22.
the 80 kart of Hasty and Barham, but they're up and out of their karts. That's the main thing. That is what all the parents and that's what all the spectators, and not spectators, all the people watching, family members and friends want to know. The 2 drivers here, they're up and out of the karts. Oh, well, let's have a little look at the result, the rundown.
Yes, because it all changed up, didn't it, at the end there? So we'll see the results on the screen. There it is, Timo Jungling taking the race win on track. Whether or not that will be the case
if he does get a penalty, it'll drop him to 9th.
Yeah, so that's a big shame. Noah Wolf then, you could tell by his body language, crossed the line, 2nd place, little fist bump. I think he knows. I think he was happy with the 2nd place, and I think he knows that there is a potential. Yeah.
Looking back there, some of the drivers. I mean, Lucas Blanford, the only zip kart entry that made the race, finishing in 22nd position. Now it was Barham and Hasty that got caught out there. Luca Holmes, Ballack, Noah Pikes, Harley Musk, Kai Clark, Brendan James, Gregor Reed, all down at the back of the field as well. But the main thing is that Craigie, Hasty and Barham are A-OK.
Indeed. Well, an exciting end to the pre-final of the Honda Cadets. Their final will be a little bit later on today, but now it's time
to get a little bit faster.
It's time now for KZ2.
So this is the 2nd time that we've seen KZ2 in action today. We saw their 2nd heat race earlier on this morning. Now this is the first time that KZ2s have raced here at Mansell since the start of 2019, when Motorsport UK took over direct running of the British Kart Championship. We had an excellent race this morning in the rain. Now we have got the fastest karts in the country out on dry. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, and if you're watching karting, like I know some of you are, for the first time, these gearbox karts, 6-speed gearbox karts, they will be reaching 99 miles an hour at the end of this straight, or the front straight.
So, press F in chat for the cameraman at the exit of turn 1.
Yes, yeah. I mean, you need some danger money almost.
Well, yeah, exactly that. He's got 2 lines of barriers, and he's an Alpha Live cameraman. They are dispensable. Yes, yeah, exactly.
Here's the grid.
Indeed. James Glenister, Tom Longfield on row number 1 with Dan Gould and Miles Murphy alongside on row number 2.
Glenister's your championship leader. Miles Murphy designs crash helmets for Formula 1 drivers. Defending champion Joe Charlton starts on 5th place in the grid from Bradley Barrett, Charlie Turner and Scotland's Ryan Cannon.
Alan Kenyon and Ashley Lewis round out row number 5. Then it's Hannah Lang and Darren Allen rounding out row number 6. Final 2 on the grid, Josh Price and Lee Ward round out the KZ2 fastest kart, dizzying speeds.
And Josh Price, former British touring car driver, teammate to Jason Plato.
He had a disaster at Shennington, I remember. It was a car kept stalling off the line.
Yep. It's at least, I mean, there's James Glenister, the Rush Performance driver. your championship leader coming into this weekend. He won the opening round at Shennington with Joe Charlton second and Lee Ward third. But I mean, Charlton finished second from the back of the grid on that occasion.
Indeed.
And Glenister, with that win, became the winningest, and I hate using that word, winningest driver in this class since the start of 2019. That was his third final victory. This is only the pre-final. This only sets the grid for the final, but you are getting championship points. Now, somebody on there who's, hello, Mr. Revel Notster. Your mate is racing at 2 o'clock.
He said his name was David and he's 14 years old.
Well, at 2 o'clock, that would be Junior Rotax, which would be the next race after this. And that would be, I'm guessing, there's a problem there. Yes, David Oleszna.
There we go.
Who is our Welsh-Polish driver.
Yes.
And David Oleszna, who is from Cwmbran in Wales, but also from Poland, has been racing out in Europe this year. He's going to be starting the number 65 kart, 9th in the next race after this.
Okay.
Mr. Revenant Star. Luke Ford, stop pressing F.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I may have asked for it, but
Behave
it's
yourself.
one per person.
One F per person.
Exactly. Well, here they go. They're making their way out into the track. Of course, standing start for KZ2. They had an exciting race earlier on today where Joe Charlton took that win from James Glenister and Tom Longfield. Now, there was a couple of penalties in that last one as well.
There was there?
Miles Murphy got a penalty.
Naughty boy.
Indeed. And Hannah Lang also alongside.
Naughty
got
girl.
Naughty girl. There we go. So only 2 penalties. But they've
been admonished.
Yeah, exactly that. Finished 7th and 9th in that one.
He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Miles Murphy, you're not the helmet painting Messiah. You're just a very naughty boy. Miles Murphy, the Demon Tweaks back entry. Now, first things first, I have a correction to make. He drives for the Moore Racing team. Now,
not the Sam Moore Racing.
Not the Sam Moore Racing team, because Tom Moore is Tom Moore Racing team as well. And Mrs. Tom Moore, she was a bit upset at me. So I was told if there was a firebrand sprinting across the paddock, shouting, "Hey, me! I'm going to kill you!" that would be Tom Moore's wife, telling me off. So there we go. Excellent. There we are. So apologies to Tom Moore's wife, but Miles Murphy, who's a very naughty boy, but also designs crash helmets for the likes of Lando Norris, George Russell, and Sergio Perez, is racing for the Moore team, the family collective.
I'm slightly concerned how many times you have to apologise to
other people's wives.
Other people's wives,
yes.
Yeah.
Moving swiftly on.
Yes, because KZ2. Now these carts get off the line so quick. We were talking about the electric carts get off the line quick, instant torque. These carts.
Strap yourself in, boys and girls.
Oh yes, indeed.
No seatbelt, so they're not strapped in.
No, they're not strapped in.
There we go. But yeah, 4 Glenister on the left-hand side of your screen. Longfield, the 17. The number 10, Gould on the outside of row 1. The 6 of Miles Murphy. The 1 of Joe Charlton. This is going to be 0 to about 70 miles an hour before they hit the brakes for turn number 1. Lights. 1 red light on. 2 red lights on. 3, 4. Lights out. Away we go. Into turn 1. Oh, it's wheel to wheel. And around the outside, Dan Gould takes the race lead. Well, you don't want to be clashing wheels in these KZ2 karts, but this is why these are the best in Britain in this class. They come through there. All Miles Murphy at the inside again in the number 6 Demon Tweaks kart, and losing a place there to number 9 as they flash down towards turn number 4.
Yep, good start then from the entirety of the field, of course, bar Glenister and Longfield with that side-by-side podding down the start-finish straight, but they get the straight and narrow and drop only a couple of positions. So now you can see there, who's that? Is that the number 10 who's still leading the way? So yeah, it's Gould who's leading from Glenister out onto the start-finish straight. Down the inside though, here comes Glenister for the race lead. Is it going to work? Of course it's going to work. Down the inside, Rush Performance 1-2, and it's still Rush Performance 1-2.
And that is going to be, that is nearly 100 miles an hour under braking, 6 inches off the ground, and about 3 inches next away from the cart in front of you. This is spectacular stuff. They don't use the dog leg, as you may have noticed. And there goes Longfield. Wow. Oh, and a problem behind, and that is Miles Murphy getting taken out there by somebody vaulting over the top of him. That was, I believe, the Sodi kart of driver number 8, Alan Kenyon, launching over Miles Murphy's kart now. Hopefully Miles is okay. I mean, his NASA panel is sadly no more.
No.
But the rest of it looks in one piece, pretty much. Longfield, though, That was a move. You can see them. They do half this lap. This is 1,032 metres. Half of this lap they do with one hand. They do one-handed.
Now, Miles Murphy hasn't pitted, so expect the meatball flag out very swiftly, because that front NASA panel is in...
technical flag, yes.
Yeah, that is a technical flag issue there, so expect to see that out this time around. Look at the debris on the circuit as well that was caused by that contact. It was a heavy hit, so we were all distracted by Longfield's lunge from a long way back. He was in the long field next to the track, he was, before he started that lunge. But yeah, and then, poor Miles Murphy there, heavy damage.
Now, the skies, they're not darkening. I mean, the rain is certainly potentially on its way, but not imminently, I have to say. So I think these guys are safe. These guys and girls on track at the moment are safe. There's the technical flag for Miles Murphy. There is Glenister from Longfield, from Charlton, from the number 2 of Ryan Cannon. Into turn 5 again, but Longfield, so that comp cart of Tom Longfield, we know he is brave on the brakes, and that is something that James Glenister is going to have to think very carefully about, especially into the likes of turn number 4 at the end of mini straight and going into turn number 1. Here we go, up through the gears, 100 miles an hour, and now you can see they start the brake, bang, down through 1 gear, down through 2 gears, down through 3 gears.
Great stuff from these drivers here. Out of turn 1 then. So, Glenister leading from Longfield, and Charlton there in third place. I say that.
Gone for the lead.
He has indeed. Where did that come from?
I think Glenister just outbraked himself ever so slightly, and I think Glenister may be in trouble. I think Glenister may be in a little bit of trouble here. Longfield is charging, but has Longfield damaged his nose cone?
I say, yeah, there is, again, a disappointed voice in my ears, in my head, saying that, yes, keep an eye on that front nose cone, because it is looking a little bit loose and wobbly at the front. I'm not sure if it is. It does look like it's dragging on the ground, so potentially, yes, like you say, an Inister for a Glenister. Yeah, for Glenister.
Yeah. Let's have a little look. You can't see the great cam work there going into the complex. You can really see how physical these karts are. All these drivers have got rib protectors on. You do not get into one of these karts without the rib protector. Look how physical it is. This is not one of the bumpiest tracks on the calendar either. You go to somewhere like Fullback, you phone your dentist on the Thursday before you leave the track, booking an appointment to have all your fillings put back in for Monday morning.
Yes, exactly that. And there's still a long way to go in this race. Now, of course, in the heat earlier on today, Joe Charlton won that race, of course. Now, he's there in 3rd place. You can just see him there, the number 1. Under immense pressure, though, from Ryan Cannon in 4th place. Now, are they good? I suspect just going to work together, because, of course, if James Glenister is nursing an issue with that kart, he's going to be in the crosshairs of Joe Charlton very swiftly. Now, Longfield with the fastest lap of the race as well, looking comfortable. Now, Longfield finished 3rd in Heat 2. I don't know where he finished in his first heat earlier on today. If you could find that out for me, please, Henry, my stat man. That'll be greatly appreciated as they come fourth. Thank you very much. Yes, they come screaming into the hangar bend, and it looks slightly comical how fast they go. This isn't sped up footage, folks.
No,
this is real life. This is as they are.
And now, so we saw in the earlier race when it was wet, Ryan Cannon putting the pressure on the Joe Charlton and spinning going into turn number 1. Tom Longfield just set the fastest lap of the race. Charlton, he'll assess the situation. If he sees Longfield pulling away, which he is a little bit, but not definitively, then Charlton will start making a move on number 4, James Glenister. If, Glenister is keeping pace with Longfield, then Charlton might consider just sitting and waiting for a little bit. But, of course, Ryan Cannon putting Charlton under pressure in 4th position, that could force Charlton's hand as well. Glenister just checks over his shoulder. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, at 100 miles an hour, they turn around and look behind them.
That nose cone's looking ever looser on James Glenister's kart, I have to say. Under braking there, it really scrapes the ground and is bobbing up and down. Charlton now right on that rear bumper of Glenister as well. So it's going to be a lot of pressure both on Charlton to get past quickly and efficiently, but on Glenister to try and hold on to that one as long as possible. Ryan Cannon still there in 4th place, but here we've dropped back a little bit. There's the number 10 you can see on your screen. That's Dan Gould, Charlie Turner, Josh Price and Alan Kenyon, who are battling for position as well. This is from 6th place down to 9th place on your screens. They exit the final corner. By the time I've said exit the final corner, they're braking for turn 1 already. That's how quick they are.
And so Charlie Turner in the number 61, trying to pick up a place there from his Rush Performance teammate, Charlie. And then there's Josh Price, the number 28. This is the best performance we've seen from Josh, the ex-British touring car driver so far. He's looking strong at the moment. But Turner is one of the 2 drivers in this field, well, 3 drivers actually, who's Josh Price included, but even though Josh has been away from karting and car racing for several years, Charlie Turner is moving out of direct drive karting. This is his first season as a gearbox driver. It takes a lot, it's a wholly different discipline. And now Glenister is closing back in. We're going to have a 4-kart battle for the lead with 5 minutes to go, Anthony.
I don't think I'll be able to handle that.
I might blow a gasket myself.
Here we go then. Yeah, under 5 minutes to go then, plus that 1 additional lap. It's still Longfield who leads the way. And at the moment there, you can just see them scrapping away. Not going for lunges yet, but they are in lunge distance.
Yeah, they are within lunge range. And there's the top 4 down towards Hanger Bend. You can see that because there's a massive hanger next to it. That's why we called it Hanger Bend.
Get ready for the slipstream.
Yep. Down the main straight. Here comes Glenister. On the anchors. Yes.
Gets it done nicely there. You could, again, you just saw that nose cone bouncing violently up and down on the track, so keeping a very close eye on that one. So now it's 1, 2, 3 and 4 for the race lead in KZ2 for their pre-final here at Mansell Raceway. It's race 26 of the weekend. The track is currently dry, but the air is cool, the wind is harsh, and the clouds are low.
Yes, but the sky's not darkening too much. Now, we're watching the top 4 battle on screen. Anthony's going to watch that. In 5th position is number 10, Dan Gould. 6th position, great drive for Josh Price so far. 7th is Charlie Turner. 8th is Ashley Lewis. 9th,
Charlton for the lead, or Charlton for second, sorry, I should say. Charlton for second place, gets down the inside of Longfield, moves up into P2. This is exactly what Charlton wants with this time remaining, because now we can concentrate on getting Glenister. Yep,
and it goes Glenister. Charlton, he's only 8th of the points coming into this weekend because of his problems in the heats at Shenington. So Glenister leads by 10 points coming into today, and so Joe Charlton, he needs to get past number 4 James Glenister, thinking about the championship. It's a 4-round championship. At the end of this is the 2nd round out of 4, so Charlton cannot allow Glenister to outscore him this round. Now, what can Ryan Cannon do about Tom Longfield? The answer is nothing at the moment, but Cannon is looking racy. Quickly out of the top 10, Bradley Barrett runs 11th, Darren Allen is 12th, and Hannah Lang is 13th, and sadly Miles Murphy, we've seen him retire. That's the full rundown of the field.
Excellent stuff. So 2.5 minutes plus that 1 lap to go. It's still Glenister who leads the way, opening up a bit of an advantage now to Charlton. It's about 0.3 of a second. Well, it changes now. It's 0.4 of a second that is the gap between 1st and 2nd place. Now under pressure once more from Longfield. Now we know Longfield likes those very long field lunges, but whether or not we're going to see another one out of any of these corners is yet to be seen with plenty of time to go. They're still scrapping a little further behind as well. 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place. Gould, Price, Turner, Lewis and Kennan, they are still battling away at the moment, but with 2 minutes left on the timer, it's all still to play for. Now, back into the complex we go, down those gears. You've got to think with the direct drive karts when they're racing around here, it's just thinking about accelerating, braking and steering and all the rest of the karts. But in this, you've got that added factor of your revs and your gear changes as well. That just brings out a whole new element for these drivers. And seeing them racing here at Mansell Raceway, it's a very tight, it's a very twisty circuit, and like I say, they've only got this one long straight to really open it out, reaching that top speed of 99 miles an hour, or maybe even more. But here now is Charlton being wide. The wheels come off, there's heavy contact, and Charlton with a hand up in the air as well. How quick it goes wrong at 100 miles an hour here at Mansell Raceway. Drama in the pre-final, and Charlton is out of this race. Here's a replay. What happened? You could see there, Glenister pushes in, forces wide. I don't think he knew he was there. He was looking over his other shoulder. I don't think he knew he was there. He was looking over his other shoulder. I don't think he expected Charlton to be on that side of him.
Look at the force. That has bent the rear axle, sheared half the rear axle clean off the kart and the rear wheel. Number 1, Joe Charlton is looking at it. He's okay. He's highly frustrated. He just got squeezed into the barriers there, and I said that's at nearly 100 miles an hour. That is, I mean, are you looking now, is there any damage on the the right-hand side of Glennis's car? Has that punctured a tyre? Longfield closing in. That was potentially catastrophic. The whole left-hand side of the kart, of the number 1 kart, has been destroyed from Tom Longfield, and he is not happy. In fact, now the adrenaline is going to subside a little bit, and I can almost see from just below us there the colour of his face changing as that adrenaline sort of seeps away. That was huge. And Glenister leads from Longfield. Well, Joe Charlton won the Driver of the Day award at Shennington. Wera Tools, the championship sponsor, the prize for that is a toolkit for his mechanic, and Ian, the mechanic, is going to have to put that toolkit to good use to get Joe Charlton out for the final. He had to rebuild an engine between the pre-final and the final last round. He's now got to rebuild half a destroyed kart, and that, well, we're just glad that Joe is okay. But the force of that impact, the wheel-to-wheel contact there, it's ripped the left rear wheel clean off the number 1 kart. On to the final lap. Let's talk about the final lap there. We can discuss that accident again, but here we go. Glenister and Longfield for the race win.
Yep, indeed it is. Final lap time for these two. And, of course, Glenister is under investigation for that incident on the start-finish straight, so it's not over yet. But Glenister at the moment leading the way from Longfield. It's just these two. You can see there Ryan Cannon, the number 2, is just behind for Andy Fairless Racing. They're in 3rd place. If these two go for a lunge, and expect it from Longfield, because we've seen it before twice in this race, in towards the final corner. It's Hanger Bend time, but it's Glenister who exits out first. Is it going to be Glenister by the time they get to the end of the straight? It is indeed. Checker flag, and the pre-final goes out to James Glenister. Tom Longfield in 2nd, and Ryan Cannon crosses in 3rd. The rest of the field slot through. Josh Price, great result, up 9 positions. In 4th place, Dan Gould, and then it's Charlie Turner, Ashley Lewis, Alan Kenyon, Lee Ward, Bradley Barrett, and Darren Allen. We lost 3 karts in that one. Joe Charlton, Hannah Lang, and Miles Murphy. I
have to say, great performance from Josh Price to finish 4th place. Best result of the season so far by a long way. Dan Gould in 5th, Turner 6th, Lewis 7th, and there is, and just look at that, that has sheared the right half of the rear axle off, and you can see his mechanic there, poor. Oh, Ian, the mechanic, you have got some work to do now in the next hour or two, me old chestnut. And the number 1 plate kart back on there. Let's have another look at that again, coming out of Hanger Corner. So, Anthony,
just pay attention to where Glenister's looking. So he first looks over his left shoulder. He then moves over to the right where Charlton is. Now he sees him, and by that time it's too late.
Yeah, well, I mean, so Charlton's attitude will be, well, if you look left, you know, so he didn't look at Charlton and then drive him in.
Yeah.
But he looked left and Charlton wasn't there. So you would think I'm either going to be right behind you or to your right, but again, that's racing. This is the British Championship. We'll now move straight ahead to the next race, and the officials will discuss that incident behind the scenes, but we're looking forward to the next race, which is race number 27. It's time to go junior Rotax racing. So here we go, the Wera Tools British Kart Championship Junior Rotax. 34 drivers, and this is going to be a very, very exciting race. Now, during that race, they're all on slick tyres. I noticed I'm not going to mention any names, but the karts all assemble in one holding area. There is then a one kart width gap that you have to get through to get onto the dummy grid where they are now. One kart decided to make some repairs in the middle of that gap with 1 minute left on the grid clock, and there are about 10 karts all still behind him. Now, I'm not saying that was deliberate, but they all got on the grid, but that was a bit of gamesmanship that maybe took a step too far. Here is your starting lineup. Very quickly, Archie Walker and Daniel Armstrong on row 1, Ollie Stevens and Sam Gornall on row number 2. Row 3 is Ted Bradbury and Ryan Willis, then row 4, Harry Linden and Charlie Hart. Row 5 is David Owleshner and Pearson Bullock-Cartner, then it's Jez Williams and Jamie Perrelly on row 6. Row 7, Alfie Gallagher and Finn Smith. Daniel Ginshard, championship leader, and Gustav Usakovs are on row 8. Scott Lapsley, top rookie, and Mikey Porter on row 9 with Ben Ballou and Leon Henderson rounding out row 10. Row 11, Neo Clark and Oliver Martinsky, Colin Vashni and Stephen Duncan on row 12. Dan Parent-Smith and Jay Lawrence on row 13. Then it's Evie Poulain and Matthew Lambert on row 14. Now we have our repechage qualifiers. Callum Romain, Gabe Fairbrother, Declan Russell, Cruz Speakman, Chloe Chong and Alex Biles. Alex Biles finished the repechage in
green flag.
9th place. 3 drivers got a penalty, Sabula, Goodyear and Lomax. So Biles goes from 9th to 6th into the pre-final. We're off and racing, Anthony. Carry on.
We are indeed, yes. Great start then from the entirety of the field. So no squabbling, despite the fact there are many karts. Too many minis, maybe. But they are all through the first few corners as well. We're now entering turn number 4 there. Lunges galore into the hairpin. But I think, again, everyone manages to get out. No yellow flag spluttering in the sky, which is all good to see. Now they exit out of turn number 6. All side-by-side contact. Oh, dear, there's big contact there through the barrier. And the 54. Well, he's at the scene of the ambulance if he needs it.
No,
but he's all right, though.
That's Mikey Porter, the Jack's Motorsport driver. Now, I think that's James Smith is mechanicking for him this weekend, so James has got a bit of work to do there. Last time with the Rotax drivers were here at Mansell Raceway, Dan Ginchard actually finished 3rd in the final, so he's got some experience here at this track in this class. Ginchard leading the championship from Leon Henderson and Neo Clark at the moment, but all 3 of those drivers starting a little bit further down the order. Now, David Auleshner and Colin Vashni, two Polish drivers, they are joining the championship this round. They're Anglo-Polish drivers. Well, Auleshner is a Welsh-Polish driver. Cumbran via Warsaw. I'll take Cumbran. Thank you very much. Here we go, out of Hanger Bend onto the start-finish straight, the first part, and we've got one driver already pulling into the pit lane to retire at the end of lap number 1. I think that could be Matthew Lambert in kart number 81. Poor old Alex Biles, he's not completed the opening lap either. The rest of the field are coming through, led by Daniel Armstrong in kart number 8 for the Dan Holland Racing team.
Indeed that, of course, and you can see them scrapping away there. Less than 10 minutes to go, and into the braking zone of turn number 4. Everyone's slotting into positions. Now, there are still yellow flags out in that area.
Probably a marshal that's straight for him.
I suspect so, but out of the hairpin, you can see there your race leaders, Daniel Armstrong and Archie Walker. We had Archie Walker take us around the lap, of course, on his car. Thank you very much for the footage there. And
I've got to say, Ted Bradbury, the Sam Pollitt Racing team, they've got Andrew Tooley running that team this weekend, who used to have his own Tooley Motorsport team, an excellent driver back in the day. Ted Bradbury came into this weekend 32nd in the point standings. He's running 3rd at the moment, in front of Sam Gornall in 4th. Harry Linden, last year's Minimax champion, is 5th. Ollie Stevens, who has been on the podium as a Minimax driver 2 years ago here at Mansell Raceway, he runs in 6th. Then it's Ryan Willis, Jez Williams, Charlie Hart and David Auleshner is 10th. So I know David's friend from school is watching, who's never seen karting before, and he said his friend David is racing at 2 o'clock. Well, his friend David is up into the top 10. Championship leader Daniel Ginchard, only 12th position. Finn Smith in kart number 61 is 13th. It's really good to see Finn out here racing, have that terrible accident at Clay Pigeon. There's a battle for the race lead, however. The 8 and the 7 both finished in the top 10 in last year's championship. Armstrong 8th, Archie Walker 7th, and they're going for first here.
They are indeed, yeah, scrapping away, but of course they're into the yellow flag. Actually, the yellow flag's just disappeared. So, yes. Race on. Here they go. 8 minutes on that timer and still scrapping away nicely. Now, of course, these two need to be careful, of course, because it is pre-final. This will determine where they start for their final a little bit later on today. You can catch that. Don't make sure you don't miss that.
Don't change that dial.
Exactly that. So, Daniel Armstrong leading the way. Now, Archie Walker has got a very crucial role here. He needs to stay behind, not bat. I say that. I'll say that he's not battling. Of course he's going to battle. But yeah, he needs to stay behind, not battle, because then you can pull away from the rest of them. Because, like you say, he's got Ted Bradbury, he's got Sam Gornell, and then he's got Harry Linden, Jez Williams, everyone like that. All very quick drivers right behind, wanting to close in. And if they start scrapping away, they'll close in very, very, very quickly. The skies are darkening here at Dunkeswell, Mansell Raceway. The clouds moving in from over the airfield. And as I say that, Again, slight position change there because the number 7 of Archie Walker gets in front of Daniel Armstrong. So gets that move done. But like I say, yeah, those clouds are darkening over in the distance. A little bit of adjustment there. Warning flag out to Daniel Armstrong, so not sure what that was for. Again,
loitering with intent.
Loitering with intent.
Yes.
Very much dare he. There we go. In towards turn 1 again. You can just see there.
Good battle between the Welsh. Jez Williams and Barry's own Harry Linden.
Indeed.
Harry and his family, they couldn't get a hotel up here last night, so they drove back to Barry.
What?
Yes. Well, it's a 2-hour drive back to Barry. It took me 5 hours yesterday to get here, but it's a 2-hour drive back. So they went home, back to Barry, and then drove down again this morning. That's commitment for you.
That's ludicrous.
But Harry Linden, again, who's had a bit of a tough, in the number 21 kart, he's had a bit of a tough start to life as a junior driver, all conquering last year as Mini-Max, but, now he's getting to grips with just how aggressive you have to be in junior Rotax from the word go. He's chasing his countryman, Jez Williams. Now, they started out racing at Landau International Raceway, the global home of world motorsport, and the epicenter of world racing, birthplace of champions, Landau International. They're now racing on the national stage. Bit of a step down from South Wales IKR race meetings, if you ask me personally, but hey. But they're up into 5th and 6th, so it's Walker, Armstrong, Gornall, Bradbury. Then it's Williams, Linden, Charlie Hart in for the Sam Pollitt racing team. Sam Pollitt have got 2 karts in the top 7 here, and Charlie Hart, fair play to Charlie Hart, only 20th in the point standings coming into this weekend, but racing well inside the top 10 ahead of Ollie Stevens. Dan Ginchard is making progress for the Argenti Motorsport team. He's up to 9th ahead of Ryan Willis. Then it's Leon Henderson, Finn Smith, David Lauleshner, Jamie Perrelli, Gustav Usakovs, our Anglo-Latvian driver, followed by Pearson Bullock Carter, Lancashire's finest, Colin Vajny, Neo Clark, who is 3rd in the point standings. He is 18th for the Sam Pollitt team. Then it's Scott Lapsley, the best placed rookie in the championship, followed by Alfie Gallagher, Stephen Duncan, Gabe Fairbrother from the repechage, best placed qualifier from the repechage in 22nd. Oliver Martinsky is next, and it's Jai Lawrence, Dan Parent-Smith, Ben Ballou, Declan Russell, Evie Poulain, Chloe Chong, Callum Romain, Cruz Speakman, and they are the only 31 karts still running. Mikey Porter we saw crash out through the barriers, and Matthew Lambert and Alex Biles also failed to finish the opening lap. So 31 karts still running. Just under 5 minutes to go, Anthony.
Excellent. With 5 minutes to go, it's heating up at the front. Top 4 now. Linus Stern, Chaos Sport, Coles Racing, Dan Holland Racing, and Sam Pollitt Racing. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Archie Walker, Sam Gornall, Daniel Armstrong, and Ted Bradbury. Nose to tail, there they are. Daniel Ginchard, fastest lap of the race. Currently running in 8th place, up 7 positions from his original starting spot, so running well at the moment. But it's all heating up at the front. Again, they're in that sort of limbo mode. Hopefully they're in that limbo mode, and they're just working together, getting to the end. And I reckon, again, hopefully, we think, with about 2 minutes to go, the dinner bell doth ring.
And we all march forward. We sharpen our elbows.
Exactly.
And there's the Ginchard. They're getting very sideways going into the dog leg. The back end stepped out of that kart. And you can see wondering why the drivers, you've got the radiator flap on these karts. Obviously, they're trying to regulate the temperature of the engine, give them a little bit more power, then don't let the engine overheat. So, they're doing that during the course of the race. And Ginchard, under a bit of pressure there, that's the number 27 kart of Ollie Stevens. Knocking at the door. And he doesn't get let in, though. Ginchard, and that's the number 94 of Henderson, also getting involved as well. And this is happening for the lower reaches, the top 10. This is 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. So what has happened? Why? That can't be right. On the left-hand side of your screen, I think we're missing a couple of drivers with their transponders. So please, it's still Archie Walker leading. It's Sam Gornall who's moved up into the lead. The top 4 of Concertina together. Bradbury is 4th. It's still Jez Williams 5th and Harry Linden 6th. But this is come out of nowhere. Sam Gornall has charged into the lead. Can we make one mention on the live chat, the social, no spoilers of other racing that is going on today, please? There are people, family and friends, and people watching this racing. They're not watching some of the other racing that's going on. So please, no spoilers on there, because then other people get upset.
Myself included.
Yourself included. I couldn't give a Rats do not.
There we go.
But other people do.
Exactly. At the front, though, Sam Gornall leading the way. Archie Walker right there alongside, or I say alongside, right there behind. Warning flag going out to Fairbrother in the number 11, so keeping an eye on that one. But you can see there.
Problem for the number 53 of Bradbury. And I was about to say, how come the leaders changed in the concertina? Well, Dan Armstrong has had a problem, and Bradbury's now Ginchard has shot up into fourth place. He's passed Jez Williams and Harry Linden, and he's bringing the number 94 of Leon Henderson with him. But one cart that has gone missing, he's still out there, but he was slowing, is the Sam Pollock Racing number 53 of Ted Bradbury. Sadly, Bradbury is in trouble.
Yeah, that's a huge shame there. So it's all changing in this mid-pack here because there's a large group of them. It's all the way down from 4th to 15th place that you're seeing on your screen. There, again, you can just see them there. Argenti Motorsport, that's Daniel Ginchard there in 6th place. He's got Jez Williams just in front for company. Who's that just behind there? That looked like a Strawberry Racing. Leon Henderson behind Daniel Ginchard as well. So they're all scrapping for position. Dan Holland Racing there. Who is that? Is that Harry Linden?
That was Linden defending 4th place from Jez. It's now 6th position rather from Jez Williams. And again, so this he's up to 6th position. So we're looking at 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. On back on your screen, the 3 leaders come out of turn number 4, and everyone else piling in. Oh, and that was contact there, and that was the number 27 of Ollie Stevens. Well, he was the he wasn't the punter, he was the puntee.
Ah, yes. No one likes to be the puntee.
No. Well, I mean, the Clarks don't like it when you're the punter either, to be fair.
Well, no, exactly that. So, less than a minute to go then, and it's all starting to heat up and potentially boil over here in the Junior Rotax pre-final. Technical flag.
Bradbury, I wondered why he was slowing down. And there is Linden at the inside of Jez Williams, and that is the number 50 cart of little Charlie Hart. Plenty of heart being shown there from Charlie, and he has got past Linden as well. Great stuff from Charlie Hart, and that moves him into, I would say, 6th position.
I think you're right there. Ollie Stevens as well is in that battle
down to
as
8th.
well.
Down to 8th now. 2 corners later, down to 8th. Jez Williams and Harry Linden have gone past him.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, so it's all heating up. Now, the leaders are breaking away. They've got a gap of about over 1 second. Sam Gornall and Archie Walker nose to tail. I say it's Sam Gornall and Archie Walker. It's now Archie Walker to Sam Gornall. There you go. Defensive is Walker. Ooh, Armstrong there is there as well. So the number 8 has closed that gap up for Dan Holland Racing up into P3. And there you go. Back down the inside goes Archie Walker. Oh, no, but back down the outside goes Sam Gornall. So there we go. They're all nose to tail, scrapping away through this complex section. And here comes Armstrong. Round the outside through turn 4. No, can't quite do it. Stays behind. So it's 1, 2, 3, nose to stern here with the timer on 0. That last lap board will be out this time. Then it's Ginchard, who's had a great running so far. But who's that just behind? Leon Henderson up 15 positions from 20th on the grid to 5th place and is closing in on these top 3 because they keep scrapping into the final corner. Oh, I'll take a breath.
And so, last lap board goes out. Walker defends the inside of turn number 1. Gornall goes in deep as well. Now, watch the number 8 car of Dan Armstrong. Can he get at the inside coming into not this corner, but this corner? And Walker defends again. No, Armstrong stays in 3rd. Now, the crossover move. Armstrong's going to have a good run coming onto Mini Straight. Can he get to the inside? He can, but they're defending in front of him. It's Walker and Gornall. Ooh, a little bit of love time. Here comes Dan Ginchard. What an opportunistic manoeuvre there from Dan Ginchard to move into 3rd place, Anthony.
Yeah, great running there, and he was looking for 2nd place too. Out of turn 5 into the hangar bend now. Archie Walker leads the way, but here comes
Gornall. It's Gornall on second.
It is Gornall second. He tried to go round the outside there, couldn't quite do it. Into the bootleg now. There's no more opportunities. It's straight to the line. It's Archie Walker from Gornall and Ginchard.
With 4th place Armstrong, Henderson 5th. The top 5 separated by 0.8 of a second. Oh, you could have, like I said, you could flick a bogey over the 5 of them. Jez Williams finishes in 6th position, ahead of Harry Linden, leading the Welsh battle home. They were nose to tail all race. Jamie Perrelly in 8th position, Charlie Hart in 9th, Ryan Willis comes home in 10th, then it's Gustav Usakovs in 11th, Finn Smith 12th, Ollie Stevens 13th, David Oleshner in 14th, Pearson Bullock Carter 15th, followed by Neo Clark, Stephen Duncan, Colin Vajny, Scott Lapsley and Alfie Gallagher at top 20, ahead of Dan Parron Smith, Jay Lawrence, Oliver Martinsky, Gabe Fairbrother, Ben Ballou, Declan Russell, Chloe Chong, Evie Poulain, Callum Romain, and 30th and last home was Cruz Speakman. Sadly, Ted Bradbury, Mikey Porter, Matthew Lambert and Alex Biles fail to finish. That was a very, very good kart race, Anthony.
It was indeed, and if all pending Paul Klassen, of course, if that stays how it is, that means it's a tie for the championship. Ginchard and Armstrong joint first at 298 points.
Indeed, and well, Daniel Ginchard, he will breathe. That is a get out of jail free race. That was for Dan Ginchard, has to be said. That things fell his way just when they needed to. It must be said. But that was the aperitif to the Senior Rotax main course, which is upon us shortly. There is poor old Mikey Porter. Look, now that kart looks okay. The barrier has been repaired, and more importantly, he looks okay.
Yes, yeah, that's the main thing, of course. But that kart will take a while to push back there because that's quite far away from where we will be racing. But of course, the pit lane extends quite far away here as well. So I suspect to be out the way in just a moment. But that was Junior Rotax. It's now time, as you say, for the older but less mature Senior Rotax.
Correct. And we are going to have a full packed cart of grids. Now, we'll let you into a little secret, ladies and gentlemen. Henry there completely missed. I mean, Anthony Davidson.
Anthony Davidson.
Oh, God. Anthony. Beryl Davidson Jordan, my co-commentator, queued up the stream, an absolute treat. And because I was looking at my paperwork and about to give you all some fantastic statistical analysis of the next race, I completely missed the cue, and the stream and the sting of this race was spoiled. So I do apologise, one and all. Anthony Jordan. I've gone 18 months without messing your name up once, and I've done it 5 times in one day. I wasn't drinking last night, honestly, ladies and gentlemen. Well, so, Senior Rotax, who's in this race? Well, 34 drivers made it in, led by Reese Hunter, followed by the Diamond of Dalray, Lewis Gilbert on the outside of row 1. Tom Edmonds, last year's 5th place driver and the British Open champion, the winningest driver in the last 2.5 years, the British Kart Championship. Kai Hunter starts 4th.
Third row of the grid, Matty Hingley and Sean Butcher with Magic Camara and Teddy Clinton rounding out row number 4.
William Ellswood and Luke Woodder are on row 5. Luke Woodder, the E-plate holder, the English champion. And then it's James Lowther and James Johnson.
George Holbrook and Samuel Hawthorne on row number 7. Oakley Pryor and Archie Brown on row 8.
Oakley Pryor, who won the truncated event at Clay Pigeon. Riley Stevenson and Alex Eder next. Then it's Louis Harvey and Harrison Collins. That's your top 20. Followed by Louis Weaver, Jack Stedman, Tom Adams, Matthew Higgins, Alex Hughes, Harry Holland, Brandon Nagelvort and Ryan Luscombe. Oliver Meadows, Tristan Rennie, Ed Matthews, Lewis Halliday, James Lingard and Spencer Shinner are your qualifiers. So the drivers that finished in the top 6 of the repechage all made it through unscathed in the scrutineering for that one. So we've got the full grid of karts. This is the pre-final in Senior Rotax. Oakley Pryor, Rory Hudson, who's not here with us this weekend, and Spencer Shinner with the top 3 at Clay Pigeon. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Into turn number 1 we go. The Dan Holland, number 2 of Reese Hunter, leads the way, but at the back of the pack there is consternation, and that was a GMS kart. It was the number 87 of Riley Stevenson who got spun around. Everyone else through the first couple of corners cleanly, and all this karts running wide coming out of the complex onto mini straight.
Magic Camara is one of them.
Oh, Magic. Oh, poor old Magic Camara for the KR Sport team. And he was saying earlier, yesterday to me, it was how great it was having Clayton Ravenscroft, you know, in the KR Sport team coaching. Magic has run most of his career as a privateer, and he said that when he was a privateer, you look up to drivers like Clayton Ravenscroft. Now you're in the same awning, and he's giving you some guidance. Well, Clayton's going to have to give him a bit more guidance at the end of this one. But at the end of lap number 1, it is Hunter, Reese Hunter, from Lewis Gilbert. So Reese Hunter, the older of the 2 Hunter brothers. Gilbert second, Edmonds third, Matty Hingley in 4th. And it's Kai Hunter, William Ellswood, Sam Hawthorne, James Lowthers with the new Team Argenti Motorsport this weekend. And looking at number 60, George Holbrook. He is retired on the opening lap. Last year's Junior Rotax champion, Matthew Higgins, is 15th. And looking strong, last year's Junior TKM champion, Louis Harvey, is 12th.
Yes. Well, there you go.
I was very succinct there.
It was indeed. 10.5 minutes then. I've only just started this lap, of course. They've finished lap 1. They're halfway around lap 2 now. Kart 60 has retired to pits, so that's George Holbrook for Dan Holland Racing.
Yes, well, if you were listening to me, I would have already told the people that as well.
Right, well, I was just clarifying, because, you know, you'd like to get things wrong now and then.
Yeah. Sorry, Andrew. OK, well, it's a good battle for the lead at the moment. The top 4 karts are stapled together. Hunter, Gilbert, then it's the number 5 of Edmonds, and the number 11 of Matty Hingley. So Hingley, the North Walian driver from Abergele in North Wales. He's in his first year as a senior driver and doing an excellent job of holding on. So the Ultima R team, run by Ben Hingley, Matty's older brother, having a really strong outing this weekend. We're seeing Ultima R karts up in the order, you know, featuring quite strongly in most races. And Hingley, they're certainly on course for a very good result here. Now, this is perfect driving. Oh, I should say that because I say they weren't battling, but Gilbert goes through, and you can see Reese Hunter, the number 2, last year's championship runner-up, didn't fight it.
No.
Didn't fight it, so they didn't lose too much time there.
No, Tom Edmonds followed as well, so KR Sport moving up into 2nd place. William Ellsworth, fastest lap of the race, the number 8. Driver doing a sterling job at the moment, but yeah, at the front you were hoping that there were going to be nose to tail, nice clean racing, just get to the end. Senior Rotax, of course, senior in age, not senior in mental capacity.
No, that's also me, senior in age but not in mental capacity.
Yeah, there we go. But yeah, they exit round. Sterling effort from them, great showing. Clipping that exit curb still, though. They like to clip that curb again. It just looks so painful, but they feel like it's the quickest way. Well,
what it does, I mean, obviously, when the rear wheels aren't on the ground, they're turning obviously quicker than if they were on tarmac, and that gives them an extra little bit of a revs. It might help them. Well, obviously, they know it helps them. That's why they do it. Kai Hunter, the O-Plate, the British Open champion. He is setting a new fastest lap of the race, and Kai is just outside the top 5, he's the top 4 in 5th position. There's the number 44 kart flashing through your screen. James Lowther has moved over from Coles to Argenti Motorsport, and he's leading Samuel Hawthorne up through the order. Good performance from Hawthorne, who is only 23rd in the points table at the minute, but it's Gilbert, Edmonds, and now Hingley up into 3rd, but only temporarily. Here come, he's been Hunter brothered. Reese opens the door, Kai sneaks through.
Yep, well, he tried to sneak through.
Oh, he doesn't. Matty Hingley holds him up. Well done, Matty.
Yeah, I'd say that was good driving there. So it's a Hunter-Hingley sandwich.
Like Hunter's Chicken. They played Hunter's Chicken with him then. And, now finally Kai Hunter gets
nope.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Well, I mean, Matty Hingley's got every right to fight for this position. Kai Hunter is going to be going absolutely radio rentals inside his crash helmet because he's thinking, come on, just let me go. I'll pull you along, and we'll catch the leaders ourselves. And Matty Hingley's going, well, if you're so much better than me, then you can pass me and I will pass you back. But Kai Hunter now under pressure from that pink and purple KR Sport, number 8 of William Ellsworth.
Yep.
Ellsworth on the podium here 2 years ago as a junior.
There you go. So keeping a close eye on this one. Of course, it's been a tough racing so far this weekend in the senior Rotax. Of course, Tom Edmonds, he won the first heat of the day. Reese Hunter won the second heat of the day. And, of course, they're all switching positions now as well. Tom Edmonds being in 2nd place, KR Sport. He's working hard there, but he's still got the issue of trying to get past Lewis Gilbert, who came 2nd in heat 2. But yes, 6 minutes or just over 6 minutes to go then, plus that one additional lap. That group at the front. Now, the timing is saying it's one group of 6 because they're close enough to warrant that.
Yeah.
That's how close they are. But they are still scrapping away for position still. Warning flag out to the E-Plate, the English champion, Luke Wooder.
Evenly spread at the moment, between there. Now, I mean, looking back a little bit further back there, I mean, we've got Lowther in 7th, Clinton 8th, James Johnson making his return to the championship. It's great to see James back in a real character. Both his young children, one of them is very young, as in only about 3 or 4 months old, here at the paddock. But Johnson is 9th. I mean, he took a year off last year to James Johnson, whilst his good lady Amy produced the first child. Their eldest son was born in 2019, and James raced the weekend afterwards at McLaren course and put it on the podium.
Oh, right.
Here we go, back to the lead. Gilbert. Strawberry Racing. but he represents the Potenza Racing Engines program. Potenza Racing Engines, they've also worked with Jack Constable. Well, Jack was kart racing, and Jack has now moved on to touring cars, well, just a step below touring cars. Edmonds, though, really strong performance last year. For those who watched this event last year, this championship last year, we went into the final round of the season at Wilton Mill. Tom Edmonds had a chance at the title. I've never seen a driver with a title opportunity have such an abysmal weekend luck-wise, and it all fell apart. He ended up finishing 5th in the championship, which is why he runs with the number 5. It hasn't affected him. He's put that one to bed and will go again this year. There's Matty Hingley, runner-up in last year's Junior Rotax Championship, as now Kai Hunter goes through, and this time Matty Hingley cannot fight straight back. And to be fair, though, they haven't lost too much ground to Rhys Hunter, so Hingley is able to keep pace in that Ultimate R kart.
Yes.
A little bit further back there, we saw Riley Stevenson spin out on the opening lap. I just noticed Riley picking up a couple of places in the number 87 kart. Riley is back a bit to 27th position. Magic Camara we saw go off. He's down in 30th position. He's still in the race. We've just lost Harry Holland, the V Motorsport driver, another driver from Barry, my hometown in South Wales. Harry Holland has sadly retired. He didn't make the pre-final and the final though at Clay Pigeon. He went out in the repechage, so at least he's made some progress this weekend. Alex Eads, the Guy Cunnington Racing entry in kart number 67, is down in 27th position. Tristan Rennie, who we saw running for the victory, went on finishing second in the repechage at 26th. The repechage winner, Oliver Meadows, is 21st, and there is the number 44 kart of James Lowther. He's got the Coles Racing race suit on, but he's moved across to the Argenti Motorsport team. He is battling away with his former teammate, Archie Brown, Archie the Flying Mullet Brown. Great haircuts, great haircut. You could see it flowing at the back of his crash helmet. The Flying Mullet is on a mission.
Excellent stuff, love it. 3.5 minutes plus that one lap. Wooder there, the E-plate in the background of your shots, is under a bit of pressure there, scrapping away for position. He's got the 15 Argenti Motorsport kart just ahead. That's Samuel Hawthorne. Then it's Tom Adams as well, just in front. Contact, Wooder. Major contact into turn 1, was riding the back bumper of Tom Adams, or Samuel Hawthorne, I think it was. Under braking there, Wooder goes to the inside, but also at the same time.
Luke Wooder had already committed to that move. And Sam Hawthorne then decided he was going to commit to his own move, as is his right. He's in front, you know, and of course that just caught Wooder out there. But Wooder was already in the process of trying to outbrake him, and wasn't expecting Hawthorne to jink across right in front of him. But they're both still in the race. That is the main thing. Wooder has lost out more than Hawthorne there, and Hawthorne is now under pressure from the number 62 Project 1 racing kart of Jack Steadman. Jack Steadman, who came into this weekend just outside the top 12 in the point standings. But you know, long way to go yet. The Rotax driver's got a 5-round championship. Yeah,
Matty Hingley, fastest lap of the race. But back here at the sharp end of the spectrum, Lewis Gilbert for Potenza Racing Engines has leading the way. Opened up a slight advantage now. 0.8 of a second, or just under 0.9 of a second is the advantage. Tom Edmonds is falling into the clutches of Rhys Hunter there, the number 2. His brother Kai Hunter is still just behind on that O-plate, the Open champion, of course, just behind, working to close that gap up as well. But with Matty Hingley setting that fastest lap of the race, it's all closing up here. Down the inside, though, goes Rhys Hunter, moves up into second place. Great job there. Didn't lose much time. And again, Tom Edmonds didn't fight it. He stayed behind.
Textbook turn 1 move here at Mansell Raceway there from Rhys Hunter. Edmonds didn't fight it, and because Kai Hunter and Matty Hingley are closing in. You can see the gap. It was about 10 kart lengths. It's down to about 5 kart lengths now. But what Edmonds needs to do, he needs to sort of like tuck his head down behind that NASA panel and just let Rhys Hunter tow him around. You know, although Kai Hunter may not allow that to happen. Now, I mean, Kai Hunter probably, if Kai Hunter, my 2 penneth worth is that if Kai Hunter catches Edmonds, he's going to make a move straight away, because, you know, you're never going to work better with anyone other than your own brother.
No.
And they know how to work together. But we're getting a little bit, only a minute plus a lap to go, so we're a little bit late in the day for you know, family reunions. It could be, you know, but I mean, Lewis Gilbert, you know, say the Diamond of Dalry. Yellow flags waving up at turn number 3. Somebody is off on the outside of the corner. We're going to see a driver sitting by the barriers there. and I believe that was Alex Eads who is out of the race. Sadly for Alex and the Guy Cunnington Racing team. But Lewis Gilbert leading calmly, cool, calm and collected. Now, this frantic battle with 30 seconds plus a lap to go. Reese Hunter defending from Edmonds. Kai Hunter's going to get a good run. Will Kai Hunter try and slip up the inside? So they're going to turn right and then left. So watch Kai Hunter try and get at the inside. Nope, no he can't. Matty Hingley is going to try and get a good run out of this corner now onto Mini Straight. But I got a feeling that all the others in front of him are going to be defending that inside line as well.
Yes, indeed. So you can see there, just concertinaing up. It's still Reese Hunter from Edmonds. Lowther with a 5-second time penalty there. That's a huge shame. Wearing his big coat there. Definitely needed today. But yeah, you can see timer has clicked over to 0. Lewis Gilbert leading the way comfortably. He'll see the last lap board out this time. Get ready to ring that dinner bell, Henry, because it's time to serve some supper.
Don't talk about dinner, because we haven't got a lunch break today, and if you've noticed my appearance, I do like a lunch now and again. Hey, right, last lap board. Reese Hunter checks over his shoulder. Into the complex we go. Edmonds right behind him, then Kai Hunter right behind Edmonds, and Hingley right behind Kai Hunter. Out onto the Mini Straight. Behind these four, we've got William Ellswood closing in, looking to maybe pick up some scraps that fall off the table if any of these get their elbows out too much. Through turn number 4 and out through turn 5. Now into turn 6. Down through the tunnel into Hanger Bend. Reese Hunter holds the inside line. Lewis Gilbert away at the front in cart number 29. He is going to win this race. Dogleg for the final time. And it's going to be Gilbert taking the checkered flag. Reese Hunter does hold on to second. Edmonds is third. Kai Hunter fourth. Hingley's in fifth. And look at that, closing right up on them all is Will Ellswood in sixth. Then it is James Johnson seventh. Teddy Clinton eighth. Matthew Higgins ninth. And James Lowther rounding out the top 10.
Now, secretly in my mind, I didn't want to admit it out in public, but I had a feeling that we weren't going to see any position changes in that pre-final.
Why, pray tell, Anthony?
Well, why, pray tell? Well, there was a big gap, of course,
Yes.
to Lewis Gilbert, and they're
Yes.
not going to catch him.
Nope.
What they're going to do is stick with these positions, because come
Yes.
final time,
Yes.
we'll be right there.
You're correct.
Exactly.
Wow,
I
that's a
know.
very good point. Very good point. Very well made. And there is your finishing order and your provisional final starting positions. Gilbert, Hunter, Edmonds, Hunter, Hingley, Ellswood, Johnson, Clinton, Higgins, Lowther, Harvey and Mullet. Then Adams, Butcher, Wooder, Steadman, Weaver, Hughes, Pryor, Hawthorne, unlucky for Sam Hawthorne running so well, finishing 20th, followed by Ryan Luscombe, Harrison Collins, Oliver Meadows, Edward Matthews, Riley Stevenson, Brandon Nagelvort, Spencer Shinner, Magic Camara, Lewis Halliday, Tristan Rennie and James Lingard. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the start of the main event. No lunch break, we are straight in, and I am going to go and see if I can find my results runner and send him up to our good friend Ian Rogers at motorsport-timing.co.uk to get the rest of the final results. Now, what are you oohing for?
The clutch on the number 5 doth sound knackered.
Right, okay. So, now we are into the finals. This is the main event of the weekend, so 6 races to go, Anthony.
It is, and now it's time for Mini Max.
I know, baby steps, Anthony, baby steps. I listened this time. So, Mini Max. 2 years ago, like we said, in the final here, Archie Kitching and Ollie Stevens were victorious. There's your outside front row starter, number 47, Scott Marsh. Looking back down the outside of the row of the grid, Harrison Crowther, Blake Ticehurst in the 36, Aaron Full, just getting himself settled in his XL Motorsport number 6 machine. Team boss Dan Holland behind them, just walking away there. Probably to put his mask on. So there is Scott Marsh settling himself into the cart that will start second. Ethan Jeff Hall, the championship leader at the moment, after winning in dominant fashion the pre-final earlier on, will start from pole position for Strawberry Racing. Strawberry, believe it or not, after taking the Minimax title 10 years ago with George Russell, and then a few years after that with Jenson Butterfield, since the start of 2019, they'd never won a Minimax final until now. Coles Racing have won 7 of these in the last 2.5 years. Vision Motorsport have taken 3. Dan Holland have taken 3, all with Harry Linden. Vision Motorsport have won 3 of these with Jez Williams. But the most successful driver in this class the last 2 years, Archie Kitching, 4 wins and 5 runner-up finishes. So very, very successful, all for Coles Racing. So Coles, they really know how to get these Minimax races done. And so there is your pole sitter, number 12, Ethan Jeff Hall. His mechanic, Lee Taylor, standing just behind him. There is Mackenzie Douglas for Coles Racing, another driver from my neck of the woods in South Wales. Cowbridge is where Mackenzie's from, the posh bit of South Wales.
Of course, Mackenzie Douglas, he had his penalty, of
Yes.
course, when he finished third, but because he was so far ahead in third, he didn't lose any position. So yes, he's a very lucky boy.
There's Mackenzie's dad, Andrew Douglas, mechanicking for Mackenzie. Having a look down now, Eve. I mean, fair play to Lee Taylor in Kart Mechanic Bingo. We're not going to get any winners this weekend because there's no sunglasses. But I mean, he's got the earpiece, he's got the apron. You know, he's got the team apron. That's not bad for Kart Mechanic Bingo.
So we might have it there with Argenti, but there's no sunglasses.
No. I mean, there's the number. That's the KR Sport number 49 of Adam Wooden there. There's the Vision Motorsport number 32 of Mikey Walker. There's Aaron Fall, the 36 of Blake Ticehurst. All these drivers, great footage here, just watching the drivers, sitting, focusing, waiting. Now, Ethan Jeff Hall's dad is watching from Iraq. Well, I mean, he's working out there, isn't he? Yeah, sorting him out.
Yeah,
he's working. You know, doing a bit. Paying for Ethan's racing.
So you do it.
But it's warmer up there than it is here.
I suspect it's a lot. It's quite chilly here, isn't it?
Yeah.
But here's the grid.
Yes.
For the Minimax final, starting on pole position.
Ethan Jeff Hall.
Ethan Jeff Hall.
With
Dad will be happy.
Yes. All the way from Baghdad. Then it is Scott Marsh, Mackenzie Douglas, and Harrison Crowther.
Chase Fernandez, Blake Ticehurst, Levi Earl, and Aaron Full, running out row number 4.
Then it's Charles Green, Reg Haywood. He ran well, then fell back in the pre-final. Ben Crossley and Mikey Walker.
Freddie Worlock, Ewan Charman, Thomas Behrman, and William Ray round out the 7th and 8th row.
Ollie Wise, Adam Wooden, Leighton Cooper, who comes second in the championship heading into this weekend, and Callum Ghosh round out your top 20. And there is Joe Anderson starting 21st on his Vera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship debut.
Excellent. They round turn 4. The clouds are still darkening. Now I was looking at my weather application.
Yes.
And it said,
what was your application saying?
It said at 3 o'clock the heavens
shall open.
Indeed.
And deposit their contents upon us.
Indeed.
Lovely. Can't wait. I'm still looking. My results runner has. We're out of grids, Anthony. We're out of grids. I bring unpaid child labour here, and they go and get lunch at the wrong time. Anyway, here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Oh, it's a big crash, and that's a nasty one. That is the number 32 of Mikey Walker, up and out of his cart. It hit the barriers. What, Mikey? Get back. If it's rolling, go, son. Let's have a look. Are they going to get the Battenberg flag out? There's no. It's waved yellows outside Hanger Corner.
There's no damage to the barriers.
Well,
He's got
fair
going.
play.
Yeah.
There he goes. He gets thrown out of his cart. He checks it over and gets back in to go racing. Well done, Mikey Walker. That is a brave, brave young man, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that cart's not too badly damaged, although judging by its trajectory as it left turn 1, I got a feeling there's a track rod or two that may be somewhat damaged. But, Anthony, up at the front, Ethan Jeff Hall. Let's have a quick look and see if we can find out what happened. It's the back right-hand side of your screen, not this one, the next camera shot there, and you could see him into the... Ooh, now where was he starting? He was starting on the outside of row 6. So we had Ewan Charman right behind him, then William Ray, and he just got catapulted out of his cart.
One thing I'll say is that championship footballers please take note.
Yes, or Premiership football, or any football.
Any footballer.
That is it. Now we've got a Coles Racing kart retiring from the race. Mikey Walker is carrying on. That is Blake Ticehurst in the number 36 Coles kart coming in. Now he started 6th, so terrible luck for Blake Ticehurst out of the final. Up at the front, change of lead, and it's Mackenzie Douglas who passes Ethan Jeff Hall for top spot. The top 3 have got a bit of a breakaway. Douglas is Coles Racing teammate. Number 7, Harrison Crowther, is there in 3rd position. Harrison, the championship leader coming into this weekend. Douglas, he got excluded at Clay Pigeon, so he's stone last at the point standings. His season effectively starts today.
It does indeed. You can see there Mackenzie Douglas all side by side scrapping action with Harrison Crowther there in 2nd place. Now Douglas, of course, he received his 5-second time penalty in the pre-final, managed to hold on to that 3rd place, and as you can see right now, that was incredibly lucky because now he is leading the final here in Minimax. It is great to see. It's been Ethan Jeff Hall winning every single race so far this weekend. Can he make it 4 out of 4 and take that final as well? Mackenzie Douglas, though, is making that incredibly hard for him.
Into the dog leg we go. Out onto that start-finish straight. You can see how close the karts get to those like inflatable barriers on the outside, and there's Ethan Jeff Hall wheel to wheel for P2, and he squeezes Harrison Crowther just out and takes over 2nd spot. Mackenzie Douglas now trying to pull away through the complex out onto mini straight. Scott Marsh meanwhile has started 2nd, has dropped back to 4th place, and he's set a fastest lap, but he's got to get his head down and try. There's the number 47 just flashing across your screen now. He's got to get up there, and he's got Levi Earl in the number 11 kart, and then Chase Fernandez in the number 90 kart right behind him. Aaron Fool is 7th, Reg Hayward is 8th, Thomas Behrman up to 9th, followed by William Ray in 10th, Charles Green 11th, Ewan Charman is 12th, Adam Wooden, Leighton Cooper, Callum Ghosh, Ollie Wise, Freddie Worlock, Joe Anderson and Mikey Walker all still running. Now Ben Crossley didn't take the start, so we didn't see him earlier on either. No, Ben Crossley. I think maybe Ben Crossley was starting alongside Mikey Walker. Okay. So now we're maybe getting 2 and 2 put together. So Mikey Walker having that accident at the start, maybe a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact as the drivers came to the line between Crossley and Walker. Had a problem, finished off Crossley's kart and sent Mikey Walker into the barriers. We'll have to wait and see if that rings true. But Mackenzie Douglas continues to lead the way.
Exactly that. So plenty of time remaining on the clock. Just over 10 minutes plus that one additional lap. We are 5 laps into this race. And Mackenzie Douglas still leading the way by 0.6 of a second. Crowther, though, with a warning flag there in 3rd place. Not sure what that is for, but Ethan Jeff Hall is back up into 2nd place now and wanting to close in on that. Hopefully, you would expect Jeff Hall and Crowther to work together. Nose to tail, 8 working against 4 is better. Of course, Adam Wooden, though, fastest lap of the race in the number 49.
Hey, well done, Adam Wooden. The KR Sport number 49, 12th position.
Yep.
Good lad.
Running well.
Harrison Crowther, shows he's trying. Getting a warning flag, shows he's trying.
Yeah, exactly
and
that.
Here come the midfield pack, and look at that. That's down towards the tail of the field. That's a good scrap going on. And there's number 11 kart, Levi Earl, who I think has just been passed by Chase Fernandez. Yes, so Fernandez, in the number 90 Vision kart, has just passed his teammate Levi Earl. Now looking, Chase Fernandez 10th in the championship, Levi Earl 8th in the championship. That's good solid performances from these two.
It is indeed.
But they are beginning to fall away a little bit from Scott Marsh. Scott Marsh is on his own. He's getting his head down. The gap between the top 3 and Marsh in 4th, it's 1.3 seconds at the start of this lap. It's gone out a little bit now, and Ethan Jeff Hall closing back in on Mackenzie Douglas. As Ethan Jeff Hall and Harrison Crowther battled about 2 laps ago, Douglas pulled out about 6 or 7 kart lengths. That is down to about 1 kart length now.
Yeah, exactly that. So
less than that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
No kart lengths.
No kart lengths between the two of them now, is there? So out of the slipstream comes Ethan Jeff Hall, sideways under braking, perfectly timed, gets that move done, moves up to first, lost no time there, did either driver, but they are still scrapping away. Now they go side by side. The 2 Coles Racing karts are side by side. So it's Douglas and Crowther now side by side. Can they get through? No, slotting back into position, but a great running from these three at the moment. Again, not losing time. Still plenty of time left. And they're now just probably going to work together, move away, and we'll start seeing another scrap with about 3 minutes to go.
Yep.
I've called it.
Yep. Well, okay. So that all depends on whether the teammates work together. You know, that Ethan Jeff Hall, he won in the dry yesterday. He won in the damp this morning. It's dry again. What have Douglas and Crowther and what have their Coles racing team learnt? Oh, here we go. Oh, Douglas is thinking, no. We've seen Ethan Jeff Hall pull away from us in the dry, so we're going to draw him into a battle if we can.
Yeah.
You know, this great, two really long straights to get the slipstream here at Mansell Raceway, and that is just inviting, too inviting. And in fact, so Ethan Jeff Hall's lost a couple of kart lengths there. These three, if they battle around too much, already Marsh, the gap was 1.5 seconds a lap ago. It's out to 1.1 seconds now. So the Dan Holland Racing number 47, Scott Marsh, isn't out of this one yet. Then it's the two Vision Racing teammates. The rain is due to reappear in about, well, according to your weather application, Anthony.
Which isn't very good.
It was supposed to be here in about 10 minutes. Looking out of the commentary box window, the cloud has actually lifted ever so slightly. So I think we could be in for a dry afternoon.
Well, let's hope so. Despite what the weather was saying earlier on, it was saying yellow weather warnings for rain and gale force winds, and that's not appeared. So it just shows that you can't trust the weather at all, can you?
William Ray in kart number 14, just picking up a position there. Here are your top three out of turn 4 into turn number 5. And again, Marsh is inching towards the rain. Will start in 4 minutes, apparently. Somebody else showing me their weather application.
Oh, dear me. Weather app roulette.
Weather app roulette. I am going to hook my peepers on the window and my weather application, my two weather applicators, known as my eyeballs, say there's no rain yet, but there is a change of the race lead, Anthony.
There is indeed. The number 7 of Crowther gets to the lead. Ethan Jeff Hall follows suit, and the number 4 of Douglas goes back into third place, albeit trying to get past Ethan Jeff Hall once more, but can't quite do it. So again, these three are scrapping away. Like you said, obviously, Ethan Jeff Hall has broken away many times, and they are refusing that to happen this time around. I said we won't see a battle until about 2 minutes ago. I'm completely lying there, because it's going to be a battle all the way through this 6 minutes, I suspect.
Telling Porky Pies. Now, Chase Fernandez has pulled a bit of a gap on his teammate Levi Earl in the scrap for 5th position. So Fernandez, you know, solidifying that position at the moment. Earl 6th, Fool 7th, Charman 8th, Hayward 9th, Wooden 10. Then Behrman, Cooper, Ghosh, Ray, Wise, Anderson, Worlock, Green, and Mikey Walker still out there. Another change of lead. Ethan Jeff Hall back in front. This is good stuff here. And so far, not a sticker has been swapped. But now, okay, so Ethan Jeff Hall defending into the complex with 5.5 minutes to go. We are on lap number 12. And they're gravitating towards the white lines at the inside of the track to defend, and this is going to open the door for Scott Marsh. And we've now, in the space of 3 corners, gone from a 3-kart battle for the lead to a 4-kart battle for the lead. And and there goes Crowther nibbling his way up the inside of Ethan Jeff Hall, who falls from 1st to 4th at the notorious Hanger Corner.
It is indeed, yeah. You can see there fighting now is the 47 of Scott Marsh. Dan Holland Racing, he set the fastest lap last time around. He says, think, don't do it, but is he going to listen? Of course he's not. He's going for 2nd place, says Ethan Jeff Hall. Moves back up a position. Warning flag, though, going out to Ethan Jeff Hall.
Yep, I'm not quite, well, he was, well, okay. Maybe that was something before Hanger Corner. And Mackenzie Douglas has now skidded away for about 10 kart lengths advantage. Have to say that the clouds do look a little bit dark coming from that direction. The wind is coming that way. Maybe I was talking complete nonsense when I said I think the final's going to be, the rest of the day is going to be dry.
I wasn't telling porcupines. I feel better.
Wouldn't be the first time I've done it, and it won't be the last. And so, well, Chase Fernandez is 2.7 seconds off the race lead in kart number 90. Now there's been a brief reset after that skirmish a lap ago. Douglas, Jeff Hall, Crowther, and Marsh. Then a gap to the two Vision teammates, Fernandez and Earl. Being very impressed by both those two drivers so far this weekend. Of course, the weather was so bad at Clay Pigeon, we couldn't really get an idea of where the form book lay, because now we're having we've had this is the first real glimpse at who is strong in all types of conditions here. And the answer is that Ethan Jeff Hall, Mackenzie Douglas, who are both contenders there, but also we've got the likes of Crowther, Marsh, Fernandez, Earl, and some of the drivers that did so well at Clay, the likes of Leighton Cooper and Ewan Charman struggling a little bit here, has to be said.
Leighton
Now,
Cooper in 12th place.
The draft has worked brilliantly there for Ethan Jeff Hall. He's now back on the rear bumper of the race leader. Now, this lap we're going to go again. Round the outside goes Crowther. And one of our cameramen is now raining out on the circuit.
I'm not sure at what circuit, because there've been no beads of water on the glass just yet here.
Well, we'll soon find out as they go through this. So the first sector of this lap, Scott Marsh set a purple sector, so it's not on the first sector. The second sector, there's drivers doing personal bests. The third sector, which is where they are now, maybe a couple of spots. The times, well, we'll have to see.
Looking okay so far.
48.57 is the fastest lap of the race so far as they cross the start-finish line. Well, I mean, Ethan Jeff Hall is a 48.59, so that's almost fast lap of the race pace. So it's not raining yet, but Mackenzie Douglas having to defend 2.5 minutes to go. And look at the team members and family members watching on. Of course, no spectators here. It's just team members and family members of the drivers. And, oh, there goes Fernandez. So Fernandez has caught Crowther. Marsh has dropped back a little bit. Chase Fernandez, he's not out of the hunt running just yet in this hunt for a podium.
No, he's not indeed. It's all still fighting away at the front there. It was 4 karts battling for the lead. Now it's just 2 at the front. There's a bit of breathing space as the 47 of Scott Marsh is on his own as they go through. And they'll cross the line now, less than 2 minutes plus that one additional lap. There is your race leader, Mackenzie Douglas. He has got the number 12 of Ethan Jeff Hall, and Scott Marsh still nose to tail right behind as they go through. No position changes this time around. Everyone's slotting into place. I suspect it will get to that last lap when they'll really concertina up. That's where we'll start to see the pin move. But you've got to remember as well is that you don't really want to be the leader right now, because if that rain does start to come down, you're going to be the first person to figure it out.
You're the guinea pig. Well, looking down, the Mackenzie Douglas has got 1 second place finished in his Minimax career here at the Wera Tours British Kart Championship. And Scott Marsh in 3rd position. And here comes Ethan Jeff Hall at the inside going to dogleg. He makes the move. That is power coming out of Hanger Bend there. That is real power for that Strawberry Racing number 12 kart. Marsh to the outside. Marsh going to try and cut underneath the top 2 coming out of this corner now, but he can't. Oh, he's got a 5-second penalty for Scott Marsh. Oh, that's going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons. And look at Crowther.
Crowther's all over that one, isn't he? Yeah, Ethan Jeff Hall. So that's a disaster for Scott Marsh for Dan Holland Racing. He won't see that yet because that notification came up when he was already past the start-finish line. He's going to see that. Oh, that was Fernandez. Fernandez in the wall in the number 90, and that's a disaster. I don't think he spun. I think he kept it going, though.
Did he keep it going? Did he damage the car? Well, let's have a little look. There is Levi Earl. There's Fernandez. So he's dropped 2 places. He's behind Earl, and he's behind Aaron Full. But has he damaged the front end of that kart at all?
Well, we'll have to find out when it comes to pending Paul Klassen. But at the moment, 10 seconds plus that 1 lap. The clouds are moving in fast. There is Full trying to go down the inside of the number 11 of Levi Earl. Can't quite do it. Stays behind. Timer clicks over to 0. Last lap boards out this time. Change for the lead. Scott Marsh, he may have a 5-second time penalty, but now he's in the lead. He's hoping that he can try and capitalise on this as much as possible, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Oh, look
Crowther.
at that.
Harrison Crowther sent one in from a different postcode, and his teammate, Mackenzie Douglas, had just taken over the effective lead of this race. And 1 corner later, his teammate almost torpedoes him. Ethan Jeff Hall has now got a great big gap, and he's got Scott Marsh to get a good slipstream off onto this straight as we start the final lap.
Final lap time, yes, as you say, Henry, it's out now. On track, Scott Marsh leading the way, but he won't on paper. Ethan Jeff Hall is second, but is leading on the paper side of this race. In towards the complex section, goes to the outside, switch to the inside, slots through side by side. Don't get yourself caught in an accident because he's got a penalty. Just stay there in second place because effectively you've got this in the bag, Ethan. Stay in second place.
Well, the more that Marsh defends, the closer that Mackenzie Douglas gets to Ethan Jeff Hall. At the moment, Ethan Jeff Hall is winning this race, even though he's second on the road. Can Mackenzie Douglas in kart number 4 capitalise on the fact that the leader who's going to get a penalty, Scott Marsh, is defending. I think Ethan Jeff Hall has just about got enough.
I think he's got enough here as well. In towards Dogleg, final part of the track. Out of the final corner. On track, Scott Marsh takes checkered flag.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. I don't think he knows, but he's got that 5-second time penalty. Ethan Jeff Hall crosses the line in second. Mackenzie Douglas in third. Harrison Crowther in fourth place. Oh. Now, of course, we do the interviews. Of course, with it being so windy and rainy, everything like that, we've got a new form of what we're doing. So I think the driver is going to be coming up to the commentary box to talk to us.
Lucky driver.
But lucky,
gets to speak to him in the flesh in the commentary box.
I know. So on track, Scott Marsh is your race winner, but the 47 did receive a 5-second time penalty, which will put him all the way back into 8th place out on circuit.
So, provisionally, Ethan Jeff Hall will provisionally take the victory. Mackenzie Douglas second, then it's Harrison Crowther third, Chase Fernandez fourth, Levi Earl fifth, sixth for Aaron Fall, seventh for Ewan Charman, eighth then would be Scott Marsh, ninth for Adam Wood, and Thomas Behrman takes home a top 10 finish. Reg Hayward would be 11th, then William Ray is 12th, followed by Leighton Cooper, Callum Ghosh, Freddie Worlock, Ollie Wise, Joe Anderson, Charles Green. Mikey Walker made it to the finish of that race. I've never seen a driver get physically thrown out of their kart on the start, pick himself up off the tarmac, get back into his kart and finish a race. Well done, Mikey Walker, driver number 32. Sadly, Blake Ticehurst and Ben Crossley failed to finish. And now, when will Scott Marsh get the news that he has got a 5-second penalty? I would imagine it's going to be pretty soon thereafter as we head in, as the drivers head into the pit lane area. Now, where is Will Davis, our media man? Will. That's from a TV show, that is, or film.
It?
That's from E.T., I believe.
Oh, right, yes, of course.
So I will try not to destroy the backdrop here in the commentary box, and I will exit stage left very shortly so that you may... there is poor old Ben Casely's cart being dragged back to
Ben Crossley's.
Ben Casey. No, Ben Casey had to go back up the road. Ben Crossley, I do apologise. Do you know what? I've turned into you, Anthony. I'm getting all the names wrong this weekend, including yours. I know mine, I think, just about. The next race, ladies and gentlemen, will be Rotax 177. I haven't got a grid for that at the moment.
Well, I can do you one better.
Oh, you can bring it up on your trails, on your screen. But we're going to have a word from our sponsors at the moment, and then we'll be back with, hopefully, speaking to the winner of the Minimax final.
Well, yes, you join us for the first time in the commentary box here, talking to our drivers. The weather is quite horrible outside. The banners were going everywhere, so we'll have a chat in here. Now, race winner on track, but I'm not sure it's going to be on paper, but a fantastic showing from yourself, Scott Marsh. A great result for you in terms of positions on track, but what a tough race that was.
Yeah, it was really close, especially at the beginning when we didn't quite have the pace. But they started scrapping, we managed to get to them. We did one after another, and then just on the last lap, I think it was. No, on the second last lap, we just sent the lunge in and then just managed to just keep my whole position for the rest of the race.
Yes, of course, as well, battling away there with Ethan Jeff Hall. You know, it was, again, a tough race. The conditions as well, closing in. Did it start raining out there, or was it just, it was fine?
No, not what I could see.
Not that you could see. Ah, okay, so we were getting told in our ears that the rain was coming down, but no, there you go, you confirmed it. No rain as of yet. But yeah, a fantastic race for yourself, and just a shame about the penalty on that one. But it happens, it's racing. It just shows that you've got the pace. It shows that you've got the skills to get up to that sharp end of the spectrum.
there's always next time. So.
There is always next time. That is excellent to say. Excellent to say. Well, again, very well done. Tough break on this one, but we'll see you at the next round.
Thank you.
Spot on. Well, we shall take another quick break now, and we will get ready for the next race that will be heading out onto the circuit in just a moment, which will, of course, be Rotax 177. Awesome. Well done. Your sadness in this bowl till you feel minor changes in your body. Well then, as you can see, the next group are out, or nearly coming out, for their final. It's the Rotax 177. And of course, you can just see there on your screens in the very vibrant gold helmet, Philip Howarth, who joined us for our track walk earlier on, which, again, because we've got such a tight schedule, we don't have a lunch break, that you won't be able to see that, unfortunately, that one. But check out the Alpha Live YouTube channel, because it will be posted on there, and you can check out all of that action, what happened earlier on this weekend, when the weather was a little bit nicer. There you can see the 46 getting themselves all lined up there, ready to go. Ian Branfield there, the car coming out. Now, let's have a look at the pre-final results about what happened in that last one for Rotax 177. As it loads on my screens, were there any penalties? There were no penalties. So, of course, Philip Howarth won the pre-final. Louis Large came second, which was a great result from him at one position from starting on third place. Dan Tate as well, finishing in third place. Matthew Easton finished in fourth. Ian Branfield in fifth place. Thus why he is starting on fifth on the grid for this one. Cole Edwards was in sixth place. Sam Winter in seventh. Nathan Schaefer and Callum Porter rounding out the 9-strong kart grid out there. You can see all the karts lining up. Now, everyone going for slick tyres. Of course, the track is dry. The rain has not coming down. I see it, my weather app said 3. It's surpassed that time. It is 6 minutes past 3. And the rain still has not fallen, as my co-commentator stuffs a delightful treat into one's mouth. Yeah. Please don't unmute your microphone. You have got that delicatessen in your mouth.
I was just telling you, it's a crispy caramel bite from a well-known supermarket. Thank you. I'm going to carry on chewing.
Excellent, thank you. Cool. So yes, so that was the results from the pre-final, of course, and that, of course, determines where everyone starts for their final. So that running order that you just heard, yes, you can pass those crispy caramel bites over towards me, and then by the time I mute my microphone while you've stopped chewing, I can then chew uncontrollably into this microphone. Getting a little bit of words of encouragement there
better.
Before they head out. But it was an exciting pre-final that we saw.
Yes.
For 177. I expect to see an exciting final.
Yeah,
if I don't, I'll be upset.
And I shall tell them now. Right, I open the window, boys. Anthony's not going to be happy with you. Put on a show. No. Well, Philip Howarth, the real number one, will be hoping that he's going to run away with things like he did in the pre-final when it was drying. It's now fully dry. And we're looking down at the outside row of the starting grid. And Nathan Chafer, who had a mechanical problem in the opening race, in the pre-final, is there. Now, in the championship standings, we didn't summon the championship standings in the last final. We'll make sure we do it in this one. Daniel Tate comes into this weekend 11 points ahead of Lewis Large in the. So there's Cole Edwards. Takes a real man to wear pink, I have to say. He is the E-plate holder. He is going to settle himself down into the kart. Now, alongside him, there's Nathan Chafer, the number 99. So 2 years ago, when we were here in the 177 class, it was Chris Thomas who won the opening final from Nathan Chafer, and Cole Edwards was third. So the driver on the number 99, Chafer, finished second in the first final, and the driver in the E-plate finished third in the first final. In the second final, it was Chris Wright who won that, ahead of Chris Thomas and Michael Cheek. So there is Philip Howarth. Still hasn't got his comp kart race suit on. I'm disappointed in the real number one. Hasn't got his, but he's got his nice shiny gold crash helmet on. And there is the final one, or the round one winner, Daniel Tate, kart number 29, championship leader, starting the inside of row number 2. Then we have Ian Branfield, a real, talk about, local wild cards. Ian Branfield he knows every single inch of this Mansell Raceway and has raced here for many, many, many years. Here then is your starting lineup. Philip Howarth with his comp kart race suit on pole position. Lewis Large on the outside of row number 1. Daniel Tate on the inside of row 2 alongside Matthew Easton, kart number 3. Row 3, Ian Branfield making his debut in the championship, and Cole Edwards, a podium finisher here 2 years ago. Sam Winter, with his new crash helmet, starts the inside of row number 4 alongside Nathan Chafer, also a podium finisher here 2 years ago, and Callum Porter, after making a mistake on his tyre choice for the pre-final, he starts shotgun on the field in 9th. So, Rotax 177. 15 minutes plus a lap. The second of their 5 round, the second final of their 5 round championships. Again, we send our good wishes out to Henry Ayres, the reigning and defending champion in this class, who had to withdraw from this event quite late on. It is dry here in Devon at the moment as we look at the field, head down towards Hangar. There are several drivers missing from this round to be back for the next round, so 177 drivers who are watching this from back home, there is the grid should be going up for the next round of the championship. At the moment, though, we have to decide who wins round 2 of the Wera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship in Rotax 177. Lights are not out.
No, so they called that false start from quite a ways back. I'm not sure why. I suspect the jogging Nigel Edwards in the pit lane could be the reason of that one. I'm not too sure, but yeah, false start. So they will go round again, and we shall hopefully get this Rotax 177 final underway. But
I have to say, the child slave labour that I brought with me this weekend, my son, has only just arrived. Well, he's gone and done and brought the grids to us, which has made our day.
Excellent.
Although, judging by the fact that my wallet feels lighter and his mouth is blue, I think that he has been to the slushy bar as well. He has been well and truly rumbled. Okay, second time of asking. Philip Howarth leads the Rotax 177 field to the line. Lights are out. This time we're off and racing. 15 minutes here at Mansell Raceway. Howarth under braking for turn number 1, leads them round. Howarth, don't forget, is a lap record holder here at Mansell Raceway, and he's going to show himself why. So, I mean, the first 2 rounds, Clay Pigeon and Mansell, so 2 of the 3 real sort of hubs for Rotax 177. Forest Edge is the other one where you find a lot of 177 racing, not on the calendar this year. That's the Rob Dodd School of Karting, that is, Forest Edge Kart Club. But here we go, out of turn number 5, down through the tunnel, into turn number 6, the notorious Hanger Bend, and it's Howarth leading the way, but if he thought he was going to have it easy like he did in the pre-final, I think that Louis Large and Daniel Tate have got other ideas. Then it's Easton and Branfield hot on their heels, Edwards, Winter, Chafer and Porter. There's Ian Branfield. Oh, good move there from the veteran. He gets it sideways coming out of turn number 1, though he holds on. Here are the leaders, Howarth, Large and Tate.
Indeed. Scrapping away nicely, and of course, last time out at Clay.
Sorry, Tate up the inside into P2.
I was looking down there, I wasn't paying
And he's
attention.
having to defend. No, that's fine. You look at your notes there because you actually make sense of your notes. I just scribble stuff and then get it wrong anyway. But I think the first time, so with Howarth leading and Tate second, at the moment, what does this do for the championship standings, I doth wonder?
Well, I suspect we can find out with a wave of one's hand.
There we go. Well,
There it is.
so at the moment, Howarth 4 points behind Daniel Tate, but just look at that. The top 3 separated by just 6 points, and they're the top 3 in this race. So every time that they change position, there could be a thing. Branfield obviously not going to contend, but Nathan Chafer, he's going to be making good progress as well because he started at the back and he's already picking up several positions. He's up to 7th at the moment. So Tate leads the moment by 6 points because he's now made the move into second place. Howarth in second, so he'll be wanting, so Philip Howarth will be wanting Lewis Large and potentially Ian Branfield to take points off Daniel Tate while he maintains the lead. Thank you very much, Virtual Championship. Disembodied voice in my head. You may remove the championship now.
Thank you. There we go then. So, still line astern. It's not line astern anymore because down the inside goes Tate to take the lead. And that's going to mix up that championship points even more, I would suspect, because now under pressure is still Howarth from Louis Large as well. His go large or go home, I think, is going to be said here many times. But you see,
Louis Large, you saw the hand saying, right, let's go.
Yeah, and I thought Louis Large was going to go down the inside, but then I thought Louis, no, he needs to follow him.
I'll follow you. I will follow. I will listen to you, Philip.
Yeah, exactly. So they're now going to work together to now close that gap, which is already closed, and then try and capitalise.
How good is looking at that? You know, it's a small grid of 177s, but they are all right there. Now Tate, who dominated the final in different conditions than this. Here comes Large to the inside. He's large and in charge, and he's into P2. Howarth down to 3rd. Branfield right on his rear bumper in 4th position. Then it's Easton and Chafer up into... Chafer up into 6th? It is at the expense of Cole Edwards by the looks of it.
I think you could be right. Now, of course, this is happening at the moment. Philip Howarth has moved down now into 3rd place on your screens, as if you weren't paying attention. He is there in the very bright coloured gold helmet. Now, of course, he's not worried, I think, at the moment, because you've got to remember there's still 11 laps, or 11 minutes plus 1 lap to go.
I mean, the thing that worries me ever so slightly, though, is the fact that he's under pressure already, and that Tate and Large are pulling away. The key to the race now is, has he gone wrong on his pressures? Because and Branfield, they're sitting right, come on, let's go. He'll be concerned, as with everyone, will Louis Large be able to keep Dan Tate under pressure? You know, that is what they're going to be concerned with. Because if Tate can stretch away, then it doesn't matter how good your tyre pressures are when they come up to scratch, then, you know, Tate will be too far away in the distance to do anything about it. The only thing that I can think of is that Howarth set his kart up for a long, long race and that the pressures have not yet come up properly. and that he's going to have a much stronger second half of this race, because at the moment, and Ian Branfield, well, the veteran Ian Branfield, I mean, I've commentated on him over the years in Formula Blue at the National Kart Racing, so the NKRA. He's obviously done other racing as well, but he has taken, at his home circuit, he is showing, well, the local knowledge is key here, but he is showing these youngsters a thing or two. Oh dear, he showed his nose coat, the inside of Lewis Large there, and that's going to potentially open the door for Howarth. It's going to allow Tate to escape. Howarth back up into third. Branfield down to fourth again. That's a mistake. But can Tate now capitalise and pull away a little bit?
I think he potentially might do. So this is looking good for Tate. Of course, he won the final at Clay Pigeon, you know, and he's looking good to potentially win it here. He's got a nice commanding lead at the moment, over 8/10 of a second. They cross the line. It extends to over 9/10 of a second from the battle for second place. But the battle for second place is where it's all happening. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 karts, nose to tail. And then Callum Porter, who's on a fresh set of slick tyres, I will say, because, of course, he retired at the beginning of the previous race, is there in 9th place at the moment. Warning flag out, though, Ian Branfield.
Nathan Chafer in the 99 kart, you can see, starting to move up a little bit. Of course, he retired early in the pre-final, so his tyres will be in better shape than everybody else's, even though the track position is bad for him. Tate, though, let's have a look at this gap at the moment, 0.86 of a second between Tate and Large. The key thing is now is let's start looking for Philip Howarth's sector times. At the moment, Howarth in a 46.92, 46.87, new fastest lap of the race for Branfield, but he overcooks turn number 1. Howarth has just set his, in fact, all three of the top three have just set their personal fastest laps of the race. So the pace is picking up, the tyres are now coming in, the pressures are coming up. We're on lap number 9. We've still got well over half this race to go.
Yeah.
It's there. Oh, Howarth having a little nibble at the inside at turn number 4 there. He obviously talked about that with you on his track walk on Friday, Anthony, about how, you know, you could potentially get a move done there. But panic stations are going to start setting in. Howarth checks over his shoulder. Louis Large, head bolted forward, looking, eyes focused on the rear bumper of the race leader, Dan Tate. Head down now, trying to get maximum aerodynamic efficiency as they come into turn number 1.
Yeah, good stuff from these drivers. Still plenty of time to go, though, as you say. And they're just, again, nose to tail at the moment. Again, at this time, they're in limbo. There's someone in the background there jostling, just going, go! Yeah, they are going currently. But yes, it's, you know, they're just in that limbo mode, I think, now. It's always that you see it in the final time. This is where they really start to get a little bit serious, even though they might not mature properly in.
Yeah, you know, they may not be very serious out of the kart. It's all game. It's game face on.
Oh yes.
Inside the kart. Now Branfield chasing Howarth. Now Ian Branfield. I mean, he's not in the championship battle, as it were. You know, this is a guest round for him. Will he make a move on Howarth? No, not quite. But Howarth, let's have a look at the lap times again. The top 3. Branfield again, 46.77. New fastest lap of the race. The top 2, Tate and Large, both setting personal best lap times. You know, Howarth not being able to put in a personal best lap time, but to be fair, Tate is lead. It's stabilised at about half a second at the moment. Easton is there in 5th position. Chafer is up to 6th. Edwards 7th. Winter 8th. Porter is the only driver you can't really see on the screen at the moment. He's 2.7 seconds off this battle in 9th position. But the top 8 drivers, 8 out of the 9 drivers in this race, separated by 2.5 seconds as we begin lap number 11. And now Tate having to defend. Here we go. Game on. I know these are the 1-7 sounds. I think you can ring the dinner bell early, Anthony.
I think you probably can too. 6 minutes to go, and it's all game on here. As
Howarth.
Here comes Howarth. Yeah, gets that move done. Back up into second place. Dan Tate now is falling back dramatically. Did he push those tyres too soon? And did he heat them up too early? Because now he is under some immense pressure now from behind. Ian Branfield there as well. The privateer driver, the number 46 in 4th place, is now piling on the pressure. In towards the tight section through Hanger Bend, back onto the back straight, and again all line astern. I suspect, are we going to see a move here from Howarth in towards turn 1? I've got a feeling we might, because it's a good exit out of the final corner. Down the slipstream, is he going to tuck to the inside? No, he's not. He is going to stay behind, thinks better of it. and they all slot through. Less than 6 minutes to go then on the timer, and there's
a
the
move.
Oh,
Philip,
bit of contact.
Philip, you said you had to be patient through there. He told you, Anthony, on his track walk. It's cost him.
He
it's
lied.
cost him, and the real number one told the porky pie. And Easton now takes the lead. This is a great advertisement for Rotax 177 Racing. I mean, okay, Matthew Easton, he comes from the junior ranks and everything. None of these drivers have got ambitions to be a Formula One driver. They're making their career out of karting. This is a hobby for all these drivers. I mean, Philip Howarth is self-employed. He runs a karting team at club level. Ian Branfield has been around this sport for years and years and years. Daniel Tate, he works as a mechanic most of the time in karting, and this is a bit of fun here. Louis Large, he was a 2018 British 177 champion. You know, they do this. They're ultra competitive. Nathan Chafer, privateer, family-run outfit. You know, they've got no illusions of grandeur. This is their Formula One. This is their Formula One, and they do a fantastic job. It's why the 177 grid has earned its place here as a part of the British Championship. And now Howarth getting swamped, coming through to... Oh, and he's in the barriers. Him and Nathan Chafer have hit each other. Oh, Howarth and Chafer are out of the race. Cole Edwards, let's have a look at that again. And so Howarth is running wide. Here comes Chafer through, and Chafer squeezes and squeezes and squeezes, and he couldn't squeeze no more. Oh dear, now did Chafer get back in? So Branfield has moved into second place. Oh, Howarth out of the race. That's what it means to him. It may be their hobby, their weekend hobby away from work, but it means this is a British title. It means so much to him, and Howarth knew that was a great chance for him to win a British Championship round, and it's gone.
It's such a shame for him. I can only imagine the word that came out of his helmet there. Luckily, the microphone was muted. But 3.5 minutes to go then, plus that one lap. Your race leader at the moment, Matthew Easton from Ian Branfield. Dan Tate back there in third place has got a bit of clean air. So we started this race talking about the same three that we talk about. It just shows it's really not what he wanted, is it? He was so looking forward to potentially winning a final, and it's just that just shows you what it means to him. It just shows, doesn't it?
And again, I thought it was going well. It was things were maybe falling his way. Nathan Chafer is still out there racing. That is what it means to these drivers. The British title. That is what it means to them. But Easton leads Branfield. Tate in third. Sam Winter, new crash helmet and all, up into P5. Louis Large is down to fourth place. Winter is fifth. Then Cole Edwards, Callum Porter, Nathan Chafer. That is the order. The top four still pretty much no tail. Now, can Ian Branfield, who missed the opening round, steal a victory here at his local track? Well, Matthew Easton is under pressure. Easton, I'm having a little look at his record. I mean, last year, Easton, where did he win? He won at the opening round at Lyd. He won and he finished third up at Warden Law, finished third in the championship. Can he add a second win to his order? Oh, Howarth gets I mean, there's no point giving Philip Howarth a 5-second penalty because man is out of the race. But hey, there we go.
Make sure he doesn't see that.
Yeah. Okay, 3 for the win. Possibly 4, depending on how these 3 behave. Coming through the dogleg, 90 seconds to go. Easton defending from Branfield. Tate watching this unfold, saying, okay, where can I pick you both off?
Let's see if we can find out. 90 seconds left on the timer, plus that one lap, and there it is. Tate down the inside, can't quite do it. Tried to make that move work through the complex, couldn't quite do it. So now, again, line astern, down mini straight, in towards turn 4. This is where we saw it all go wrong for 2 of our drivers, but there we go, back out of there, in towards turn number 6 now, towards Hanger Bend. It tightens through here. They concertina up under braking. No moves here. Out of the corner, onto the back straight. Defensive goes Easton in towards the dogleg. The back end stepping out, avoiding that curb on the entry, clouting the curb on the exit. And again, defensive in towards turn 1. Look at this. 4th place, Louis Large as well is back. But what a move that was. And as you were thinking it, Easton is out and in 4th place.
Well, this is great news for Daniel Tate. Branfield, not a championship threat after missing the opening round. He might want to do the whole championship. And now Tate is up to second. Easton down to 4th. Louis Darge is 3rd.
Yeah, great running from these guys side by side as they go through. Oh, back down the inside goes Easton. Tries to get that 3rd place back, and he does successfully do so. Out of the corner they go in towards Hanger Bend. It's Tate leading from Branfield. Easton there in 3rd place, with Large still there in 4th. In towards the final corner, the strike strucketh 0, and it's last lap board out this time around. Ring that dinner bell, because now dinner is served for us here at Mansell Raceway. You can see the switchback move there. Branfield tries to go down the inside here. Close the curb. Oh, they get through it, but it's the move's not going to come yet. Get ready for
down at Hanger.
Yeah, get ready there.
Well, of course, Tate is now pulling away in the championship lead. His lead is up to about 14 points at the moment in the championship. That's bad news for the onlooking Philip Howarth. It's bad news for Easton. It's bad news for Louis Large. It's bad news for Chafer. So Daniel Tate, can we have any last corner, last gasp, desperate 177 moves? Branfield, could he win a British Championship round as a guest driver at his local circuit? Out of the final corner, I think Tate has done enough. Daniel Tate takes the win by a whisker. Branfield 2nd, 3rd is Easton, 4th is Large. Sam Winter comes home in 5th. Cole Edwards is 6th. Callum Porter 7th. And Nathan Chafer in 8th position. And so that is a great, exciting, dramatic 177 final. And of course, sadly, you know, we lost Philip Howarth towards the end of that race there in that incident. But Daniel Tate, 700ths of a second, Anthony, over Ian Branfield. Matthew Easton is 3rd. Louis Large 4th. Sam Winter, well, new crash helmet. Man debuts his new crash helmet with a top 5 result. Sam will be happy with that. Cole Edwards, then Callum Porter, Nathan Chafer, and Philip Howarth. So, the highs and lows of kart racing. There is Tate celebrating with, and there's some of the, there's James Smith on the left, and there's Jack Marshall on with the blue beanie. James, top line mechanic, world class mechanic, worked with the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team in the World Championships for many years. Has worked with drivers such as Lando Norris and what have you, Inam Ahmed, and several of the drivers that Ricky Flynn has guided to world title. Already Jan Echterman, I'm not speaking to Jan anymore because I found out he's a New York Giants fan, which is just wrong. But he's saying that Dan Tate and Ethan Jeff are his picks of driver of the day. I think that's not a bad shout at the moment. There is Philip Howarth. There's a man walking with purpose. Yep, what can he do? Certainly, he was not the... Philip Howarth was not the architect of his own demise there,
no.
Anthony, I have to say. Now, we're going to have to get Mr. Tate up here for his winner's interview. There is Chris Walker from kartpicks.net. Walking across the screen there. He is our official championship photographer. Kartpicks.net is the finest karting photo website of all. Chris is, his work is absolutely magnificent. Other karting photographers are available. I know that Stu Stretton, occasionally of this parish, the Alpha parish, is also does some wonderful stuff as well. But Chris be the man. So let's go and see if Will is. You need to. I can't believe you don't know what Will is.
I know what Will is.
Will.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. You got to humour me, right? Let's hear from our sponsors, Wera Tools, and then we'll hear from our 177 race winner.
enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Thank you very much. Yes, joining us, a new driver in the commentary box, Daniel Tate, winner of the Rotax 177 class, and what a race that was. It didn't seem like it was going to end at one point, did it? It just kept on going and going.
No, it was a really hard race right till the end. It was a really hard race.
So what I've done there is I've done a Henry, and I've done something I shouldn't have done, and that's not turn your microphone on. So there we go. I've turned it on now. So, like I was saying, yes, that race, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. From start to finish, it was a busy race. I made a massive mistake in the middle, allowing another two to go past, and just managed to hang in there till the end, and managed to get it done second last lap.
Now, of course, conditions still nice and dry out there. The tyres. You were in the pre-final. You were
on slicks.
You were on slicks for that as well.
But the track was a bit wet.
The track was a bit slippery, but I mean, it worked out well there. Of course, you had a win at Clay Pigeon, a win here for the final as well. It's a great start to the season, and you're looking nice and strong for 2021.
Yeah, thank you. Fantastic start.
No, it's an excellent stuff from that one. Talk us through the start of that one, because, you know, at the beginning, you know, you were looking stronger, then you fell back at some points, you were bringing it back, and, you know, it was an up and down race all the way through, wasn't it?
Yeah, I got a good start, and I managed to lead it quite a chunk, but then I made a massive mistake in the chicane and allowed 2 or 3 karts to come past. Just recomposed and went again.
Well, excellent stuff. Great start to the season, 2 final wins, and, yeah. Great stuff for the Vera Tours British Car Championship. Well done, Daniel Tate.
Cheers.
Spot on. Well, excellent stuff there from our race winner for the Rotax 177. It's time for another little ad break, and we'll be back to you with our next group of drivers, which will be the Honda Cadets, out on track in just a moment. Stay tuned. So, as we all jostle around in the commentary box, we clear our race winner out, and unfortunately I get a Welshman back, yes. We go ready and racing for the Honda Cadets. 17 rows of pure 4-stroke
joy.
Terror.
Joy.
Well, I was going to go with terror, but yes. Joy's a good one too.
Rumbling at the distant sound of thunder.
Yes.
Cadet Honda. Now, let's have a little look at the statistical analysis of this race. Well, it's going to be Noah Wolf and Owen Neve on the front row of the grid. Wolf, championship leader coming into this weekend. He's the only, he won the opening round of the season at Clay Pigeon. I have to say that temper's running a little bit high down in the pits area at the end of that one, as often the case. But hopefully now we're going to have a good, clean battle. Luckily, thankfully, all 33 drivers are safely on the grid. Nobody missed the grid gate. Rocco Shenton, what can Rocco do? The Zip Kart driver. Great to have the Zip Kart name back here in the paddock. He's starting right down the very end of the grid on the left-hand side. There is your pole sit. Well, no, that's the second row starter, Lewis Islin on kart number 5, the SFR Motorsport, Screed Flooring Racing. Zenon chassis. Lewis Islin, 5th in the championship last year. A little glance at the stats. Lewis, he's had his best effort. He's had 1 third-place finish in his Cadet Honda Motorsport UK British Kart Championship career. Ambition Motorsport have won 8 of these finals. Project One Racing have won 3. Heinz Racing have won 3. Cutting Edge Racing have won 1. A privateer driver, that was Timo Jungling at Lid last year. He's the only privateer to have won this. And then the Synergy Race team have also won one of these finals. Lucas Blandford Rocco Shenton Zip Kart teammate, getting some love on the live chat. Lucas started well in the pre-final, then fell back. He's going to be on row 13 for this one. Watching some of the Motorsport UK officials walking through the grid there, just to make sure that everything is okay. But it's going to be Noah Wolf, the Synergy Racing driver, starting this one from pole position. Now Noah, the Synergy race team, Noah Wolf took their first win in this class at Clay Pigeon. They've now got a win, a second and 4 third place finishes to their name. SFR Motorsport, 2 second place finishes, including last time out for Timo Jungling, who's now no longer a privateer driver. He's the second best qualified, but yeah, let's have a look. Owen Neve, what can Owen Neve do? He was superb at Clay Pigeon to finish on the podium. The first ever Vera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championship podium for the Callum Hargrave driver development team. Number 65 Kart of Neve will be looking to make it 2 podiums out of 2 at least here. There is Noah Wolf. Noah doing both cadet classes, doing the IARMY class as well as the Honda class this year. Comes into this weekend with a 4-point championship advantage over the number 8 Kart of Timo Jungling, who will start 6th in this race. Best of the ambition karts, that's Josh Graham, kart number 4, just on the right hand side of your screen there, due to start in P4. Jack West in kart number 92, really good to see Jack. He's the second best placed rookie in the championship, 12th overall after Clay Pigeon. A lot of these drivers racing another championship as well, not so Jack West. Jack is solely focusing on the British Championship this year. It's going to be an extra there. Still, I mean, your weather application, Anthony, and my weather application, they differed. Your phone was different to my eyes. And I have to say, I haven't been right about much so far today, but my eyes are winning.
They are indeed. Let's have a look at the grid. And here it is on your screen. Noah Wolf, as I say, starting on pole position with Owen Neve alongside Lewis Islin and Joshua Graham rounding out row number 2.
Jack West and Timo Jungling start on row number 3. Harrison Whittaker, the Welshman, and Scotland's Cole Denham start on row number 4.
Row 5, Jarrett Clark, Max Cuthbert and Thomas Spearing on that row number 6 with Oscar Tumulty alongside.
Row number 7, William Murphy and Albie Friend. Row 8, Oscar O'Sullivan, the best of Project 1 racing karts, and then Kenzo Craigie.
Aris Majukas and Elliot Potter, I should say, on row number 9. Max Endicott and Oliver Majewski on row number 10.
Then it is Hugh Roche, Harry Friel, Luca Holmes-Ballock, one of last year's Bambino frontrunners, and Harley Musk is also fellow Bambino contender from last year. They share row 12.
Hayden Gray, Lucas Blandford, Brendan James and Noah Pikes round out row 13 and 14.
Row 15 is Kai Clark and Gregor Reed. Leon Hasty had an accident in the and Noah Barham. They both crashed in the last lap of the pre-final. Look for those two drivers, the 80 and the 22, to be making big progress in this one. But also look out for number 86, Rocco Shenton on the Zip Kart driver. He missed the thing, so he's going to get all his money's worth of the day's racing in this one. 15 minutes plus a lap. The karts are being released slowly from row by row from the dummy grid, and that will give everyone plenty of time to line them up properly. Okay, Hayden Gray being wished good luck on the chat. So is Harrison Whitcomb, Lucas Blandford, Jack West, Artie Barrel's back on, Max Cuthbert.
Why are we not commentating from?
But it was a Cyprus, wasn't it?
Was it Cyprus?
It was somewhere warmer than Clay Pigeon. Well, anyway, it was warmer than Clay. The Arctic Circle was warmer than Clay Pigeon that weekend. I know that she was on the having a good old liquid lunch. Artie Barrel, hell of a girl, but she's she's watching Max Cuthbert, who starts this one from 10th position. But if you recall, Anthony, he was right up in contention for the win for most of the way through the pre-final, but it all unraveled a little bit, and oh dear, it looks as though we haven't quite mastered pointing our carts the right way.
Well, no, they have. So you see this in Formula 1, of course, that what You see it every time
yeah.
in Honda Cadet. What do
Yep.
they do? They completely ignore all that lovely bit of outside pit of circuit, and they all dive to the inside, don't they? There's one long train of rumbling Honda Cadets, and they all dive to that inside, and of course...
But the problem is 34 into 1, or 33 into 1 won't go.
I know, but that doesn't mean that they won't try it every single time.
Yes. Now, I mean, there is a school of thought that, but of course the problem is you don't go round the outside because, of course, what happens is that the concertina effect coming into turn 1, eventually half around the first corner, all the karts that were on the inside, half of them will be on the outside, spoil the run. So, green flag waves. Wait for the lights. Wolf and Neve on the front row. Lights are out, we're off and racing in Honda Cadet, and already we got karts on the grass as they all dive to the inside, wheel to wheel, and Owen Neve has the lead. He gets squeezed by Noah Wolf as they come out of turn number 1, and everyone round the first corner cleanly. Here's the next flashpoint into the complex. Hold your breath, Anthony.
I'm holding.
And release, because they all came out in one... Correct. Oh, Crete. There we go.
There we go. It was Crete there from there.
That was Auntie Bernie in Crete. Sorry.
Ah, I see.
Wave of the moment. Sorry. Getting our barrels and our Bernies missed up. But all 33 of them. There is one of the zip carts up. Very smart black and luminous yellow livery cart going around the outside there. Here we go. I'll be friend getting plenty of support as well on the chat. But it's Wolf from Neve through the dogleg at the end of lap number 1. A good, clean opening lap in Honda Cadet, and they're going for it. They're two of the SFR Motorsport karts side by side. That's Youngling in the 8 and Islin in the 5, battling over third, allowing the top two to get away.
Again, now they've got to work together. Okay, so you've got into a position now. Good, great. Stick with it. But no, the number 4 is going to completely deny you that. Joshua Graham for Ambition Motorsport slides down the inside and splits the two SFR Motorsport drivers in half. And again, that allows a little bit more breathing space for Noah Wolf and Owen Neve to break away slightly. But still plenty of time in this one. We've only just finished lap 1. There is a 15-minute final plus that one additional lap here for the Honda Cadets. And this race is very much not over because, as we know, the Honda Cadet race goes from 0 to 100 miles an hour in a blink of an eye.
In a blink of an eye. And they're all filing their way around Hanger Corner. Wolf, Neve, then Youngling, followed by Graham. Islin is in there as well. Looking at the back of the grid, Noah Barham up to 30th from the back. Leon Hasty up to 27th. Rocco Shenton is up to 19th in the number 86 kart. Well, Anthony Jordan, 12 and a half, nearly 13 minutes to go. If the leaders continue to battle like this all the way and we don't sort of get into one of those situations where they all just behave themselves and fall into one, Rocco Shenton is making move after move, trying to catch this lead group from 33rd on the grid. There is a gap. There is a gap from about 13th place on back. And there comes 3 wide coming out of turn number 5. Oh, somebody has gone to the barriers.
Yeah, that barrier has moved.
I'm not quite sure who they were, but they've all come out. So whoever it was has just dislodged it, but not gone into it too much. They're not out of the race, but the marshals, the hard-working marshals here at Mansell Raceway, the backbone of British motorsport, they will need to work quickly to get that barrier repaired before the karts come around again.
They will indeed. So as they exit out of turn number 1, it is still Wolf that leads from Neve, Youngling, Graham, Cuthbert, Islin, West, Whitcomb, Dunham, Craigie, and Spearing. They're the top 11 out there. Cuthbert with the fastest lap of the race as well. They enter the section where that is. The yellow flags are still out, so they've not managed to clear it in time. The yellow flags clear quickly. So the race leaders saw the yellow flag, but the drivers behind didn't see it. So there you go. That's given them a little bit more of an edge above the leaders, hasn't it? So they can close that gap up a little bit more. Fastest lap last time around obviously was Cuthbert there in 5th place, so he's working strong. But a fastest first sector set by Joshua Graham in 4th place, so working well. Yeah, there's your leaders. Now they are behaving themselves. Well, I say behaving themselves, they're all running line astern, nose to tail. Wolf, Neve, then Youngling with the green race suit, the first of the screed flooring racing karts, and behind them is then the first of the Ambition karts of Josh Graham. Then it's Cuthbert, Islin, Jack West, Whitacombe in 8th, Craigie, Spearing, Denham, Tumulty and William Murphy. Behind William Murphy, that's the first of the big gaps. So as the camera pans out, they come onto Mini Straight. There's the first gap. So the first 13, then a gap.
But then the third kart in the second group, that black and yellow kart, third on your screen there, that is Rocco Shenton. He's come from 33rd. He's already up to 16th. He's got to pass Oscar O'Sullivan and Albert Friend, or maybe work with them, and then he's got to get up to that lead group. He's got 10.5 minutes to do it. The lead group are going to start battling. They're battling already, Anthony.
Yeah, they are indeed. Oh, no, and a mistake from Noah Wolf. He goes straight on at the chicane. He's going to have to yield.
He does. I think
and he does.
He came to an almost as complete standstill, so he's well down the order, so he's lost position. But again, this is good news. Now the gap between 13th and 14th is 3.1 seconds. The 95 of William Murphy and the 91 of Albert Friend, 3.1 seconds. The number 86 is Rocco Shenton. He was top 5 in all his heat races, missed the final. He's going to be all guns blazing. Look at that gap between 13th and 14th. If that starts coming down, Rocco Shenton, I think, can still get a top 10 finish, Anthony.
I suspect you're probably right. So now we need to keep an eye on this, because Neve, yes, okay, he's leading this and he's on his own at the front. He looks comfortable, but like we always say in Honda Cadet, 8 wheels works better than 4, and currently he's got way more than 8 wheels working together to close that gap.
96 wheels to be sure.
Well, check that, maths. But yes, less than 10 minutes to go. That gap has already disappeared, because it just shows you the slipstream effect you can get. Timo Youngling pulls out of the slipstream, down the inside, goes for the race lead. He does, and the number 4 of Graham follows suit as well. Can he hold it, though? Does Graham? He's side by side. He's going to be on the outside of the centre. No, he slots back. Oh, but down there, the number 10 of Cuthbert comes back at him as well and goes alongside. But again, everyone's slotting back into position, and now the hands come up, and it's just, okay, think about it, let's go, calm down, calm down.
Calm down. It's just, I mean, it's actually 92 wheels, because it's 13, and 13 times 4 is 92, not 96, my bad. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Owen Neve now getting squeezed a little bit wide. I said about 96 wheels working together because it was a lead group of 13, but 4 times 13 is 92. Right. I don't work in accounts for a living, honestly. Youngling by 0.6 of a second, but for how long? Now the slipstream effect here is going to be great. Look at how Cuthbert just eases the nose cone of that number 10 car onto the rear bumper of Josh Graham. Behind them, Neve now getting squeezed a little bit wide. He's got no friends there. He's got no teammates. We've got SFR have got two karts in this scrap. The Synergy Racing have got 3 or 4. Ambition Motorsports have got a couple. But there's only one Callum Hardgrave driver, development driver, and that's the number 65 kart of Owen Neve, and he's getting shuffled back position by position. The good news, however, is that Youngling, who did start this race with a 10 kart length advantage over the rest of them, has now been caught. There's Shenton, the second kart in the following group. So Rocco Shenton is now up into 15th position. There you can see Luke Hines, the goatee beard there. He's working with the SFR Motorsport team. He is encouraging his drivers forward. There's 2 of the Synergy Race Team teammates, and here comes a change for the lead. Number 4, Josh Graham. Second-year Cadet Honda driver in this championship, takes the lead of this race over a former race winner, Timo Youngling. Max Cuthbert is also in his second year in this championship. The experienced drivers are heading towards the front. There's Noah Wolf in 4th, and now we wait. There's the end of that lead group, which is still one big lead group, and now Shenton is the first kart in the second group. So Rocco Shenton has gone from 33rd to 14th. There he is on your screen, number 86. And the cameraman for catching that. So he has come from last on the grid, head down. Now, who can work with the Zipkart entry? It's been such a long time since we've been talking about Zipkarts running at the Zipkart team running at the front of the British Cadet Championship. They have made and helped so many champions in their long and illustrious thing. Of course, Zipkart, Mr. Karting, Martin Hines, the late great Martin Hines, his son Luke, working now to get the most famous name in British karting, in my opinion, Zipkart, back up at the front where it belongs. Rocco Shenton, they've got a driver here who is got the potential, and he's closing in. The gap between 13th and 14th is now, or it's actually is now just 1.9 seconds. It was 3.1. So the second group are closing in.
Yes, you can see it physically on the screen there as well. That gap is visibly getting smaller, and you can just see there everyone's starting to concertina up. There's still plenty of time in this one, just under 6 minutes plus that 1 lap to go, and we see plenty of laps in that time as well. And now when these slowly start to battle at the front, which I suspect they will start doing at any moment soon, I suspect, it just allows everyone to, again, to close back up. A warning flag out, though, for Clark in the 67. So you've got to keep an eye out on that one. But 5 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Everyone looking over their shoulder. But like I say, they're not pushing yet. I think they've learnt their lessons and they've had a bit of a talking to since like the pre-finals and everything like that, because they weren't paying attention.
Yes.
Got a slap on the wrist.
Stern talking to.
Stern talking to.
So there they go. And now, so Shenton's best friends in this race are now Oscar O'Sullivan in kart 46, Albert Friend in kart number 91, and Elliot Potter in kart number 17. They are trying to push them along, but the lead three have now sorted themselves out.
They have.
And very quick. I was going to say they sorted themselves out. I think the driver in second, Timo Youngling, he had such a push from Max Cuthbert that it did unsettle Josh Graham. It doesn't take long for the gaps to appear. It takes a very short amount of time for the gaps to disappear, but it's a short amount of time for the gaps to appear. A lap and a half of line astern, pushing each other along, and already the top three have got about a 10 kart length gap over fourth place Noah Wolf. There's Noah Wolf, and he's being pushed along by Lewis Islin in fifth. Kenzo Craigie in the number 44 kart is in sixth. Then there's another gap back to Owen Neve now in seventh. Thomas Spearing is in eighth. William Murphy ninth. Cole Denham 10th. Harrison Whittingham 11th. Then Oscar Tumulty 12th. Jack West is 13th.
There you go. Good running from them at the moment. Less than 5 minutes to go, and the field is closing in on itself. Graham leading the way from Youngling, but Youngling, yeah, you can just see him there. He feels like he's faster, and he looks like he's faster out of that final dogleg corner as they work together, but he's not going for that lunge just yet, is he? He's staying behind. He's staying true to his word of just working together and just trying to pull that gap up as much as they can. I say that, but there's the move there, and I say that threw my words completely out the window.
Let's have a look.
Timo.
So they were about 10 kart lengths from the top three, and then Noah Wolf in fourth place. Already, without one single move, that gap has come down by about 5 kart lengths. I was going to say the top 13, they're not nose to tail together anymore, but there's 4 seconds separating the top 12. Here comes the back, and the 13th place kart of Jack West is just fading a little bit as we watch them come around Hanger Bend. And there's West in the number 92 kart just flashing across your screen. Albert Friend is now back into 14th place. Potter is 15th. Shenton is 16th. And I think maybe it's going to come a bit too late. These leaders have done enough to keep themselves away from the 14th, 15th and 16th place kart, so it's only 13 for the race lead now. Well, make that 12 because Jack West has slipped back a little bit. Youngling, Graham and Cuthbert through the complex. This is now lap number 14.
Good stuff from these guys all the way throughout. The rest of the field just slotting into position. They're kind of running in like a 2x2x2 formation, aren't they?
Noah's Ark style.
Yeah, Noah's Ark style at the back of the field at the moment. So 2.5 minutes to go. Eyes on the front now, because that's 5 karts nose to tail now for the race lead. Youngling, Graham, Cuthbert, Wolf and Islin.
With Kenzo Craigie doing his best to hang on in 6th.
Indeed, yeah, 'cause he's on his own there, really, isn't he? Again, in a bit of a no man's land. It's hard to catch back up.
And here's the 7th place kart, number 65, Owen Neve. And Owen Neve has got 5 karts right behind him. That's Spearing, Murphy, Denham, and Whittingham and Tumulty. But now Youngling has to start defending. So Timo, the Anglo-Bavarian German driver from Bavaria, is defending, and already you can see now the top 5 are about to become a top 6, I believe, because Kenzo Craigie is going to come into shot there. So already Kenzo Craigie has caught this group, so we've now got 6 for the race lead. Then a gap, back to 2, 4, another 6, down to 12th. Then it's West 13th, and then Friend and Potter 14th and 15th. Shenton, I think, has dropped back a little bit in 16th place. Then it's Hasty, O'Sullivan, Majuskas, Clark, Blanford, Barham, Holmes, Ballack, Clark and Gray. A top 25. All 33 starters are still running.
None of our current top 3 started on that front row, or on the top 3 at the start of this race. They're all from further back afield. And they are nose to tail now battling. It's a great recovery from Noah Wolf, who dives down the inside. A little bit of contact with Graham there. Gets it through, and a little bit of contact more with the number 5 as well of Islin. So nerves his way through.
But now he's on the outside. He's on the outside. And that is going to, Noah Wolf is going to reap what he sowed there as the drivers that he was a little bit physical with a couple of corners ago come back at him. But all this means that Timo Younglin's suddenly got a commanding lead.
He's got a commanding lead, but again, it's not good because these karts are going to hopefully now, maybe scrap, work together to try to close that gap. But this,
they have to.
They have to, and they're not going to. So this could be good news for Timo Youngling.
Yep, he's been told by his team he's got a big gap behind, so we won't see Timo Youngling maybe look over his shoulder once here just to get a but no, 3 seconds to go. Next time around, it'll be the last lap board. And look at everyone behind closing in. There is a couple of synergy karts trying to make a move. Graham needs Cuthbert in the number 10 kart to push him along. He needs Noah Wolf to play ball as well and push up to the front, because if they carry on like they did last lap, Youngling's going to win this by a mile. And Graham defending. Has that just won the race for Timo Youngling as Josh Graham defends into turn number 4?
I think it has done, because now that gap is opened up to 1.6 seconds.
Oh, wow.
It's a huge gap that Youngling's got now, so it's all going to be down to who can take second and third on the podium. So it's currently Graham and Cuthbert for Wolf that you can see on your screen there, but I doubt it's going to stay the same, because it's all going to be guns a-blazing. Now you can see there Wolf stays on the optimal line. You can see there Graham and Cuthbert go defensive on the inside. Now you'll see that Wolf will have a great run out of here. Again, switching to the outside, not choosing to stick with the slipstream. Worked by himself to try and get that switchback move here down the inside. Can he make it work? He can indeed. Gets alongside. That is excellent stuff there from Noah Wolf. Can he switch it between the two of them? He can, yes. So Noah Wolf now back him to second place, but it's final lap time. And at your moment, your race leader, Timo Youngling, is leading by 2.8 seconds.
I mean, Timo Youngling is gone and is going to win this race. Who is going to be second? Wolf dives in very deep into turn number 4. Will they all get it slowed down? Stay off the barriers, lads. Now into turn 5. There's 2 Ambition karts side by side. Kenzo Craigie in the number 44 trying to pass William Murphy, who's coming to play. Wolf has second. Graham is third. Then it's Cuthbert in 4th. And then it looks like Murphy 5th. Craigie is 6th. But for the second time in his Motorsport UK British Championship career, Timo Youngling wins. Youngling is massive. And look at this, 4 wide across the finish line for second. What a finish there. Who grabbed second place? I think, Anthony, it was Noah Wolf.
It was indeed. Noah Wolf crosses the line in second place with Joshua Graham only 0.08 of a second behind in third place. That just shows how close it was. Max Cuthbert crosses the line in 4th with William Murphy, Kenzo Craigie, Lewis Islin, Owen Neve, Thomas Spearing and Cole Denham rounding out the top 10. The results will appear on your screen in just a moment. There they are.
Oh,
there's
perfect.
The rest of them.
I mean, on paper, that looks like Timo Youngling dominated this race. He didn't. He was in the lead at the right time when the karts behind him battled. Wolf, Graham, Cuthbert, Murphy, Craigie, Islin, Neve, Spearing. Now let's look a bit further back. Leon Hasty from the back of the grid to 16th position. Rocco Shenton, I think he got mixed up in a couple of battles. He still comes from 33rd to 17th. Then it's O'Sullivan. Our Anglo-Lithuanian driver, Aris Majuskas, is 19th. Clark, Lucas Blanford has come from the back up into about 21st position. And further back, there are your remaining runners. I am so pleased to say all 33 drivers made it to the finish there. Brendan James in 33rd, Gregor Reed 32nd, Hugh Roche 31st, but he's got the best crash helmet out there, so that's okay. Harley Musk of our 2 Bambino graduates, Luco Holmes Bannock was 24th and Harley Musk was 30th. Well done, those drivers. Anthony, nothing gives me a greater pleasure to commentate on a race like that and then say that every driver that started finished the race.
Yeah,
that is what, because sometimes that doesn't happen. We've seen it already today. Sometimes it doesn't happen. I mean, great result. They snake their way through, and they're the 2 Zip karts. I'm not favoriting the Zip karts, but I mean, in terms of karting and cadet karting, the Zip name is so important, I feel, to karting, to cadet kart racing. You know, other chassis come along, and you know, they're the better chassis. People use them. You know, Zip karts, Grant and everyone who works at Zip are really fighting back strong after several years in the doldrums, and they're going to get back up to the front, I am sure.
I'm sure you are perfectly correct in saying that. Well, a fantastic running then from the Honda Cadets. We will be chatting to our race leader in just a moment, but before then, we'll have a quick
chat with the you're going to have a quick chat with the winner of the race.
We are, yes, we're going to have a quick chat with the race. But what I was queuing in there was adverts.
Okay, thank you. Well done.
Yes.
To enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a drift limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Excellent, yes, back in the commentary box, and what a race that was, what a final, because in the pre-final, you finished 6th, you had a penalty as well in terms of that one, but you've come through an up and down race. Timo Youngling, another race win, well done.
Yeah, at the start, it was Owen and Noah pushing, and I managed to catch them back up, and I overtook them, and then Josh overtook them as well. I got a bit of a gap, and me and Josh started pushing, but then they caught up. And then I overtook Josh. I started defending, and then I'm not too sure what happened. I just got a massive gap, just went on my own and won.
It worked, didn't it? So it looked good, and of course all the way through that race it definitely wasn't easy. Like I say, you worked very hard on that one as well as all the other drivers, but another race win, a final for you on this one. It's looking well for 2021 so far, and yeah, a fantastic running. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank RPM, ZZ Chains, Xenon Kart, SFR, ZX1 Lube, all my family, my mechanic Joe, and my dad.
Excellent stuff. Well, Timo Youngling, very well done. And of course, we'll hopefully see you at the next round in a few weeks' time. Excellent stuff. Well done. Well, a great result there for Timo Youngling. And of course, we've got plenty more races coming up for you for the finals. It's time now for KZ2. Well, KZ2 are about to take to the circuit for their final, and what we've seen so far today with KZ2 is that these drivers are incredibly quick, incredibly racy, and want to get this job done very, very swiftly, I will say. The pre-final brought us drama galore, and this is what happened in one of the incidents in the pre-final, of course. We saw two of the drivers take to each other, of course. We saw Glenister and Charlton line of stone, or side by side, and it all ended very badly at a very fast rate of knots, and yeah, it all went pee-tong very quickly. And you can see here again, I just feel like, yeah, Glenister looks over his shoulder on that sort of point there, and at these speeds, it's milliseconds we're talking about right now. Milliseconds. We're watching it in slow motion, but it's milliseconds, and at that point, he's not aware. He's felt the contact now. Now he sees, and it's just at that point, it's just out of time. But I can happily report that Joe Charlton and his mechanic.
Yes, I shall. Yes, Anthony. I mean, so Ian Thompson, who had an engine to rebuild last time, the chassis was a complete write-off. So they've had to put a new chassis down. Different chassis, which you're allowed. You're allowed to name a replacement chassis on your scrutineering card. There he is in the blue jacket at the back of your screen there. That is Ian Thompson. You can just, well, you can see part of him there.
You're zooming in on a part of him.
Yeah, there's the driver, Joe Charlton.
Okay, the driver.
So he is out on a brand new chassis. There is Ian Thompson. So he has rebuilt the entire kart. That also had a damaged engine. You saw the axle getting ripped off. You saw the tyres getting ripped off. He has rebuilt the entire kart on a completely different chassis, a secondary chassis. What an effort for that mechanic there. That is why they earn their money. Ian Thompson getting in. Of course, Joe Charlton runs as a privateer. He's not part of a team. It's just him and Ian.
Exactly. So that toolkit is working well. Now, of course, you've also got Miles Murphy there in the background.
Yep. The Moore Racing driver repairing his kart as well.
Yeah.
The Demon Tweaks Moore Racing kart. So we've got a full complement of 14 giggly boxes ready to go. And
so yes,
there we are. Then you can see that looks like there might be a different nose cone on the front of that number 17 Tom Longfield kart as well. Number 61 in your centre of your screen with the red crash on, that's Charlie Turner having a great performance. I think the drive of the race in many ways in the pre-final was Josh Price, who finished 4th on the road, but then was given a penalty back to 7th. Now the clouds are coming in. Is that a spot of rain on our camera lens? The drivers certainly hope not.
That certainly doesn't look like rain on that page, does it? But here's the grid then. Tom Longfield starting on pole position with Ryan Cannon alongside. Then it's Dan Gould and Charlie Turner on row number 2.
Alan Kenyon and Lee Ward share row 3. Josh Price and James Glenister, who also had a penalty for his part in an accident that we saw earlier on, he starts on row number 4.
Row number 5, Ashley Lewis and Darren Allen with Bradley Barrett and Joe Charlton rounding out row number 6.
Row 7, Hannah Lang and Miles Murphy round out the field. So it's a 3x2 start. Coming into the weekend, James Glenister was your championship leader from Dan Gould. But right at this present moment in time, Glenister, I think, still leads. But, of course, that penalty has pushed him down. They're going to do 2 rolling laps, and then it's 2 warm-up laps, and then it is a standing start. There is Charlton. Well, he comes from the back of the grid to finish second in the final at the opening round of the season at Shenington. This circuit is a different proposition to Shenington. It is not as fast. It is not as wide open. It's shorter, 200 meters shorter than the gearbox circuit at Shenington, and I think it's also harder to overtake on. The question is, the key is going to be the start. Joe Charlton stalled at the start of his first heat yesterday. But, you know, we're going to see some magic here from the number 1 plate as well as the fellow rivals. We'll bring you up to date with the points standings as the race progresses, but this is going to be fast and furious. from the word go. Longfield in the 17 on the comp kart chassis, privateer driver. Then it's the number 2, Ryan Cannon for Andy Fairless Racing. Cannon, he has won one of these races. He won last year at Fullbeck, so he knows how to win this race. Oh, a problem there for the number 33, Darren Allen, the second of the Andy Fairless Racing karts, just getting put into position. He's slightly out of position. Glenister moves into his grid slot. Now, 14 karts, 15 minutes. Green flag waves, engine notes rise. Wait for the lights to come on. When they go out, we're off and racing. Longfield, Cannon and Gould on row 1. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Like a bullet out of a gun, Longfield gets swamped at the start. It's Dan Gould around the outside of Ryan Cannon. Doesn't quite make it. Cannon leads, Gould second, pulls to the Longfield down to third, and then the number 8 kart with Alan Kenyon up at the 4th place, and Charlton has not got away cleanly. In fact, Joe Charlton is not coming up to speed. The number 1 plate, there will be no repeat of the Shellington heroics because Charlton has a problem on that completely rebuilt chassis. What a shame.
That is a huge shame for Joe Charlton. You know, he's had a really tough weekend, and you know that final is just pre-final has just put it to shame there. But across the line, we end lap 1. Cannon leads from Gould, Longfield, Kenyon, Ward, Turner, Lewis, Price, Barrett, Glenister, Lang, Murphy, and Allen. We have lost Joe Charlton as they go around 14 minutes plus that one additional lap. All looking a bit spread out at the front because at the moment Cannon has opened up a commanding lead by half a second, but there you go, Longfield sending that lunge again on Gould.
Yep, one of the Rush Performance karts there, Dan Gould running a little bit wide there in the number 10 plate machine. So we're down to 13 runners. Miles Murphy trying to make his way up through the pack as well. Down at the back of the field at the moment, it is Darren Allen. There comes Joe Charlton dejectedly under our commentary position into the pits. Such a shame. But it's Cannon from Longfield. Then it's Kenyon, Gould in 4th, followed by Ward and Charlie Turner. Can't stress how impressed I am with Charlie Turner. Then it's Josh Price in the number 28 kart. Turner's really getting to grips quickly with these gearbox karts. Bradley Barrett is likewise having a very good weekend as well. In the number 27, Glenister down to 10th position. Ashley Lewis has gained ground. He's up into the top 8. It's still dry, but clouds are threatening. As we go out of Hanger Bend, up the long straight, no dog leg. These karts are being clocked at exactly 99 miles an hour at the end of this straight here. And Gould, slithering around and braking, inches behind the rear bumper of Alan Kenyon's kart.
Yes, super close. Like you say, if you miss your braking zone by millimetres, it could all go wrong so fast. And like you say, these drivers are incredibly talented and skilled to keep these karts on the straight and narrow around this circuit here at Mansell Raceway. But working hard, they all are, as Cannon and Longfield. That gap has closed up because Longfield set the fastest lap that last time around with a 41.45 compared to the 41.74 from Ryan Cannon. So that gap now as they cross the line, it was half a second. It's 0.2 of a second now for the race lead. There is no Longfield lunges this time around. He stays behind, but they are 2 by 2 by 2 at the moment at the front.
Longfield finished second in the opening 2 rounds of last year's championship, has never won one of these races. Never won a final in the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. He is looking to change that statistic today, and he's going good about it. There goes Turner, passing the number 7 of Ward for 5th position. So Gould in the number 10 kart, Turner is Rush Performance teammate in the number 61, moving into the top 5. Ward down to 6th. Price is 7th, and it's Glenister still 8th, followed by Barrett. Here comes Turner up the inside. Great move there from Charlie Turner. He's only been round here once before in a KZ2 as Charlie Turner, and he's represented Team UK in the Rotax Grand Finals. He's a very talented driver, is Charlie Turner. He's proving it here.
He is indeed, and showing great performance now. 11 minutes plus that one lap to go, and you can just see here, just everyone just sliding into positions now, all working together, line astern, just working those gear changes in. the track incredibly fast now with all that rubber that's down on the circuit that's been placed. The track is completely bone dry. Side by side for the lead as your new race leader, Tom Longfield, dives to the inside, gets that front. Now says think, says don't battle. Let's go. Let's continue opening that gap up. You can try a little bit later, I promise.
Ryan Cannon, again, who has had his own misfortune today. That spin in the wet in Heat 2 this morning. Could have been a massive accident, that could have, but he managed to keep it just about off the barriers. But he is going to put the pressure on Tom Longfield. I remember at Rowra, first round of the British Championship last year, Longfield chasing Charlton for the win. Charlton just held on. Longfield had to make do with second. Now it is the situation reversed. Longfield is the one who is the hunted, and Ryan Cannon is the hunter. A little bit further back, there's the number 7 Kart of Lee Ward, holding off James Glenister. So our championship leader, let's have a quick look at the championship points as they stand with 10 minutes to go, if that's possible, because Glenister, even though Charlton is out of this race, James Glenister is not doing well. He leads the points, but only by 5 points. He leads only by 5 points over Longfield. Gould is there in third. Cannon is fourth in points. Then it's Kenyon, Ward, Lewis and Charlie Turner in 8th. The defending champion, Joe Charlton, is not among the top 8, and that is bad news for the number 1 plate in his bid to make it 2 titles in a row. But James Glenister, now, if he can get past a couple of his teammates, he's going to extend his advantage over Longfield. Longfield leading the race, can't get any more than 360 points because that's he's leading the race. So every position that Glenister in the number 4 plate Kart picks up from here on in, he will extend his advantage over Tom Longfield in the championship standings by a couple of points each time. But they're not going to make it easy for him, and there behind him you can see Miles Murphy, the number 6 Kart, also picking up place from the back of the grid.
Can indeed. So eyes on at the moment the battle for 3rd place between the number 8, 61, 10 and 4. Kenyon, Turner, Gould and Glenister out on track at the moment. 8.5 minutes plus that 1 additional lap. It looked like a move there for the number 4.
He's already passed Gould, and he was thinking about passing his other teammate Turner going into the complex.
He was eyeing it up, wasn't he?
He was eyeing it up. He was in his crosshairs. And of course, so some of these drivers, they're not as experienced, like certainly Charlie Turner. Can he withstand the physicality of a 15-minute plus a lap KZ2 gearbox race? Glenister, again, knows how to, when to expend his energy, when to use the kart, when, can Charlie Turner hold off a far more experienced teammate? Longfield, meanwhile, here comes Glenister to the inside. Another, you've got to be so precise, Anthony. You've got to be so precise.
You have to be incredibly precise, don't you? Because these karts are actually very, very wide. They've got quite a bit of girth. These karts when they go around. So they can only be around 2. Calm down. They can only be around a 2 or 3 maximum wide, where we see the Honda Cadets go 4, 5, 6, 7 wide through some aspects of this track. But 7.5 minutes left on that timer. Through in towards Hanger Bend. Again, comically fast they look, don't they? Out of there onto the back straight, or the start-finish straight now, and the long run down all the way up to 99 miles an hour under braking. There goes Glenister and moves up past the number 8 of Kenyon.
Alan Kenyon, the privateer driver on the Sodi Kart chassis, 8th in last year's championship, doing well at the moment this year. He was running 3rd in the points table coming into this weekend, and he's looking to hold on a place in the top 5 after this weekend at the moment. And that was Dan Gould running very, very wide coming out of turn number 4 there. He kept it out of the barriers, but if you look further back, we've still got 13 karts still running. Darren Allen is in 13th place. Ashley Lewis is 12th. Hannah Lang is 11th. Miles Murphy is 10th. Josh Price 9th. Bradley Barrett 8th. 7th for Lee Ward. 6th then is Dan Gould. 5th is Charlie Turner, who you're watching now trying to wrestle 4th place away from Alan Kenyon. James Glenister, let's look at the gap, Anthony. 6.5 minutes to go. Glenister is 2.61 seconds behind Tom Longfield, who in turn is 1 second ahead of Ryan Cannon. So Glenister has firstly got to make up 1.7 seconds on Cannon before he can try and battle 2nd place away, and then he can set off after the race leader, Tom Longfield, but he's only got 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go. However, Glenister has already pulled clear of this scrap on screen, And Kenyon could be losing 4th place to Charlie Turner. He does.
Keeping an eye on the sector times all the way throughout, Ryan Cannon is slightly faster that last lap around, taking a whole 10th out of Longfield's lead at the moment. So keep an eye on that gap for first place, because if they start scrapping, that's going to benefit Glenister massively. It was 9/10 of a second. We'll keep an eye on it as they next cross the line. But it just looks like Cannon's faster in the the first and second sector. I say that, Glenister's just set a purple second sector himself.
Yeah, I was going to say the gap was 2.9 seconds. It's down to 2.4 between Longfield and Glenister. The gap between first and third is 2.2 seconds now, as Glenister just sets a new fastest lap of the race. 2.21 seconds down that lap, 40.97 seconds. So James Glenister becomes the first and therefore only driver to break the 41-second barrier here at Mansell Raceway. 4 minutes 50 seconds plus a lap to go. Number 4, James Glenister, fastest man on track, closing in if he can on Ryan Cannon, who in turn is closing in on Tom Longfield. Great view around Hanger Bend there of just how physical these karts are to drive up through the gears. Briefly, you've got both hands on the steering wheel, and now down 3 shifts into turn number 1. Bang, 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 you can see on the gears. And then as they come out of the corner, look at that, up through 1 gear, and then down again. You don't even he's got 1 hand on the wheel all the way into the complex. And the kart is under braking, you're setting yourself up. That's such superb control there, immense physicality. Just these great close-up shots of these drivers. Look how hard they're working. I mean, this is 1,000 metres, the gearbox circuit here at Mansell Raceway. I would say they probably got both hands on the steering wheel for about 300 metres, which means they're driving one-handed for about 700 metres.
Yeah, exactly that. It's great to see. The same as what you would expect from a classic Formula One car when they're dancing around the streets of Monaco, hand off the steering wheel, changing gear through, some of the fastest corners around there.
All wheel-to-wheel between Gould and Kenyon. And Gould just squeezes past Kenyon. Kenyon noses in, and there's Lee Ward in the number 7 kart right behind them. I was going to say that classic onboard lap with Ayrton Senna at Monaco. You can see Monaco with 1 hand on the wheel. It's a bit like that is. This is that karting's version of that lap.
Yeah.
Here at there now, Alan Kenyon has got his fellow Sodi Vitesse entry of Bradley Barrett in the number 27 kart right behind him. Again, don't forget, this is only Barrett's second event in the British Championship as a gearbox driver. Now, why is there a yellow? That was the wind just blowing that yellow flag. So there is Gould. There is the number 8 kart of Kenyon, the 27 of Barrett, the 7 of Ward. Anthony, were you either giving me the 2 fingers, or you were saying something that there's something going on for second place?
There's something going on for second place.
Oh, okay.
They're closing in nicely. Now, I wasn't flipping you the bird there, I swear. But you can see there. They're coming into turn 6 now. There's your race leader. There's second. There's third. Now, so you can see that gap. Glenister's closed right onto the back of Cannon. Now onto the start-finish straight into that slipstream. Now you can see there the dedication on Cannon's face. You can see the dedication on Kenyon's face.
Whoa!
And there's the move from Glenister. What a lunge! Down turn 1, gets that move done nicely, and that didn't cost him any time. There's still 2 minutes plus that 1 additional lap. He's got a second to get out of Longfield. Can it be done?
I think. Do you know what? I saw Longfield as they came on to the start-finish straight last time. Longfield took a long look over his shoulder, which means he's thinking, okay, is my kart strong enough to hold off? If he knew the kart was strong, he thought, I've got this from the bag, he wouldn't be looking around over his shoulder. Now, let's see if he looks over his shoulder again. Looking at Longfield. No, he didn't look over his shoulder then, but Glenister is on a mission. Head down.
Let's see what he can do. Now, you've got to remember, Longfield, he's not won a final yet, so he wants that win.
He's not won a final yet. Glenister has won several of these events over the years. Glenister's got 3 wins. He's the most successful KZ2 driver since Motorsport UK took over this championship at the start of 2019.
Yep, so he's going to fight very hard for this one, but Longfield is not going to make it easy. Less than 2 minutes to go, less than 90 seconds to go, I should say, plus that 1 lap in towards Hanger Bend. Look how much he's closed up now. Let's see the gap as they next cross the line. It says 1.4 at the moment. They cross the line. What is it now? They cross the line. It's
6/10 of a second.
Oh,
1 minute to go. Game on, Tom Longfield. You are the hunted here. You are the gazelle, and James Glenister is the cheetah. Fastest animal on earth. Glenister, fastest man in the kart in this race. The adrenaline is going to be absolutely coursing through his veins now, because he knows that he had a bad start. He was starting down the back, and now he can see the prize in front of him. Longfield's going to have to defend. He's going to have to defend for his life. 30 seconds to go. How long can Longfield hold on? He holds on through turn number 1, but Glenister is going to pounce, and it's almost a cursory shake of the head there, because Tom Longfield, even though he hasn't looked over his shoulder, he can hear the engine of Glenister's kart getting closer. Longfield now looks over his shoulder. He knows Glenister is there, and he starts to defend. He starts to make that number 17 kart very, very wide indeed. But when they get to the start-finish straight coming out of Hanger Corner, I don't think he's going to be able to hold Glenister off much longer.
No, he's going to have to go super defensive here. Let's keep an eye on it. There's the look over the shoulder. He knows he's there. Glenister sweeps to the outside, side by side at 100 miles an hour into turn 1. Who's going to come out on top? Longfield holds on to it for one more lap. It is last lap time, or it's going to be anyone's game on this one. Glenister crossed the line in front, though. That's crucial. If Glenister can repeat that, Glenister will take the win. Nose to tail in towards turn 4. Glenister dive to the outside. Longfield defends.
The crossover.
Glenister
does it. Longfield and Glenister, they come together, and that's Ryan Cannon. Oh my goodness me, Cannon's just inherited a win here in the British Championship. Longfield is second. The crossover was almost on. Glenister led for about 50 metres. Ryan Cannon cannot believe it. Cannon wins. Longfield has got to wait even longer for his first ever British Championship victory, and Glenister has finished third after a storming drive. Charlie Turner, I tell you what, Charlie Turner might be on the podium left if there's any issue with that move or with the karts of Longfield and Glenister. Turner in 4th, Dan Gould finishes 5th, Alan Kenyon in 6th, Bradley Barrett in 7th. And let's have a look at this, Anthony. Longfield goes to Glenister. He goes around the outside, but Longfield, he still thinks there's room. Well, there was room, but the door was closing. Was Longfield alongside? That is...
I tell you what, Cannon nearly got wiped out there as well. It came round so fast, and Longfield wasn't expecting it. Almost collected him as well. So what a final that is. There are the pending Paul Klassen results on your screen. But of course, what a final that was.
Well, to win a race, you've got to be good.
Yeah.
Sometimes you've got to be lucky. And if you're lucky and good, then that helps an awful lot. And Ryan Cannon was there. When, at the end of 2021, when they look back and they vote for one of the races of the year, that, ladies and gentlemen, will undoubtedly be on the shortlist.
Oh, I suspect so.
Well, as they come in, Anthony Jordan, you're about to have a somewhat surprised Ryan Cannon up here in the commentary box. And, of course, Glenister finishing 3rd. He still will have the championship lead, and his lead unofficially is 12 points over Longfield. Let's have a little look at the body language. There's Bradley Barrett in the number 27, Hannah Lang in the number 91 kart. She finished in the top 10 there, 9th place there, just ahead of Josh Price in the number 28. And we'll wait and see Miles Murphy at the back. He finished 13th, so all not well with that kart. But, you know, the top 12 in that race after 23 laps were separated by 8 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. That was one heck of a kart race. And we've got 2 finals to go, the junior and senior Rotax finals, and they're going to have to do something pretty special to top that.
They are definitely going to have to do something to top that, aren't they? But, of course, we'll be speaking to our race winner in just a moment. So, folks, stick around. We'll have a quick word from our sponsors. Well, yes, you join us back in the commentary box, and I have to say, Mr. Cannon, I was not expecting to speaking to you as the race winner from that one. What a final for KZ2.
Yeah, a wee bit lucky on my behalf. Obviously, Tom and James had a little bit more pace than me, but I wasn't going to fight with them because I could tell that obviously fourth place was a wee bit behind us, so I was actually happy to take third, but it was a bit unfortunate on their behalf that they had a coming together, but lucky on my behalf, and I took full advantage of it.
No, you definitely did, of course. Watching them race away was probably a hard thing to see, but then when they closed up and that happened, of course, I can't imagine the words that came out of your mouth when you got past.
I seen them having a tangle, but I didn't expect them to sort of like stop the way they did. I mean, I had to climb the curb on the inside of that corner to miss Tom, but yeah, just it worked out perfect in my race.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely fantastic. It's been an amazing day watching these karts race around here, and going into turn one, of course.
Yes.
You know, you're topping out at such a high speed, and it's such hard work, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, in Heat 2 this morning in the wet, I actually made a mistake, and I locked the brakes and it aquaplaned, and I lost it completely into the tyre wall in the first corner, and that was basically game over from second all the way back to 10th, I think it was. But my day just improved from there, like.
No, well, again, an excellent result for you, a win in the KZ2 finals here at Mansell Raceway.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for our race winner, Ryan Cannon, of course, for the KZ2. It's time for our next race, the next final of the day that we're taking to the circuit, and I always try to remember what it is, and of course it is the Junior Rotax, making their way up next.
To enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a drift limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Well, now it's time for the Junior Rotax final. Now, Junior Rotax, they've had a stormer of a day so far, haven't they, with their heats and finals and all sorts of everything like that. Of course, the repechage was quite tasty as well, but the pre-final was even tastier, with Archie Walker and Sam Gornall finishing that race some 5 thousandths of a second between each other. They're going to be starting on that front row of the grid. Now, many penalties in that one, I have to say. Now, I never like to name and shame, but we always like to get them out so people know, of course, what happened. So, down in 12th place, Jez Williams received a penalty. Harry Linden received a penalty. Jamie Perrelly received a penalty. Charlie Hart got a penalty as well. Gustav Uzakovs received one. Alfie Gallagher also got one as well. Oliver Martinsky, Stephen Duncan, Benjamin Ballou, Chloe Chong, Callum Romain, Gabe Fairbrother, all received penalties in the pre-finals. So, as you can imagine, Scrutineering and Mr. Paul Klassen were very busy at the end of the Junior Rotax final. But, obviously, they all make it to the grid. They're a very busy grid. We can see 34 karts, hopefully, are lined up, ready to go for this final.
Well, I don't think there are 34 karts. There are 33. Now, I don't know why Alex Biles is not out there.
Right.
He finished 9th in the repechage. 3 people in front of him got penalties. That put him into 6th, but he didn't come out for the final, the pre-final. I mean, he wouldn't have just gone home, possibly. Maybe there's a problem with the kart. I'm not quite sure. Maybe the driver's not very well. I don't know, but we've got 33 karts out there. Ted Bradbury, who we saw earlier on, he had an incident. He was up in the 3rd place, had an incident with another driver. Eventually, this bumper fell off, which is why he got a mechanical flag, which is why he's starting in the back. Mikey Porter, he is okay. Kart took a bit of a knock because we saw him going through the barriers.
Yes.
But he's okay. Chloe Chong, she said it was going to rain, and it didn't, and it hasn't started raining, so she is going to be on slick tyres like everybody else. And Henry Ayres, just speaking to his mechanic, Ash Whiteman, Ayres, he said his ribs is why he had to withdraw.
Right.
They tried testing on Wednesday, and it didn't go very well, and so he took this. You could either race here and really mess your ribs up for the rest of the season, or take the tough decision, miss this round, and let your ribs heal. But I am reported that he was having a beer last night, so he's okay.
Right, okay, good.
What else to report from a quick glance down the grid? There has been an issue post-race in KZ2 because Charlie Turner has just been celebrating a podium.
There is. Now, I'm just wondering, there's a large congregation of officials and mechanics surrounding 49, I think it is.
First things first, you've got Chris Williams is standing there in the Cosmic chute. That's Jez Williams' dad. And then you've got another one of the Cosmic mechanics. That's the KR Sport mechanics. Now, why are we looking at Dan Ginchard's kart? Dan Ginchard is not sat in the kart. That's Hugh there. He's the only driver not sat in the kart.
Oh, so the words there
you're not going out.
You're not going out.
You're grounded. You're not going out.
Well, I'm not sure what was the cause of that. Having a good listen there.
We are listening in, and of course, and there's Archie Walker's dad, and Archie Walker now. Of course, there's something there. There's something not loose. The mechanic was working with something on the grid. Obviously, this is a British Championship, and there could be a judicial. You could race under appeal, and of course, we hope we don't hear any somewhat fruity language.
Yes, that's what I thought. I'd start talking.
I'm looking at here. Well, what we're looking at is the fact that Daniel Ginchard hadn't done anything wrong, but his mechanic may have not tightened something he should have, and then was trying to tighten it when he shouldn't have been.
Yes.
Anyway, we'll see what happens. That continues. Here is the grid. Archie Walker and Sam Cornwell on row 1, possibly Dan Ginchard and Daniel Armstrong on row 2.
Row number 3, Leon Henderson and Ryan Willis with Finn Smith and Ollie Stevens rounding out row number 4.
Row 5, David Aulejna, the Polish driver, and Pearson Bullock Carter. Neil Clark and Jez Williams start from row number 6.
Row number 7, Harry Linden and Jamie Perrelly with Colin Wasney and Charlie Hart rounding out row number 8.
Scott Lapsley and Dan Parent-Smith on row 9. Jay Lawrence and Gustav Usakovs on row number 10.
Row 11, Alfie Gallagher and Declan Russell with Evie Polin and Oliver Martinsky on row number 12.
Row 13, Stephen Duncan and Benjamin Ballou. Row 14, Chloe Chong and Callum Romaine.
Row 15, Gabe Fairbrother and Cruz Speakman with Ted Bradbury and Mikey Porter rounding out row 16.
Row 17, Matthew Lambert. Sadly, we're missing Alex Biles as well, so we're down 32 karts potentially to get underway. Now, does Ginchard go out? The answer is no, he does not.
So what is that they're tightening there? Is that just the wheel hub?
It's the chain guard and it's the rear hub. Now, so the right rear hub was not tightened. What the mechanic was trying to say is if I let him out, the wheel's going to fall off and he's going to crash and potentially hurt himself. The grid marshal's point is, I know this is why you're not allowed to do it on the grid. You have to do that in the holding area. Before, see where Sue Potter is standing by there. There's the grid that is missing. You say if you've got it, your cart has got to be ready to go before then, and it wasn't. So Ginchard, the championship leader, does not go out for this one. Who is going to get the win here at Mansell? That doesn't look like a false
start. Yeah, looked like Mr. Walker accelerated a little too soon.
Yes, so unfortunately there is a rather upset Argenti Motorsport mechanic who has, I don't know what has happened. There's a rush to get onto the grid. If you left it too late and realised that he hadn't done something up, he then tried to do it up when he's not supposed to, or in a place where he's not supposed to.
Declan Russell, the 29, his chain guard has come off and he has come into the pit. He is trying to reattach it himself without a mechanic, no tools being used.
Well, and he's in the area off the circuit. Now, it's still on the cart, Declan.
Oh, he's running.
He's asking the official, can I go and get a tool to use it? And I think the answer is probably no.
I suspect it's going to be no.
So the rest of the field are coming around Hanger. Oh, they're dropping like flies off. Lots of good luck from Colonel for Finn Smith. Ollie Stevens getting some support. And here we go. Now, for the second time, Archie Walker, Sam Gornall, Daniel Armstrong up into the second with the grid comes the number 94 of Leon Henderson. Let's have a look. Lights are out. Now we're off and racing. 31 karts head into turn number 1 and round the outside goes number 4 Gornall. Can he wrestle the lead away from Archie Walker? The answer is yes, he can. Great move from Archie Walker.
Yeah, good stuff from there.
No, from sorry, good move on Archie Walker from Sam Gornall. I do apologise. getting myself all mixed up there. So Sam Gornall. Oh, we've got Declan Russell is still trying to fix his car. He's not going to go out there. And coming into the pits, that is Mikey Porter as well. And now his mechanic is trying to fix the spark plug, but he's doing it in the correct position, is he? Off the circuit, so there's a problem there. And he is going to try and get out before he goes a lap down. That's not going to happen. Oh, James Smith almost changed the spark plug without his driver going a lap down. Unlucky. Here's the battle for the lead, Anthony.
Yeah, because it's side by side. Archie Walker dived back down the inside, got that position done, but I think he's now lost it again as they go through the complex. We're looking here at the midfield pack here. You can see the 62 and the number 3 in this as well. That's Colin Wozni and Jez Williams as well that are in this battle. They're scrapping away. Here's back at the front, though. Your race leader at the moment is Archie Walker for KR Sport. He is back at the front with Gornall close behind, but Leon Henderson as well is very close to company as well. Just the top 3 breaking away, clear by 2 seconds already.
Yep, there was a Dan Holland racing car going a little bit slowly coming out of turn number 4 there. I think that might have been Dan Armstrong. Someone asking, Roman Nicolai asking, why isn't Ginchard allowed to run? Because the cart went out to the dummy grid, and there was one of the rear hubs was loose, and the mechanic tried to tighten it on the dummy grid when he's not allowed to do it, and therefore he wasn't allowed to run, sadly. So, up at the front, Gornall leads Walker. This is great stuff. So Sam Gornall, former Minimax champion. He's got 1 win in junior Rotax to his name. That was at Warden Law last year. Yellow flags waving, going into turn number 4, trying to see why that might be. Ryan Willis, I think, may be the driver out of the race up there. Mikey Porter is still running, and Declan Russell finally joins the race. So we've got 31 drivers. We were supposed to have 34. We started with 32. We went down to 29, but now we're back up to 31. And here's a good battle for 5th position. That is number 65, the Strawberry Racing driver, David Aulejna, the half Welsh, half Polish driver, making a move on his British Championship debut this weekend. There's the number 40 Project 1 entry as well of Jamie Perrelly picking up a position, and still yellow flags. Can't see why. That must be Ryan Willis.
I think it was, because at the first lap I did see a Project 1 racing kart going very wide at turn 4.
There we go. Well spotted,
on.
Anthony. Well spotted.
Yes, I think it was indeed Ryan Willis.
But I mean, we've got it's like a 3-kart breakaway, Gornall, Walker and Henderson. Then it's Neo Clark. So Neo Clark, we haven't spoken much about Neo Clark. Very quietly and very unassumingly, Neo Clark and the Sam Pollitt Racing number 81, they've come into this weekend 3rd in the championship, and you know what, he's running 4th in this race, and he's just set the fastest lap of the race. Jez Williams is 5th, then it's Aulejna, Pearson Bullock Carter, Perrelly, Linden and Ollie Stevens with Colin Vajny in 11th, then Dan Parent-Smith, Scott Lapsley, Stephen Duncan, Gustav Uzakovs and Oliver Martinsky. And now, let's have a look, 11.5 minutes to go. If I speak to the disembodied voice in my head and summon the championship points table onto our screens now.
There it is. And
Jez Williams is your new championship leader. And look at that, Ginchard down to 5th by virtue of not being in this race. Ryan Willis is down to 6th by virtue of being in the barrier. Jez Williams, Ollie Stevens, your top 2 in the championship as things stand. Jez runs 5th. That was close. That was close, boys.
I can tell you
Henderson,
what that was.
Gornall.
It was Leon Henderson getting 2 positions at the complex.
Brilliant. Brilliant stuff from the Scotsman. And I mean, let's look. Where's Ollie Stevens? Ollie Stevens is running 10th. So the current championship leader is 5th. Second of the championship is 10th. Dan Armstrong, who is 3rd of the championship, well, he is. God, he's nowhere in the race. He's dropped right back as Dan Armstrong. He's down to 29th, potentially with a problem. Great stuff. You can now make the championship points disappear.
Thank you.
There we go. Great stuff. Back to the race.
Indeed. So it's been all guns a-blazing at the front. Leon Henderson now leads from Archie Walker and Gornall. You can see there, though, the 81 of Neo Clark is not closing in on them. He has closed in on them and has got into 4th place there. Jez Williams, though, sets the fastest lap of the race in 5th place, leading that next group of... Well, he's not leading... Well, he is leading that next group. He's kind of in a bit of a no-man's land at the moment, is Jez Williams. There he is on your screen, whizzing past. And then comes the long train from 6th all the way back to 21st.
Brilliant stuff here. So... these drivers that we were looking at just then, this pack here, they've got to try and stay, you know, they've got to stay focused. The gap between them, I mean, Colin Vashni, I think, is at the head of this group. No, it's David Aulejna at the head of this group in 6th position. But they have got to work on, even though Jez Williams in 5th is 2.5 seconds up the road, and Williams, though, he's got another new... Oh, poor old Declan Russell has just brought his cart in to retire, the number 29, the privateer run entry. Jez Williams has set another new fastest lap of the race, 47.16. Well, do you know what? The top 4 are together, and then there is a gap of 3 seconds to Jez Williams. Now, he's not appearing on the scoring monitor on the left-hand side of your screen because Jez Williams' transponder is not picking up the individual sector times. But he is there, and he is closing. So here come your 4 leaders into turn number 1 now. So that is a look at Neo Clark. I'm so impressed with number 81, Neo Clark. They're at the back of this group. They're saying the Sam Pollock racing team. It's got Andrew Tooley at the helm this weekend. Sam focuses on the cadets in the team racing elsewhere. But then Jez Williams in 5th place. He's just closing in all on his own. Fastest lap of the fastest lap. There's a huge gap behind him. This still could be a quintet, Anthony, battling for top spot.
Oh, yes, definitely so. 4, I suspect, is about to become 5 as they go through your shot now. There is your top 4. And Jez Williams, with the fastest lap of the race, constantly over and over again, is closing in. I say he's got the fastest lap of the race, but Sam Pollock Racing's Ted Bradbury in 24th place has now got the fastest lap of the race. Side by side, though, in towards turn 1. It's 3 wide as they go through, and everyone gets through nice and cleanly again. So now the number 4 of Gornall leads from Walker, and now Henderson is now back in 3rd place. Once more, Neo Clark, he's not stooped to the level yet. He's just staying behind. He's composing himself. He's waiting for that opportunity.
Here comes Walker. Well, Archie Walker, he is 7th in the championship last year. That's why he runs the number 7. He goes for a move there, and they pass Daniel Armstrong, who's now a lap down the number 8 cart. Daniel gets out of the way, but I mean, Archie Walker, he was excluded from the pre-final at Clay Pigeon, and then of course had to start last the final, which never ran, so he got last place points for that. So he actually came into this weekend 37th in the championship, one of the pre-season favourites, so he really needs a good result. But I mean, Jez Williams, does Jez Williams know he's currently leading the British Championship? He probably doesn't, but he's closing in on these 4 as Gornall, who again had a shocker of a round, an incident in the pre-final at Clay Pigeon, and of course when they didn't run the final, they gave points out based on where you started the final from, and Gornall came in this round 26th in the championship, so we have got a real mix and match of drivers here. There's the number 9 cart, fastest driver nearly, or Bradbury has gone quicker than him now. I mean, Ted Bradbury, he was doing so well in the pre-final before he got into an incident. He did save with Jez Williams, but I mean, you know, that was then, and this is now. And Bradbury in the 43 is really closing in. They were about the number 9. Look at the eyes on the number 9 cart, Jez Williams. There, he's got a nice clear visor, so you know, when we get a good shot coming into the complex, you'll see there the first 4, and Williams will maybe around Hanger Bend. You can see his eyes focused on that top 4, closing. And speaking to a couple of drivers there that have done some driver coaching with Jez Williams, they all say the kid listens so well when he's being given advice by his driver coach, by anyone who coaches him. He listens perfectly, and that is what he needs now. He's got to focus. Don't push too hard because you overdrive the kart. You've got to give it 100%, but no more. 101% could mean in the barriers, out of the race.
Archie Walker back in the lead then at the end of this final race. 11 laps completed, goes heavily defensive in towards turn 1. Gornall follows. The rest behind stay in the normal racing line. So Henderson there in third has the optimal line, has now closed that gap right back up. And here is Jez Williams now. It's not 4, it's 5. And this group behind as well, 6 onwards, is closing in also.
And behind Williams, there's Williams into 2. Oh, Dan Parron-Smith out of the race in the number 19 kart. Now, Dan Parron-Smith, he did car racing. He did the Junior Saloon Car Championship last year. Couldn't raise the budget to do it this year, so he's come back to karting. And now we have our 5 kart battle lead, Anthony. Just under 5 minutes to go. Ooh, let's hold our breath. It's Walker, Gornall, Henderson, Clark and Williams. And then a gap of 5 seconds back to Ollie Stevens, Aulejna in 7th, Perrelly in 8th, Harry Linden in 9th, Pearson Bullock Carter 10th. And, there's Neo Clark and Leon Henderson side by side. Williams capitalising, bang, up into 4th place for Jez Williams.
That's the first attempt we've seen from Neo Clark to try and gain a position forcefully, and unfortunately it backfired because I don't think he realised that Jez Williams was so close behind and was able to move up that one place. But a great effort from Neo, and of course he's still in this pack as well, so he's got great momentum still. Just needs to latch onto the back of Jez Williams now and follow him through. So back onto the back straight now, in towards Dogleg. Under 4 minutes to go, plus that one additional lap. It is still Walker from Gornall, Henderson, Clark and Williams. Or no, it's Williams and Clark now, I should say. In towards turn 1, and side by side again. It's a dangerous line to take because you can get nerfed out wide, can't you?
Yep, and I have to say that Jez Williams made a half an attempt at passing Leon Henderson, and that never works. You either commit fully or don't commit at all. Walker runs a bit wide, Henderson runs a bit wide there, and Williams is up into 2nd, like that, from 4th to 2nd for Jez Williams, into P2. Gornall's down to 4th, I'm not quite sure what happened there. But Williams has stalked his prey and now chases Archie Walker. You can see, look at the eyes focus forward. He's not looking directly in front of him, he's looking at the apex of the next corner. He's looking for the next curb, That's what these young drivers are doing. You can see as he turns the corner, he's looking at the apex. Doesn't matter, there's a kart in front of him, he's looking for his line in the apex. Do it till you see the whites of their eyes, boys, and oh my word, you can see the whites of their eyes as he comes out onto mini straight. Archie Walker and Jez Williams for the race lead in the Junior Rotax final here at Mansell Raceway.
Indeed, they are. So you've got KR Sport versus Vision Motorsport. 2 identical looking karts, but 2 very different teams, which makes it very easy for us, of course. But Archie Walker leading the way still at this moment. Oh, he's had a bit of contact there. Oh, dear me. So Jez Williams takes the lead, but for how much longer, I suspect. So 2 minutes plus 1 additional lap. That looked quite forceful into the Hangar Bend.
Yeah, and now we're going to defend. Here comes Henderson on the back of Walker. Clark is there as well in 5th. The gap back to 6th is now just 2 seconds. It was 5 seconds. Ollie Stevens and David Aulejna have just entered the picture. They're thinking, oh, I've got a last-minute ticket to the party. Who's going to join us?
Well, let's find out. 4th and 5th absolutely nailed each other in towards the hairpin there.
Good night, Neo Clark and Sam Gornall.
Yeah, they've now fallen back into the battle now of Ollie Stevens and David Algenair as well. So they're going to have to work really hard. So now your top 3 have broken away. It's Jez Williams, Archie Walker, Leon Henderson, nose to tail with 90 seconds to go. Dan Parron-Smith, 5-second time penalty.
Well, he's got his kart now. He's got his kart on a trolley at the side of the circuit. I don't like that. I don't like that because if any of these karts spear off to the inside, if you hit a stationary kart, it's one thing, but if you hit a trolley with the kart on top of it suspended in the air, that's a whole different kettle of fish. I don't think that, I mean, sorry, I'm going to get myself into trouble for saying it. I don't think that kart should be on a trolley right now. Do apologise. But that's just my opinion. And here we go, back to the race lead. There's the number 65 kart of Aulejna. We've now got 7 for the race lead, possibly, well, a 4 and then a 3. Jamie Perrelly in this group as well. Gustav Uzakovs is up there as well into 9th place. Linden is there. Bullock Carter is there. Here we go.
Oh, what a lunge.
Walker and Henderson past Williams, and Gornall capitalised as well. So Jez Williams goes from first to fourth. Great move there. Walker opened the door, Henderson and Gornall went through.
Walker in prime position right now because he's got a little bit of breathing space. You can see there Henderson saying, let's think about it, let's try close that gap up, because again it's opened up just that fraction. They got the number 4 of Gornall there in third place. Jez Williams now back into fourth place, so they're working incredibly hard now. Line astern, this is getting very tasty. Walker looks over his shoulder, says, there's no one there, you don't need to defend just yet, so you can take that optimal line. Good, that's nice control through the dogleg section, back on the start finish straight. Now he defends, switches to the inside now. He's got a little bit of a love tap into the braking zone. Again, keep an eye on that one. Gornall goes to the inside, gets second place. Nicely done so far, but final lap time.
And they've been caught, so we've now got David Aulejna and Ollie Stevens in the back of this group as well. But it is Walker defending into turn 4. Gornall tries to switch over. Can Gornall make this contact? They've all hit each other. They've all hit each other. And I tell you what, Archie Walker's just won this race. There's Leo Clark now fighting for third with Ollie Stevens. Jez Williams is in second position in kart number 7. In kart number 9 rather. How many of these carts are damaged? But Archie Walker timed it right. He was ahead and they all tripped over each other behind. Walker wins. Williams is second. Clark is a great third. That's brilliant for Clark. And with that move, I've got to say, with that one move, Ollie Stevens takes the British Championship lead. That was spot on by Ollie Stevens to capitalise there. Archie Walker, he gets his championship up and running at last. Let's have a look into turn 4. There's lots of... No, see, there was right. The contact came between Henderson and Gornall, making contact, and everyone behind... They had nowhere to go. Let's have a look again. I mean, there's lots of contact, but look, the first bit there. So Walker defends. Gornall cuts. He's trying for the crossover.
Yeah, he tried to cut it through, and Henderson was there.
And then, of course, as they slowed down, Williams was right behind him. He had nowhere to go, so he made contact. And then Clark was behind him, and he made contact. So on and so forth. But Archie Walker, well done indeed.
Well, what a final that was, and we'll be speaking to our race winner in just a moment. But yeah, fantastic running throughout the entire grid of drivers there. We did lose quite a few of them, I have to say, but a fantastic result. Jez Williams up 10 positions as well. There is the recovering 42 as well. That's Ryan Willis. There was the Project 1 car. A chain had come off.
Oh dear. Okay, well, I mean, Archibald, who hates being called Archibald, probably his name's Archie, not Archibald, but he has won that race again after getting excluded and coming into this weekend, 37th of the championship. His title bid is now back on track.
Excellent. Well, we'll be chatting to our race winner in just a moment. Stick around, but until then, let's have a quick word from our sponsors.
Well, we're very pleased to be joined up here in the commentary box by our junior Rotax race winner, Archie Walker. Archie, have you had a chance to breathe yet after that one?
Not yet. It was an exciting race and it was a tough one. I don't know what happened on the last lap. I need to watch that back later, but overall it was a brilliant result for me and the team.
I mean, you had such a bad weekend at Clay. I mean, an exclusion from the pre-final. You didn't get to run the final. I was saying to the audience that you came into this weekend, I think 41st or 37th in points. So your championship really has started this weekend, and everything's now a bonus.
Yeah, in Clay we had a P2 in Heat 1, and then in the second heat we had an electrical issue. Pre-final, managed to go from 20th to 3rd, got excluded from that, and then we couldn't run the final, even though we were up 21 places on the first lap. So it was a difficult weekend, but it's nice to bounce back here.
So let's talk about this race. I mean, first of all, there was the breakaway at the start. Leon, Sam, yourself, Neo was in there as well. Then Jez Williams caught you and passed you for the lead. A little bit of contact there, and talk us through that bit.
Yeah, so at the start it was quite a nice race. Me and Sam had a few overtakes. Leon got into the lead, managed to catch him back up, and then once I got into the lead, Sam tried to come back and I managed to block him off, and then at the top Jez managed to squeeze past me, but I got the toe back down the main straight and overtook him, and then after that it was a stressful race, but I managed to defend. I mean, obviously you wouldn't have seen what was going on directly behind you, but I mean, you were defending into turn 4 on the last lap from Sam. Sam was trying the crossover move, and then he got caught from behind. At what point did you realise, oh, they're not there anymore? I saw Sam's front nose facing the wrong way out of my peripheral vision. So that'll do it. Yeah, so I thought I'd have something, so I had a quick look back. Here we go, looking on our screens, it was that close. So I mean, at this point you're defending and you're thinking I'm in for a really tough last lap, and then suddenly, and you're looking over the shoulder, oh, that was good. So relief, and then the last couple of corners, you've just got to sort of like get all your adrenaline together and focus and not make any mistakes. Yeah, you see me look back after, I thought I had a gap, move over to the racing line, and the rest of the lap I took it nice and slow, didn't want to spin or catch the grass or anything. Well, Archie Walker, congratulations, an excellent win, an excellent race. Your title charge really now up and running in 2021. Well done. Yeah, we'll see what we can do next round. Thank you. No problems at all. Well, it means you've got just one race to go. Say hello to the people, say hello, Archie, to your family and friends walking home. I promised not to call you Archibald as well, and I didn't. Look at that. Oh, I'm so good to you, aren't I? Yeah. Well, one race to go. Senior Rotax up next. So, there we go. Race number 34 on the programme, Senior Rotax. 34 drivers looking down at the dummy grid. All 34 drivers are there. The skies are darkening, but it is still dry. Lewis Gilbert and Reese Hunter will share row number 1. Tom Edmonds and Kai Hunter will share row number 2. Matty Hingley and Will Ellsworth share row 3. James Johnson and Teddy Clinton are on row 4. Row 5, Matthew Higgins and Louis Harvey. Row 6, Archie Brown and Tom Adams. Then it is Luke Wooder and Jack Stedman, Louis Weaver and Alex Hughes. Row 9 is Oakley Pryor, the Clay Pigeon winner, and Sam Hawthorne. Then it's Ryan Luscombe and Harrison Collins. Oliver Meadows and Sean Butcher start row number 11. Row 12 is Edward Matthews and Riley Stevenson. Row 13, Brandon Nagelvort and Lewis Halliday. James Lowther and Spencer Shinner start from row 14. Magic Camara and Tristan Rennie on row 15. James Lingard and Alex Eads on row 16. The 17th and final row of the grid, Harry from Barry, Harry Holland, and George Holbrook, who sadly also failed to finish the pre-final. 15 minutes, the last 15 minutes of action here at Mansell Raceway this weekend. Lights are off, we're off and racing in Senior Rotax down towards turn number 1. And the leaders are through cleanly, and it looks like everybody is safely round turn number 1 now. Underbraking the Constantina together for the complex. They've all managed to somehow squeeze through with 3 and 4 wide coming onto mini straight, but the leaders headed by the familiar green and white Strawberry Racing Potenza Racing Engines entry of Lewis Gilbert. He has the advantage here
in the early running, and everybody somehow manages to get through cleanly. Anthony Jordan.
Yes.
Good. There we go. That's your analysis. Gilbert leads. Hunter, Reese Hunter in second. No, Tom Edmonds in second. Then it's the elder of the two Hunter brothers, Reese Hunter. And look at that in fourth place. Matty Hingley, the Ultimate R Racing kart number 11.
Yeah, great running from them so far. And it's, you know, a great start from these senior Rotax drivers. They had dramatic pre-finals, semi-finals, repechages, I should say, in their heats as well. So it's been a fantastic weekend for them. It's been dry all the way throughout, but I did have a voice in my ears saying that some of the cameramen once again said that there was a little bit of spots of rain around on the circuit. But at the moment, it is dry, it is calm, we're all collected, and we're going to get this final underway or finished with no rain.
It was James Lowther getting a warning flag as we're watching the leaders. I'm going to clear this up for you. The cameramen are lying. Basically, the cameramen want sympathy. They want sympathy from the audience because they've been out there all day without a lunch break, and now they're saying it's raining, so they're hoping we'll say what a fantastic job they're doing, and that we give them some love and some sympathy. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, Alpha Live cameramen are dispensable.
They are.
The cameras are not.
No, they're not.
No, they're doing a fantastic job as Matty Hingley moves into second place. They'll get no sympathy from us in our nice warm, sometimes air-conditioned, sometimes centrally heated commentary box. None whatsoever.
None. 12.5 minutes, or just under 13 minutes, plus one additional lap to go. At the moment, your race leader, Lewis Gilbert, leading the way by 0.4 of a second. Has got a bit of breathing space there. You can see the number 11 of Matty Hingley there in third place, or I suspect third place. It's actually second place as he dived down the inside of Reese Hunter, didn't he, earlier on? So they are battling away closely. There's the number 6. Now, who's that? Teddy Clinton for Dan Holland Racing. There's 4 Dan Holland Racing karts line astern. I suspect all probably working together. No, they're not.
Well, they're working together as long as Kai Hunter leads them. That's the rules. Yeah. Best lap so far. Oakley Pryor leading the way in this one. Now, Oakley, of course, he won the pre-final at Clay Pigeon, and when we didn't run the final, then he was automatically given the winning points for the final. So he is he's not our championship leader because he didn't score very well in the heats. He's third of the championship at the moment. Reese Hunter and Sean Butcher led the championship coming into this event. We'll have a little look at the points later on in the faces. Matty Hingley just over the curves there, but Lewis Gilbert looking down. Gilbert only 15th in the point standings coming into this event, but he has been untouchable. And I've got to go and double check whether he is racing. Whether he's with Strawberry. I think he is with Strawberry Racing. We've got yellow flags down at turn number 1. Yes. That is the number 90. Mamma mia! Who are you saying there with that hand signal was? That was number 93, Brandon Nagelvoort. Yeah. And the driver who he was potentially admonishing. Well, we'll find out next time around.
Yes, we shall indeed. So yes, not happy there at turn 1. Clearly some contact, but back here in the mid-pack, and you can see there the 76 getting feisty. That's Archie Brown, also known as the
Flying Mullet.
There it is. So, yes, as they go through, now you can just see there.
Everyone else here at Mansell Raceway is cold today, but Archie Brown's neck is nice and warm.
It is indeed, yes. So, Reese Hunter, new fastest lap of the race in third place. The number 2 working well there, 45.77. 6/10 down from the race leader at the moment, only a 10th behind Matty Hingley, I should say, as they go round the track in towards the hairpin.
Turn 7. Oh, turn 7. I was busy looking out of the window to see if there's any rain falling, but there wasn't, so I was distracted quite easily. I know, but see, I mean, I have to say, how impressed are you by Matty Hingley, first year senior driver? I mean, Matthew Higgins is doing another job. Matthew Higgins, he's in 9th position. As last year's junior Rotax champion, and we're looking for the number 75 car. Teddy Clinton sets another fastest lap, but Higgins has got, the entire Dan Holland Racing team around him. And I mean, in senior Rotax in the last 2 years, Dan Holland Racing have won 6 finals. And we've only had how many? We had 12 in the first year, and only 4. So out of the 16 finals that we've had since Motorsport UK took over the British Karting Championship, Dan Holland Racing have won 6 of them. So Higgins is soaking up all that information. Matty Hingley, you know, he's the Lone Ranger in that Ultimate R camp as well. So he's only got his older brother Ben's expertise, and there looks like
kart failure.
It looks like it's a Team UK race suit, and that is the number 50 kart of James Johnson out of the race. Oh, Johnson, and he's there. Something has broken on that kart, and he's looking down just offline there. And oh, such a shame for James Johnson. He's got his two, young babies with it watching on there. And he took a year out last year, but it's not been a successful return to the British Championship so far in 2021, and he is out of the race. We talked about Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. Who was the driver that he was admonishing? It was Magic Camara, and they're back running nose to tail in 33rd and 34th places. I wonder how long that little harmonious battle will last. Here's Hingley now holding off Reese Hunter in kart number 2. Lewis Gilbert is getting away in the race lead. Edmonds is 4th.
Working well together on that one. 8.5 minutes plus that one additional lap. And as you say, yes, Gilbert leading comfortably at the moment, just over a second behind Ultimate R's, Hingley, Hunter, Edmonds. Then it's another Hunter, Clinton, Higgins, Brown, Pryor, Butcher, Adams, Harvey, Ellswood, Hawthorne, Wooder, Hughes, Lothar. Then it's Collins, Meadows, Weaver, Stedman, Eads, Luscombe, Shinner, Halliday, Holbrook, Matthews, Rennie, Holland, Stevenson, and Lingard. Then it's Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, Magic Camara, and James Johnson, who, of course, we just lost.
Yep, and I tell you what, that was almost melodic. I almost thought I'd do a little background beat for you. Oh, so melodious. I'm just odorous, as here comes Gilbert. Now, 1.25 seconds ahead of this battle on screen. Well, Matty Hingley has got ahead of Reese Hunter and is keeping Hunter at bay. Somebody just come past us into the pits to retire. Not quite sure who that was, but I can't stress how impressive this is from Matty Hingley. Edmonds is there holding on as well. They're using that curve, and you just see them, they pop up that rear wheel. Here comes Reese Hunter up the inside. Good clean move. Now, will Matty Hingley settle back and just let Reese Hunter tow him around? Now, they're smart. Hunter has let Hingley have several laps in second place. During the course of those several laps, Lewis Gilbert has pulled away by 1.5 seconds. Now, if Hingley has got his wits about him, and I think he does, because he hasn't come back in, he's now going to let Reese Hunter lead that charge. Okay, Reese, I've tried to catch the leader. I haven't made it. Now you go. And if you catch the leader, by virtue of me sitting on your rear bumper, I'm going to catch the leader. That's the way you've got to think in these kart races. Edmonds is there in 4th, and then it is Kai Hunter, Teddy Clinton, and Matthew Higgins just off this battle in the number 75 kart. Let's look at the lead as they stand. It was 1.5 seconds, but Hunter had made a move on that lap. It's now 1.6 seconds. We'll check as they come through sector number 1 on this, the 12th lap of the race. We're just past half distance, and sector number 1. And of course now they choose not to pick up the sector times on our timing screen, thus making my point somewhat irrelevant. We'll have to wait. We'll see about if it's visual.
We'll have to see. Under 6 minutes, back onto the back straight then. Line astern, it is all the way from 2nd to 6th place. Matthew Higgins kind of on his own in a bit of a no man's land at the moment.
And I tell you what, Lewis Gilbert is going to catch James Johnson, who is back in the race.
Right.
And he is several laps down. Magic Camara has retired. So Johnson in kart number 50 is back in the race. Here in the kart 2nd, and Edmonds is now 3rd. So Hingley down to 4th. Hunter, Reese Hunter in number 2, is beginning to edge away. But Gilbert's lead, it was 1.5 seconds, then it's 1.6. Now it's 1.8 seconds. I think Lewis Gilbert is just in a class of his own this weekend.
Yeah, I think you could be right on that one, as they, again, once more exit out of the hangar bend in towards Dogleg. Again, line astern as they go through. There's your race leader, Gilbert. Screams out of shot here, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place, all once more line astern. They exit out of turn 1. No lunges here. Like I say, we're in the limbo mode at the moment. It's final time for the seniors. I say we're in limbo mode. Down the inside goes the O plate of Kai Hunter on Matty. Was it Matty Hingley?
I think it was.
It was indeed Matthew Hensley. Yes, it was. Yes, gets that job done. Moves up into P4 now. So working hard now. The Hunter brothers, they're fairly close to each other now, aren't they? So you've got Kai Hunter there. Oh, actually, where is he? Oh, Reese Hunter is in second place, of course, isn't he?
Yep.
He's so far up at the front there. We've not noticed him, isn't he?
Yep. And so there's the number 6 of Clinton at the back of this group. Where is the? I mean, someone on there. Where is the Flying Mullet? The Flying Mullet is running in. He's up in the top 10, you know.
He's
up in the top 10. That rat's back is fluttering away in the breeze. But here is the number 2 kart, Reese Hunter. Lewis Gilbert is now 2 seconds up the road. 2 seconds up the road. Gilbert is not going to be caught. I think that he is clear away and gone.
Yes, he's very comfortably there.
We did say that James Johnson was potentially, he was back in the race, but Johnson has pulled off and retired again for a second time in this race, so he is now not a factor. There is the Diamond of Dalry in Scotland. Lewis Gilbert chasing him, but I think it might be a forlorn chase. It's Reese Hunter in the number 2 kart. Edmonds is third. Let's have a little look back there. When was the last time Tom Edmonds was on the senior Rotax podium? And the answer is it was the opening round of last year's championship at Lydd, where he finished second to Morgan Porter. Teddy Clinton finished third on that day. Clinton is trying to fight for a potential podium again here, so it's been a long wait for another podium run for Tom Edmonds in kart number 5. Is that wait about to be over? Well, he's going about the right way because Kai Hunter is about 15 kart lengths behind him. Matty Hingley is now back into 5th position. There's the number 11 of Hingley in 5th position, and Clinton is in 6th. Matty Higgins is 7th. Oakley Pryor, championship leader coming into this race. Is he still the championship leader? I don't know. Shall we find out by bringing the virtual championship standings onto our screen? Yes, we shall. Here we go.
I think you were denied there.
Denied.
But I will ask the championship lords, could we please put the championship standings on the table or on the screen now, please? Thank you very much. Thank you.
I tell you what, I'm not happy with that. I don't think that I think the disembodied voice in my head has left. I might be on my own for once. And it's Reese Hunter leading the championship. Lewis Gilbert is 4th in the championship. Oakley Pryor is 6th in the point standings at the moment. So Reese Hunter solidifying his advantage as things stand. Edmonds not in the top 8 at the moment. Will Ellswood and Sam Hawthorne, you can see they're in the top 8 of the point standings, but Ellswood is down in 12th on the road in this run, and Hawthorne is 17th on the road.
Well,
long way to go so far. Now, Reese Hunter, I think, may have had to give up. I mean, I'm going to try and see if the disembodied voice in my head has returned. Please remove the championship.
Disembodied voice in my head, please remove the championship. Thank you.
I've never felt so alone. The voices in my head have stopped after all this time. Anyway, here we go. Luckily, we've got some karts to talk about. Hunter under pressure from Edmonds. Gilbert is away at the front.
There we go. Great running from these drivers all the way through this race, all the way through this weekend, you have to remember. It's been an incredibly tough one. The weather the last few days has been absolutely amazing. Today was a big question mark on whether or not it was going to be wet or dry. It was wet at the start. It's completely bone dry now. And I have to say, no one was expecting that. Less than a minute to go. 38 seconds plus that one lap. And at this moment, Lewis Gilbert leading the way convincingly by 2.4 seconds. It's all going to be down now to what can happen for second and third. Eads receives a 5-second time penalty, so that's not going to be a good way to end your final.
Alex Eads is down in 18th place on the road at the moment. Well, I've got to say, ladies and gentlemen, that, you know, you have seen, especially because we have had people saying that they're watching karting for the first time, you have seen just how competitive and evenly matched these karts are. This kart racing, it is the most competitive national kart series anywhere in the world. to be able to go and dominate a race like we're seeing Lewis Gilbert do. That means the mechanic, all credits to Lewis's mechanic. I think it's Big Lee Taylor on the spanners for Lewis this weekend. I mean, that is a superb effort. I've seen Gary Donnelly down there as well on the spanners. I mean, every single thing in a field this competitive against competition this strong. I mean, we're talking champions, British Open winners, side by side for second in the final. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant for all concerned with Lewis Gilbert to be able to dominate in this fashion at this level.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on what Tom Edmonds can do, because at the moment they're still comfortably in third place. There's your race leader, though. Lewis Gilbert leading comfortably. Potenza Racing engines on that Tony Kart chassis.
That's some waft. I tell you what, that is some top-end waft for Gilbert, as he now uses that waft down the straight for the final time, into the dogleg, the final time. The weekend at Mansell Raceway on track comes to a finish, and Gilbert takes the win. Hunter, Reese Hunter, does finish in second position. Third for Edmonds, Kai Hunter is fourth, Teddy Clinton a top 5 result, so Edmonds ends a year-long wait for a next podium. Well done, Tom. Clinton in the top 5. Matty Hingley, a great drive in 6th position. 7th is Matthew Higgins. So the 2 junior Rotax stars from last year finishing the top 7 in just their second outing as seniors in the British Championship. Sean Butcher, a quiet weekend for the Anglo-Australian driver in 8th place. Oakley Pryor 9th, and the Flying Mullet takes a top 10 finish ahead of Louis Harvey, William Ellswood, Luke Wooder, Tom Adams, James Lowther, and the rest.
Yes, a fantastic end to a fantastic day's racing here at Mansell Raceway. And
yeah, not every race can be nose to tail, you know, drama to the end, but you have to appreciate, to do that, Lewis Gilbert, that is perfection.
Oh, yes.
That is as close to perfection. Lewis Gilbert will not get another weekend like this, I would imagine, in his career in the British Championship, where everything in the dry, on the sunny weather yesterday, the rain, the dampness this morning, and then now the overcast condition this afternoon, every condition, Gilbert's kart just had the edge on everybody else. Yeah. Good sportsmanship there. Reese Hunter and Tom Edmonds, they're shaking their heads, they're saying, we couldn't do anything about that one, boyo. But there we go. Yeah, that close. Well, you weren't that close to Lewis Gilbert, Tom. You were that close to each other, but Gilbert was away up the road, as they say.
Yeah, definitely. But what a final for the senior Rotax, and again a great result there for your race winner Lewis Gilbert, and who'll be coming up in just a moment to have a quick chat with us, and of course just a great running from the end of the day. I think you know, huge congratulations to all the drivers, and
yeah, I mean I know that you know,
rest easy.
You and Lewis will close out the show, but I mean, it's from my point of view, just a big thank you to all the officials here at Mansell Raceway, the marshals, the medics, the staff here at Dunkeswell, to use its original name, old school name, because you know I'm an old school man. I'm just old now.
You hear that noise?
That was that's the hamster wheel in my head, going around and around and around. But I mean, you know, what a fantastic. Wherever you've been watching, thank you for wherever you've been watching on the Vera Tools Facebook page, the British Kart Championship Facebook page, the Demon Tweaks Facebook page, the Karting Magazine Facebook page, the Alpha Live YouTube channel, or the Motorsport.tv TV channel. I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen today. The next round, we're going to Scotland next, aren't we? We're going to Largo. You are?
Yeah, I am. You're not going to be there, are you?
No, I've been seconded to make nonsense, talk about karts elsewhere.
Oh, peace and quiet.
Lucky you.
I know.
Not you, the audience, but you, Anthony.
Exactly.
Lucky you. And maybe you, the audience, as well.
Maybe
who knows?
Maybe so.
But what a fantastic weekend's racing. We've got the presentations to go a little bit later on. All the videos that we filmed, the feature videos. So we asked the drivers, people's favourite British Grand Prix memories, including those of Rob Smedley and Motorsport UK chairman David Richards. That will be on the Alpha Live YouTube channel and the British Kart Championship website and social medias in the days to come. Philip Howarth's lap of Mansell Raceway with you. That that'll be also there. That's one to watch as well. And also some of the features on the Total Karting Zero, engineered by Rob Smedley. About that, we'll be watching that in the days and weeks to come, or the next week or so. Keep an eye out on all the British Kart Championship social media page. But I'm going to disappear out of the commentary box, and I'm going to let a very, very happy Scottish senior Rotax driver in. But after, one more time, let's hear from our sponsors who make this happen.
Welcome back to the commentary box, and a stellar performance and a stellar drive from Lewis Gilbert, who is in here with me. Lewis, what a final that was from your point of view. It looked cool, calm and controlled.
Yeah, it was just, the plan was just try and get out in the lead as fast as I could and just create the gap, and once the gap was there, I just got my head down and went for it, really.
Yeah, I mean, you started on the front row for this one, and of course, just a nice, fun, controlled race. Of course, you had Reese Hunter behind as well for the majority of it, but you just managed to pull that gap. A nice, clean, consistent race. It just looked like the perfect lap over and over and over.
Yeah, like, thanks to the guys who helped me. Just the kart was perfect, the engine was going well, like everything was just working, and it was just really good.
Yeah, exactly. Have you raced much at Mansell Raceway?
This is my third time here.
Third time,
Not much, but enough to know the track.
Exactly. Well, there you go. Perfect result from that one, winning that one final for the senior Rotax. But again, hopefully we see you on the next one. But from your point of view, this weekend it's been has it been okay? Because what are your results been on this one? You came second in Heat 2.
Yep.
You won your Heat 3 as well. So you know it's been a pretty nice weekend so far, hasn't it?
We've always had the pace whenever we've been to Mansell Raceway. So. Yeah, it's been a good weekend. We're just hoping for a strong result after the first round wasn't great. So now we've got quite a good point total, so that should help us in the championship now. So yeah, it's good.
It's lucky that the weather held out, didn't it?
It was starting to spit when I was out on track. I was just praying for it not to go.
Not to hammer down, because
No.
of course everyone on slick tires, I suspect turn one would have been quite interesting,
Yeah,
wouldn't
I was just stay off.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, again, a great result from you on this one, and hopefully we see more wins for you in the future of this
Thank you very
championship.
much.
Excellent stuff. Lewis Gilbert there, your winner for the senior Rotax final on that one. Thank you very much for joining us with this one. Anyone you'd like to thank, actually, before I always forget?
Pretender Race Engines for giving me great equipment. My mum and my dad for helping me get here, and Kyle who was helping me through the weekend. So thanks a lot to everybody.
Well, they're all watching, so give them a wave at home. There we go. Perfect stuff. Again, thank you very much, Lewis Gilbert there. So, again, a great result from that one. Lewis, you can stand there if you want. You can end the stream with me, actually, Lewis. Let's do that. Let's end the stream. To all the fans who are watching at home, thank you very much for watching in. A huge thank you to all the marshals. Would you like to say thank you to the marshals?
Thank you to the marshals. Just done a great job on the weekend.
Awesome stuff. But yeah, great to have you all watching. Huge thank you to all the Alpha Live crew, as well as all the Motorsport UK officials. But from myself, from Henry Beaudette, and everyone here at Mansell Raceway, we will see you at the next round in a couple of weeks' time. Bye for now.